Well, because I don't. That's weird. Should be background music. What if I change my audio devices? This doesn't work. I need to put it on 2 audio tracks. All right. Do you guys hear it now on Twitch and on YouTube? You hear it? Okay, you're not hearing it double. Someone check YouTube and let me know if you're hearing it double on YouTube. I want to make sure we get everything working. Not double. All right. Let's see. Okay, and here we are. We're getting started. Cocast with Orlu. I'll see if Orlu wants to co-cast maybe the second set. Okay, let me get warmed up first. I need to eat my sandwich and my coffee during this first set. Yep. Wrong hotkey. Alright. So, right away, the map is Mowerfall. We have players fighting over the foxes in the middle. Alright, early action over the foxes. This is the GL Cookout. It is the semifinals. It is a best of 7, and it is Viper versus Yo, and they're fighting back here. There we go. Alright, early barracks from Viper. Let's go. Hearing double after opening both Twitch and YouTube, though. Oh, well, Yo would probably wish he had double the villagers after losing one out there. Remember, the foxes do not require a drop-off site. Players have very limited gold at their start, only 2 groups of 2. And other than that, there are a bunch of foxes spread around. Still a bit of work on my end I need to do to make the map look a bit prettier. But this is the general concept. We're just kind of testing it out for now. Basically, I guess kind of like one of those, I call them like movement maps, in the vein of Bay or Evacuation, where you start on one side, but the resources are out here in no man's land on the other side. I really didn't know what to do with the corners, so I put some shorefish out there. I'll see if players maybe mill them and try to take the shorefish. Could be some nice food sources out there. There are wolves out here ready to bite you if you run out. It's going to be 4-0 or 4-3. Yo might win 4-0. Mr. 4-0 again. And then all the stone on the map, all the neutral stone is clumped up by the wall, so there are some remains of the destroyed wall. There's a bit of work I need to do to make that look a bit prettier. But stone out here in the middle of the map, and this is all rock terrain in the middle, so you can't wall on the rock terrain. How much fish is that? Quite a bit of shorefish, honestly. But I don't know how efficiently you can take it, because it's hard to fit a mill down in the middle of the shorefish. As it's all beach terrain, you can't build on it. So Khitans versus Saracens, and Viper will be up first. He's adding in some militia and sending the militia forward. I have barracks on the way up. And low HP scouts for both of them. Viper's just a bit lower. Seems it's worth it, but it's really vulnerable and really far away, so if you have a good scout save, you can get out there. Saracens feel like they should have a great late game matchup against the Khitans. You get to Mamelukes, and I don't know what the Khitans can actually do. So Viper up to Feudal first, but due to the low HP on his scout, can't really chase down Yos, especially not that close to the TC. Just gonna have to dance around the outside first. Yep, let me make sure I can view my YouTube chat. Say hello there. Hello HQ and hello audience. It's fine for you. Perfect. Perfect. I'm using my earbuds today if we're going to co-cast with Orlu, so these only have like a 5-hour battery life. I need to make sure they actually last the entire stream, which can be a problem. What do Khitans do against Saracens in late imp? They say GG, that's what I think. Men-at-Arms here for Viper. I don't know what they do in that matchup, since, especially since Skirms now no longer have an attack bonus against Mamelukes. As much as we talk about Skirms needing to be nerfed, that's the one thing I wish they would have left, their attack bonus against Mamelukes. You get to this stage where it's Mamelukes against trash units, and the trash units can do nothing. Behind the neutral wall segments, we wanted to keep the map open, so I left it rocky and unwallable, and I needed to do something with the wall segments, so I thought we'll put some stone by them, make it look interesting. And it creates kind of a nice transition from the player bases to the resources on the opposite side. Still definitely some tweaks I want to make. Maybe the width of this could be changed. Maybe it could actually be moved closer or farther to the players. put more of an emphasis on one side of the map than the other. Hello, Alberto. How are you doing? Some neutral tanks there. I do have the other map, Kudam. I need to modify a bit more. I want to put some neutral Cobra cars on the outside for scenery. I didn't. Oh, I forgot the map draft. I didn't see if they picked it. But that's supposed to be hopefully a very open map. We'll see how that works. Very interesting map. Let's see. I feel like I need to edit the gold a bit so it's less in a straight line. Lots of little tweaks and stuff. Ideally, I'd be able to get this spawning it like in a full circle, but I might settle for spawning it in all 4 directions. Some laser bears. Huey 2 does have lasers, but not on the bears, as far as I know. Maybe we could mod that in one day. If you ever make an Aussie-themed map, we'll need to add drop bears. What is this map? New map. It's called Mowerfall. We're testing it out. Using this event as a bit of a testing ground for it. And my question is, do the players have too much gold back here? Is 2 tiles of 2 too much? Or should I really just maybe give them no gold and force them to come out here right at the start? Just rely on the foxes, maybe? I don't know how much foxes actually provide. Maybe I could do, like, groups of 3 foxes. We're coming up with Berlin-themed maps, so this is an idea we're playing around with. Start with very limited gold supplies on one side and have to go to the opposite side to grab actual gold, and then all the stone is clustered around here. So I'm actually kind of curious if maybe like you focus on you can like overshoot and go for the gold and miss the stone and get castle dropped. In some ways, I guess it's kind of like Brookside Battlegrounds, where you have stone on one side and gold on the other, only flipped a bit, so it's a transition from stone to gold. Think direct placement or random placement is more popular in tournaments? I have no idea. It totally depends on the maps and what you want out of them. I often use direct placement to simulate random placement by having lots and lots of cases or the new math expressions to generate randomness. And it gives me a bit more control over the placement. So I'm not actually sure which category I'd really consider that in. I'd probably say that's more random placement. This is east, you need to go to west to get rich. Yep. I was told there'd be no math. There's always math, Tundra Blitz. There's always math. Can they now do what Madlands does? There is overlap in what they do, and math expressions can do a lot of what that does without if statements and without a whole bunch of cases of like swapping between direct placement locations. Can't do everything though. I've never actually really used Madlands myself. But if you look at something like Spiral that I did for cartographers, the Spiral is not a bunch of hard-coded lands. It's a bunch of math expressions generating the spiral and randomizing the direction it spawns in, and whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. There's still a need to place a lot of individual maps, but if you want, or individual lands, but if you want to have the lands in a specific shape and rotate the shape around, you can do that much more easily. So that depends on what exactly you're doing. There are appropriate use cases for it, and there definitely is overlap. But even in cases where there is overlap, you can probably do something clever now to significantly decrease the size of the map script. You know the vibes you got from the map. Xenophon's Anubis, the Greek mercenaries, account being stranded in Persia in about 400 BC and being lost amidst the ruins of a city that had been lost to history already then. Alright. This is pushing my grammatical boundaries to maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure amidst is British English, and the US would say amid. Like while and whilst. Whilst is what I see. I remember helping Zero Empires with presentations, and you'd put whilst in them instead of while. And a director would be like, ah, that's some UK vocabulary you got there. So here we have crossbow and bodkin for Yo, and we'll also have bowsaw for Viper. For pants and trousers, yep. And it's the Katans, they're making steppies. We got steppe lancers for Viper. Yo, so far fairly well defended. Correct English versus Freedom English. Oh, we're having some problems with our Freedom English these days. Pants are short, trousers are long. In the US, pants and trousers are synonymous. In the UK, pants mean what we mean for underwear, and trousers are just pants. Yeah, shorts are short, pants are long. So, okay, Yo, he is going to bypass the hares and head straight to the fish in the corner. Okay, interesting. I put 1 TC all-inning. I feel like you do that a lot as the Katans, and especially in this Civ matchup, he does not want this to go late game. He does not want to get to a point where he's facing Mamelukes. But if Yo can keep his economy clandestine, which might be a problem as Viper has that low HP scout. Remember, that scout fight from the early part of the game gave him 3 HP, and he's still out there. I have a TC in the corner. This Viper can't do decent damage. Yeah, Yo, he's defended with a tower. He's moving forward to take another one of his golds. Not much gold down here, so you do have to move out. But you can eventually get out like Yo did with the sneak TC, something that Viper still hasn't spotted. Viper gonna do a closer TC and take the hares in the nearby gold. He'll be getting his gold access too. Of a university going up for Viper, looking for ballistics by the looks of it. He'll be walled down here. Yeah, won't find a way in. Alright, I gotta start drinking water clandestine. That's the old killer bee vocabulary, the clandestine economy. The stream did just drop, yes. Okay. Is YouTube going? Looks like we're still streaming to YouTube. Okay, we're good. We're good. Hopefully. I don't know what that was. That was weird. That was a mini F. We'll see. Alright, as Yo keeps pushing through. Who's the favorite? Viper and Yo, I have no idea who's the favorite these days. Depends on how much they practiced and how interested they are in the event, I think. That's hard to say. Did YouTube have an interruption? Just Twitch? Just Twitch doing Twitch things? Not even on their 1440p beta, and it's dropping. YouTube's strong.
What's that?
And oh, University Wall for Viper. Man, I lean over to fill my water bottle and stay hydrated, and Twitch decides, no, you need to keep casting. No breaks for you. No water for you. He's gonna cook the snack. Let's see what he can cook up.
What's that?
Ooh, there's the scout, taken out by the TC. Finally does something useful, and Yo snipes it right down. Yo, he's thinking, oh, maybe Viper did the same thing. I gotta go find this corner. But nope, Viper went close by. Doesn't have that extra TC in the back. And ooh, Viper looking for a workshop on the back corner. Some of Yo's vills going idle. Pause my YouTube video so I'm not watching it myself and distracting myself. I mean, so many windows I have open on all these monitors. So we'll have another TC from Yo. That'll be his 4th TC. Viper on 3. And Yo will go for a Mangonel and Ram push. Now, the longer this goes on, we see some Saracen camels popping out for Yo, the more I think the Civ army composition will favor Yo. And he'll need to hold on. Viper's still looking to be aggressive. And ooh, he's gonna take the crossbows and sneak them around the back of the back. And just camp there among the shorefish. Maybe hit the TC. Shorefish bug? What about shorefish bug? Agbador, what's bugged about them? They look normal to me. Oh, the Vill's not pathing to them? Maybe that's not a shorefish bug, but that's a nilly bug. Maybe it is one tile between them, so maybe I need to widen that if there are pathing issues. I really didn't know exactly what to do here, so I just kind of made them different colors and plopped them down. And there's definitely more work for me to do, making this area a bit prettier and easier to access if there are pathfinding problems. I just don't want to have fire galleys in small ponds again. Too many maps with that. So Steppy's coming forward, hitting the Vil, and it'll be full camels from Yo by the looks of it. Full camels and a knight to deal with the skirms. Skirms, ooh, elite skirms actually pretty deadly against Vils. They'll go down. You like how they look. Okay. Monastery being built as a Vil goes to kill the wolf. Market there for Viper. Viper with a good number of steppies in Yo's base, and Viper up by a decent number of Vils despite having fewer TCs. He's continuing with the rocket carts. Yo will defend with mangonels. Not one crossbow being extra annoying for Viper in the back. Oh, don't get the extra range from hitting the middle of the TC. Yo, okay, dodges for the most part, and we'll get the kill there. Stops the pressure, at the same time has some camels at home. I still feel like Yo's in an okay spot. The eco difference is huge, but he can simply spam camels as he does a market. And if he's ever able to take stone and get a castle up and go Mamelukes, he'll be great. And he does have 13 Vils on stone right now. Where are those stone Vils? Don't even know where. Are they probably at home? Did I give the players a stone at home? I gave them 1 stone at home. Maybe I should not give them this stone and force them fully to come out here to the middle. Make the wall a more important part of the map. I think that's actually a good idea. I mean, I'll leave the golds as they are, but then remove the stone. Viper will build his castle forward? He's gonna find where Yo's taking gold. But this is Viper or is this Doubt? That castle's not going up so far. Has to bring his steppies over. But Yo will be stepping on these Vils with his camels. Good number of high HP Saracen camels. Yo doesn't even have bloodlines and these things have 125 HP. Yo will need one more mangonel or a diagonal hit. It looks like he will clean this. Scorpion on the way. Okay, Scorpion should be able to clean the Vils if it gets the shots off. 2 rocket carts still hoovering around. Yo does not want that castle going up for Viper. Yo's moved out to the middle. We'll have Bloodlines and Husbandry on the way. Yeah, so that now, after seeing this game, my thoughts are remove the stones at home. Viper would have had to have done a mining camp here a bit more in the middle. Maybe I need to keep the clumps of stone then towards the middle instead of the outside. I don't know. Keep them farther from the players, not as easily walled or anything. And he's got 1 low HP Vil left. Oh, but no, he's sending a Vil. It's sending the village. And Yo's got 14 Vils here. Yo needs to hold on to this area. Yo can drop a castle. Yo could plop the castle down right here. Here come the Vils, and he might be going for it. Okay, Yo, let's see what happens when that castle goes up. Viper's gonna be Imp soon, though, and Yo's nowhere close to Imp. Look at how many more resources Viper has. Even in this Civ matchup, Catan's OP. I've never really seen the Catan castle before. The games tend to end before this comes out. Interesting how they have the roof and the staircase mixed together. That looks a bit weird to me, but central courtyard, walk up the steps to the main keep. Have 3 little pillars of walls. It's a bit more rectangular than castles. Usually the castles were square. How to create random map scripts. I might do... I've been meaning to make one for a while, but with all the patches and changes recently, I've been holding off on it. I'm hoping they fix a couple bugs recently, and then I can do it. I'll do like random maps in 100 seconds. Very Fireship themed. But there's the castle. Forward castle for Yo. Viper throwing up a defensive castle of his own. He'll lose Vils, but we'll get it up eventually. 70%. Now the camels will keep hoovering around these pastures in the back. Viper managing to wall himself up. But if he stays back here to try to farm and take wood, he's not going to have as much protection for his golds. And maybe that gives Yo access to Hoover. Viper will have that gold that Yo had been taking earlier. Yo wanted a TC, but Viper there. He's there with his cav. He's there with his skirms. And Yo getting a good raid on Viper's base, but he's still down by 50 Vils. And constantly the Catans have been throughout the map using their mobility. And now this unique unit, I've seen one game where the Liao Duo was useful. I still don't know how to pronounce it. I've seen it so rarely. They have a very big sword, and they have a special thing. They do the bleed damage, right? They're one of those non-AoE 2 units that they forced in. Yeah. At least the Catans are so strong, we usually don't see this. The Li Dao? Is that how I say it? Li Dao? I feel like there is an extra syllable than just Li. It's not only the bleed damage. They have like this RPG damage over time thing. Liao Dao. I'll trust that. There's the GG. Viper goes up 1-0. And I enjoyed this map. I think that's the main takeaway, is that I should remove the stone. Should remove the stone from the player bases, and then they have to be using the wall, and the wall becomes more of a central focus. So that's my takeaway for when I update the map, remove the stone. And I still don't know what to do in the corners. It seemed okay. He put the TC there, he clearly used it. What is going on? Is it an internet issue or a Twitch issue? Well, it looks like YouTube's down too. All right, are we back? We're back. We're back on YouTube. All right, yeah. I think we had a mini F on YouTube too. I'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully that gets better throughout the day. My internet isn't dying on me. I did have the disturbing notion of when I grabbed my morning coffee today, I saw people doing road work along the side of the road, which makes me hope they didn't damage one of the internet cables. of our local infrastructure. It's good now? Alright, we're good. Lovely. Viewership's gonna go up and down then if this is what we're dealing with. So sorry about that. I don't know if there's anything I can do, though. See if they're in the next game. Okay, they are in the lobby. It'll be a Chili Nomad game. Chili Nomad. Alright, time for me to eat my breakfast sandwich. You have a 20-second delay. That's not good. That's probably a refresh situation. Yeah, we just lost like over half the viewers, so we definitely did have some issue. Do I think there are too many unique effects for new players to grasp, or do I think old civs should get some of these enhancements? I definitely think there are too many unique effects. I think that part of the fun of AoE 2 was that it didn't have those unique effects. And that, Age of Mythology was its own thing, where the unique effects fit the universe there. In AoE 2, it feels like the simplicity kind of led itself to more of a very specific micro and unit control focus, where the focus was on like the overall strategy of where do you position the units, how do you take the fights, and less about individually using the special mechanics. I think that's a more fun way to have as the main focus of your gameplay rather than special effects. And I think that is also a point that it does take. It's harder to learn what they do. I still don't know what all the bleed damage does or how exactly that works. And it's one thing to have things that are fun to learn, but it should be stuff that makes sense easily and then is fun to learn. Kind of like the projectile system, where it's very complex, but it works even if you don't know all the specifics. So let's see, they're in the lobby still? Are they in the lobby? Are they launching? They're launching. Alright, say a prayer to Lord Doubt that my internet holds up then. Sorry about the drop, and hopefully we're good to continue. And fish right at the start. Lots of great fish marlins. Persians should have the uptiming advantage. But you want to see a turtle ship in the pond? I do too, and you know what? I have not seen turtle ships since they were re-changed. Because initially, I don't know why they ruined something. They tried to fix something that wasn't broken and they broke it. And turtle ships were completely useless against fires. But then they rebalanced them again. And I've not seen them since the rebalance. So that would be interesting to see if Viper can get 2 turtle ships out. Because as you say, the Persians have the faster uptiming, and that's exactly what we have here. So this is a Nomad start where players dock the middle, then have TCs on the outside, and winning the water here will likely be very important. And since Viper is up so slowly, it looks like he will indeed go for a fast castle. Double docks from Yo. Why is it called chili? Because the games are spicy? I don't know. This is one of Danger Duck's maps. Mowerfall was my map concept. The rest of the maps are done by Danger Duck. Efficient against most ships except fires. That's what they're supposed to be good against, though. That's what they're supposed to be good against. Otherwise, the Koreans, they don't have demos. They don't have a way of dealing with fires. No. No. I almost want my little turtles back. Alright, so thank you all if you're still tuning in. Hopefully the internet issues stabilize. And we're gonna have an elephant and rhino lore. Double lore! Let's go, Viper. Double lore. Elephant and rhino coming to his TC. And with this build, Viper is surely fast castling. And on stone, he will be going to do some war wagons. Dropping castle and war wagoning. I mean, maybe that's how he takes the middle. He could just drop the castle right on the middle. Make 1 turtle ship and camp under the castle with the turtle, repair it. With all the shallows and the thickness of the beach, this would be a nice demo map, so Viper may be playing a bit risky not having demos. And look at this economy. Look at this mining camp and the efficiency. The zebra is going to block the vills. The zebra's saying, Viper, your mining camp is way too efficient. I gotta mess up your map hacks. You go back to lurking. Thanks for the chill streams. Well, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you, Dakota Fred. I had to read your name for a second to see the Dakota in it. I was going to say, like, Dakota, but no, Dakota. There we are. And Hanzi66, thank you for the follow. We're closing in on 14,000 followers. We're almost there. We're about 200 followers away. So I appreciate the follows. And Castle Age on the way for Viper. And check Richie. Thank you for the follow. Everyone check that Richie's following. And Taltor, thank you for the follow. -1. At least it's not -7k. So Loom here for Yo. He was able to delay Loom by quite a while. He's got a stable and a blacksmith. And Viper's up to the castle age. Question then for Viper is, where does he place the castle? If he plops it down in the middle of his base at home, he will be safe. If he goes to the middle, he might be able to take the fish. And that is a good number of fishing ships. 5 fishing ships for Yo right here. Oh, -1 follower is needed. I thought you were making a -7k joke. How much is there in the middle? Well, so far, remaining fish, only 400. So unless you actually, well, there are shorefish there, right? 600, so 1,000 total food. I guess unless you're gonna invest into fish traps, then maybe the middle castle would be useless at this point. Just fish too fast. So yeah, I mean, maybe right here in the middle of his eco makes sense for Viper. He's okay. He's gonna go more towards the middle. Monastery Castle. He'll be able to be devoted. And Jackie333, thank you for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much. Hope you all are having a wonderful weekend. Start getting some coffee. Like the new effects aren't that different than hidden bonus damage. I think the thing about hidden bonus damage is that it's explained very well in the counters sheet. And the hidden bonus damage kind of fits the theme of like pikemen counter knights, so they have bonus damage against them. Whereas the special attacks are less obvious how they function. Want to see some sudden disaster? So Sudden Disaster did a great job of forcing players to do crazy YOLO plays that somehow work out. The number of ridiculous plans that players had that actually worked out was insane. Maybe let's take the Rhino. It has much better economy, right? And that's what you expect as the Persians in this Civ matchup. Persians, Koreans, you expect the Persians to have something like this of a lead of resources collected, but then to struggle fighting the war wagons. And it's only a 6-fill lead. Oh, and Wise Turtle, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. You have access to our wonderful child model emote.
سلام آماده
The war wagon's moving around the back. And we'll have a TC going up for Yo. Fire's trying to fight the war wagons, but the war wagons are winning. Okay, I never realized war wagons were that good against fire ships, but there they are. I guess you don't need turtles. Maybe that's the Koreans' answer to the fire ships. They don't need turtles, they just need war wagons. They don't need the historically accurate unit, they need the made-up unit. I feel like Viper needed an aggressive castle, and maybe he had an opportunity to do so early on. I mean, this is a Nomad map. If there is a type of map you'd expect Yo to have an advantage on, it'd be this. Does Viper have a university? He does not. He does not, from what I can tell. Monks will be healing up the war wagons. Hello again, Malfunk Eddie. Well, glad you enjoyed it. I'm in the process of collecting invoices from players and getting my payment from Microsoft, and then sending out the payments. I have an emote of the lumberjack pose. What I want to do, Wise Turtle, is, you know, like the T90 chopper emote, that like the animated one. I want to make an animated emote like that with the lumberjack. Does Viper have a 401k? I don't know. Yeah, that one. Hacker man. I need to figure out how to do that, because I think I'll need like a green screen to shoot it in front of. And like proper lighting and everything. So camels against war wagons. That's an interesting composition. Camels are not really that tanky against the War Wagon's 0 base Pierce armor. But they do have bonus damage against them. It is +9 against Cav, and that is what the War Wagons count as. They do count as cavalry. And the camels are also faster, so by quite a bit actually, because there's no husbandry yet for Viper, and it is in for Yo. Yeah. So if Yo can close the distance with camels and take fights, he should be okay. But from afar, it's awkward. It depends on the micro. AI update the video. AI has been like, I'm definitely not utilizing them to their full potential, but they've been very useful as coding assistants. Just being able to throw random questions to them and phrase the question in a way that an old Google search wouldn't necessarily have given you great results for. And it's nice to be able to ask random questions without, like, you know, Stack Overflow saying this has been asked and answered already, even though it doesn't answer what you want. Or being able to prompt for follow-up beyond a minimal working example. Berber's Burgers, hello. Helps you good with SQL, yep. It's not good for like large-scale code generation at all, but for very specific things, like how does X work in this API? As long as you're careful to realize it hallucinates, it can be helpful. And I feel like on the whole, it's an advantage. Like the downside is that you don't want it writing code for you, because then when you need to debug the code, you have the extra difficult task of debugging someone else's code. And the debugging phase often is the much longer than writing the code itself. So that in itself can end up taking more time. But if you use it well for very small and specific things, I think they're very useful. Oh, the new H-1B visa thing? That's... yeah. I don't like the snarky responses on Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow would be great if it didn't have the snarky responses. So, War Wagons are expensive. Viper's lost quite a few of them at this point. I'll have a 5-vil lead for Yo and a nice 2k resources collected lead as he is adding in those Persian TCs and continuing to boom around the back of his base. So where will the War Wagons get? Maybe onto the gold. We'll have Wheelbarrow on the way for Yo. And a few knights running around the back, trying to find some vills in the woodline, maybe. Only Persian knights get +2 against archers, not their camels. Their bonus is the knight line is +2 attack versus ranged soldiers. So, not only the Persians, but any ally of them would have their knights +2, but the camels don't, correct. The light cav line does not, although the pull bonus is for the light cav. Ooh, the monk wants a conversion. Camels providing a nice buffer in front of the monks. And this is how you can force the fights with the camels. I was talking earlier about how the camels need to be able to close the distance to take the fights. Here with the conversion on the War Wagon, as the camels run forward, the monks do just that. They create that little buffer zone where the War Wagons have to run away from the monks and they're not shooting at the camels, and the camels can chase them away, and if the War Wagons try to jump the monks, then the camels are able to force the fight. So just 1 or 2 monks, as long as you have the camels in front of them, make a huge difference in how these War Wagon engagements play out. Should he have started adding pikes? Problem is he doesn't really have the eco to do that. He only has 55 villagers, and making a tech switch when you've already invested into the castle and into the into the expensive War Wagons is tricky. Yeah, maybe, ideally he'd have some pikemen to protect the War Wagons from the camels. But it's hard to afford that for him. And remember, he didn't have the fish in the middle either. That was all Yo early. So he's already starting from behind. And he's going to call the GG. It says, yo, your economy's too good. I can't contest it. And, well, I mean, not like the game was over there. He could have maybe played on, tried to take a great fight, but yeah, he sees the 3TC boom of the Persians and thinks he's not going to be able to overcome it. And rather than fight an extended game, he'll just call the GG. And I'll head to the next one. So it's the 36 to 33 KD in favor of Viper, with the deaths there were the expensive war wagons. And Yoziko had pulled ahead right from the start. And GG, well done for Yo. Let me update our scoreboard now that I don't have to worry about my internet dropping. Hopefully I didn't speak too soon. There we are. Correct. Where are the maps? Oh, there are the maps. Powerfall was a win for Viper. Chili Nomad was a win for Yo, and I need to swap my scoreboard around. Give me a second for that. We have Yo on that side, Viper on that side. Should notice that earlier. FC into War Wagons. I feel like FC into War Wagons would have worked better if he had been more aggressive with the castle, as someone said earlier. Well, when he was so defensive with it, it was hard to keep it up. Also, how's the size of the logo in Capture Age? I didn't actually. I was going to resize that, and I forgot to. I thought it was too big earlier. I'll look at that next game. Oh, this is best of 7. Yes, Underhill. Best of 7. Best of 7. Now I could look at the map. Did they pick Kudam? No, they didn't pick the Kfirstendam. That was banned by Viper. That's a very open, kind of Land Madness-esque map. Kind of low res? What do you mean low res? I guess I did make it small. Oh wait, what the heck did I do to my chat? Chat, what? There we are. You were not visible for a second. I reordered my scenes in OBS and I put you behind the overlay instead of on top of it. Sorry. I'm not trying to hide you, chat. I'm not trying to hide you, Twitch, from YouTube. I want them to see you. It's pixelated. Ashamed of you? No, Drex. I love having you guys here. So next will be Rorow Rage. Nice to have your 200 plus people between Twitch and YouTube. After I took a good week off from streaming. So it's nice to come back and still have viewers. It's always a risk. Sometimes you take a break from streaming and then no one's around to watch you anymore. So I feel appreciated and loved. What is the theme of this tournament? It's called the GL Quintessential Cookout, and if you know Danger Duck, he makes a bunch of food-themed maps. And we're doing a tournament on his maps. The theme is that there's a bit of a different twist to the Civ drafting. And it's called the Quintessential Cookout, because the Civs are drafted in groups of 5. So essentially you're picking a group of Civs, rather than individual Civs in the Civ draft. Kind of a twist on the Civ drafting format. I feel like that's kind of hard to explain properly, because I would need to show a spreadsheet of Civs. Otherwise, I'd probably need to spend a lot of time doing some proper graphic design and figuring out how to make a good display of it. Oh, and Deneb, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate having you here. A quintet of Civs, hence quintessential, yes. And I guess you pick 2 quintets for the best of 7. I should probably read the handbook before casting. I have the 2 semifinals today, finals tomorrow. And after the semifinals today, I'm going to cast the 2v2 in the Brazilian Dynasties event. They're using some of the cartographer's maps, so I'd like to get a peek at that. A deck tet. Yeah, it's like, maybe we should just do another handbook reading session. Well, once I completely finish the Stronghold Frenzy handbook, we'll take a look at that. We'll read that. I put a good bit of design work into that. It's not going to be, like, perfect, but it's going to be, like, 95% of the way I want. And some small tweaks will get it finished for future events. High adrenaline content. There was that one day, as we have the scouts in the middle, and it's a Drush from Viper. So Drush from Viper trying to contest the middle as Yo has docked. Viper didn't dock, so Viper's plan was to Drush and contest the middle. What he did not do was deny the dock. But he might grab a villager at the cost of a scout. Ooh, doesn't get a hit on the Vil. The scout goes down and the Vil escapes. He's able to harass the fishing ships, though. So, Yo up to feudal. There are some shorefish in the middle. Viper's able to harass them with a militia. And the Vils will be forced back towards the TC. Am I casting the Lin Yuan Cup next month? If I can wake up in time, I will. Yes. I'll need some energy from the chat. I'm also casting Stronghold Frenzy, and I'm also going to TwitchCon. I still need to book my flights and my hotel and make plans for that. I'm going to TwitchCon in San Diego at the end of October. I haven't been there since 2018. It's been a while. So militia hoovering around. Viper will be a little over a minute slower to feudal. Around a minute 20 seconds slower to feudal than Yo. F again? You're scaring me. It looks okay. It looks okay to me here. I still get green bars in OBS. Okay, everyone else is okay. Whew. Is lagging? Okay, maybe that's that's a you issue and not a me issue then. If it's only you. The lag always scares me. Ooh, nice trap from Viper. Can't resist building a quick gate, but Yo able to dodge and run around the mill, escape the Vils. Probably your neighbor's leeching off your Wi-Fi. Ooh. Militia coming forward from Viper. And those militia have turned into men-at-arms, and they will teach that archer a lesson. Down he goes. Viper's first kill of the game. And Viper, ooh, throughout all the shenanigans in the middle, he did make another dock. He will dock the southeast. And start grabbing the fish. Here, ooh, look at this, look at this. There's a shorefish directly in the middle of the deep fish. They double up on each other. Oh, that's amazing. That's so cute. Just doubled up fish placement. Look at that. Look at that. Aesthetic. The neb is aesthetic. Imagine shooting arrows at someone, then they suddenly get armor or sword and become faster. That's a lot of things to do all of a sudden. You're a recursive fish. There's some overlapping fish there. Maybe we should bring back the fish that are partially off the edge of the world from those other maps. The shore is deep for fish. Ooh, Viper going for the fishing ship. With enough scouts out, he can draw the fire galleys out of position and start attacking the fish. And right now, Viper, as the Chinese, actually is ahead of Yo in terms of resources collected. And he will be looking to dock the middle. Hard fight against the Byzantine fires. But if he's able to get 2 docks up, maybe he can contest and win the middle. Winning the middle is important because there's a ton of gold scattered about here. Any upcoming team game tournament? Well, later today I'm going to be casting a 2v2. In terms of big team game tournaments, not that I'm aware of right now. Oh wait, there's the Amigo Wars. There's a Rage Force tournament starting tomorrow. I'm updating the map for that after the stream. So there's the Amigo Wars coming up if you're into Rage Forest. After that, don't have anything on my radar just yet. This map, I feel like Row Rage was a really interesting 2v2 map when we played it in Cartographers the other day, or I think the first one. It gave you options for fighting over the middle or for milling the sides, and there were a couple different ways we saw teams play it, and I don't think there was one meta that was developed. And Lily, hello Lily. And hello, Sunnyflower. Hope you're having a flowery day. So, Spear is poking down the scouts. So they keep running around and the archers come forward. I have a stable and a house coming up here for Yo. Did someone say Nilly? I didn't yet. Maybe we should. We said Nilly a bit in the first game. Flowery and sunny, ooh. Doubly appropriate. Imagine if you saw Viper and I told Viper, hey, hope you're having a Viper-filled day. That'd be probably scary for him. Imagine, it's like snakes on a plane. He just wakes up and then his day is filled with Vipers. Everywhere he goes, he can't escape them. That'd be pretty scary. Sounds like a threat. So 6 HP scout from Yo going to hoover around Viper's base as Yo goes up. So Viper on the 2 outside ponds, Yo will dock and look to contest one of them. And Yo firmly in control of the middle after Viper had tried to go for that dock, and that's the downside of fighting against the Byzantines. When they want to invest into their fires, they will win the water, and there's not much you can do against that. What if those are car wipers? They have a very clean day if you have that many wipers cleaning your windshield for you. Maybe that would be a nightmare if you're just inundated with wipers so much so that they block your view and you can't see. Wouldn't be able to drive anywhere. So Spear comes over for Yo, and he gets the dock up. Viper's archer is not in time to stop the single Vil and deny the dock. And this will put some pressure on Viper in this pond. Are his fish taking the shorefish or the deep fish? He probably, oh, he's taking the shorefish. He probably wants to have clicked the deep fish, but he clicked the shorefish on the inside. Oh no. Archers here going down. Okay, that was a massacre of Viper's army. And Yo was going to be clicking Elite Skirm. He's going to have the best unit in the game. Viper is the Chinese. He's going to be doing Bloodlines. Might open up room for Byzantine camels then from Yo. And typical Chinese villager lead does have a nice villager lead. And 45 to 37 actual villagers. And good resource collected lead. But Yo, 17 to 5 military with an opportunity to pressure. And as the Byzantines, Yo will likely keep up the pressure with that military count. Going for elite skirms, and we see the camels now. Skirm camel, and he'll probably continue with the discount, having a great military. And Viper wanted a TC, but not with that army hoovering nearby. We'll do one TC in the back of his base. Yo is going to get up his second TC. And we'll see if a third TC will come up at all. For Viper. What is this Discord notification I got? Oh, your duck. Alright. Rip to Chinese... Yeah, rip to Chinese camels. Sorry, I had to reply to a message there. And we have knights coming forward. You're glad... Oh, I'm sad they lost camels. They fit the theme of the Civ so well. With their tech discounts and being able to swap and have a versatile composition that then kind of falls off an imp. I thought they were really well suited to the Chinese. Same thing with the Redemption monks without block printing. I feel like that was a better design. Although maybe that could be a decent nerf to them with how strong they were. Fire Lancers are just OP. From everything I've seen. As much as the lack of mobility can hurt them in certain situations, I think overall it's actually a stronger unit than the camel. And it was buffed in some situations, nerfed in others. Change. So Viper going for the fishing ships, and still has a great eco lead. So kind of like that first game, we see Viper with the amazing economy, and Yo with a Civ that's maybe trying to hold on for late game. Byzantines do have a few more options, again having the camels, having the cheap skirms, having access to bombard cannons. And also still with those fires able to control the pawns better. Although Byzantine fires versus dragon ships, wait, Viper has dragon ships now, how do those do against Byzantine fires? I actually don't know. I saw dragon ships once and they seemed awful, but maybe that's just because Orlu was making them. Oh, demo! But only a demo raft. Gets some good HP on the knights, not enough to really finish them off though, and Viper might be able to heal them up. Oh, a well-placed demo, if not a well-upgraded one, for Yo. What is a dragon ship? The unique fast fire ship variant for the Chinese. Let's see. They spew fire at close range. They also like, I don't know why they lost this bonus, because did it ever matter? No, just remove some of their flavor. They had extra HP for their demo ships, which they don't have anymore. And I miss that. So, some good Canada games of Chris going demos from the pocket. Monk wants a conversion, gets it! Monk's OP. Insta. No second insta. Is Viper devoted? He is devoted too. That was an insta for the devotion. And we just put all the dragon ship wood into more TCs. He probably put all the dragon ship wood into walls and TCs. I don't know how they do against Byzantine fast fires though. That might be interesting. Maybe the dragon ship upgrade itself is more expensive than fast fire, so the Byzantines might still get there. They'll still have the timing with their cheaper imp too. So Yo with the score lead, but down by 13 eco units. That's 83 to 71 vills there, or 84 to 71 now. Crossbow on the way for Yo. He'll try to make a composition too. He needs something to deal with the Fire Lancers, and crossbows into Arbalests should be the play there. Cataphract should also be great against the Fire Lancers if we ever get to that stage for Yo. Viper will clear this pond. And monks come forward for some conversions. Some more skirms on the way. Camels killing some Fire Lancers. Monks will heal everything up for Yo. Yo with a slight score lead, and as I said, he's not going to relinquish the lead in military numbers that he has. Also picking up his 4th relic now, has 3 relics, will bring the relic back to the monastery. As Knights in a Camel will hoover around on the west. Yeah, the Byzantine healing bonus is great. Right, that's actually an insane bonus in the right situation. Monks heal 100% faster. What actually is super interesting, and never something I've really seen, but feels good from like the 1 or 2 times I've done it in team games, is Byzantines plus Teutons, because Teutons have extra healing range on their monks, and the monks can stand really far behind the fight and heal. So we'll have a castle race here between Viper and Yo. Viper trying to get a forward castle. Wanted it a bit more forward, but won't quite get it. And Yo, though, as the Byzantines, will use that cheaper imp to click up. And he's just going to throw some camels into this fight. Even with the Fire Lancers there, it might be a decent fight for him to clear some knights at the front before the castle goes up. And even if he takes a losing fight, he's Byzantines. He can afford some losing fights here and there. Oh, that's true. Byzantines, Persians, Teutons, unkillable war elephants. Teuton knights healing the Persian elephants are the Byzantine bonus. Oh, that feels good. That actually feels good. Yeah, not a doubt castle. He was able to defend it, but he is up 90 seconds later. So this, in all likelihood, will be a losing Treb war. Yo might need a couple tiles of walls here. There's a university and masonry on the way for Viper, but masonry will pale in comparison to the Byzantine HP. And so now we're kind of getting to that Treb war stage where as soon as Yo gets up, we expect him to do the university, click chemistry, and potentially add bombard cannons while pumping out Trebs. And I think I still like Yo's position here. Maybe he would want to wall along the edges of the map, but can be a bit tricky with the acacia trees out there. He will notice this raid from Viper and get the camels out there to fend it off. At the same time, Yo holds 2 of the 3 ponds, so good map control from him. There is Imp, and now it's time for the Trebs to start popping. And this Byzantine castle will have 6,720 HP right at the start of Imp. Viper with masonry, still 1,500 HP short. And hello, Eric, and hello, Jim on YouTube. How did Yo see that raid coming? When you're as good as Yo, you have the awareness. You have the map awareness, right? You have that sense of how the game flows to pick out the raids like that. Yeah, and also Yo has the hill bonus. He has the Treb. I'm thinking just a bit of walling in front of the Trebs could be nice, but maybe not even necessary. The Treb shooting would be necessary. There it goes. Best civ for a reason, for many reasons. And there we go. So Viper just now up to Imp. Yo will have 2 Trebs out before Viper even clicks his first. Viper trying to do chemistry, but will not have bombard cannons as the Chinese. And there is the Treb, going to return some shots on that castle. To cancel. Oh, he's not going to get conscription, is he? No, he's not. Not even contesting, no Trebs, no conscription. And now we see that score lead for Yo, and this is what I've been looking at all game. Viper had an eco lead, but he's still fighting the Byzantines, and now it's time for Yo to raid. He has Bracer already. And Market and TC, maybe a bit awkward for Yo to run through here, but he can do it. Farms there will prevent some rewalling, and he is through. He is through. Ooh, Viper trying to gate to trap the crossbows. Well, nicely done. Let his army take a better fight. Well, it's just a real subtle thing, but a couple of gates there led to a really great engagement. Their army will be cleared. On the other side, though, Yo coming forward. Viper trying to take the gold in the middle. Demo in the dock still from Yo. Yo could do some Dromans, but I guess there's nothing for him to hit with the Dromans. Two of the greats facing each other is always fun. Viper Yo is always fun. An engagement as an engagement pun. I get that. I get the pun. Fire Lancer is going down. Or not. They're also pushing forward. Crossbows stopped engaging in the fight when they saw all the skirms. Viper maybe lost track of the crossbows, though. Ooh, this is going to be bad for Viper. I see he's starting to move out with some Vils and Light Cav, maybe looking for raids or forward stable positions. But crossbows, ooh, maybe Yo engaged a bit too early and need to be a bit closer to the Vils. He'll only pick off 2 or 3. We'll at least force Viper off the gold and be able to split up and try to run away as the skirms come over. You love the sudden death element? I did too. I absolutely loved casting that. I wish I had more time for doing like some breakdowns and editing videos throughout it. But I've also was working on the maps for this tournament in the meantime too, and still trying to fix the stuff that was broken by the pathfinding patch. There's all of Danger Duck's maps, most of these maps are his. I did Mauerfall and Kudam, which are kind of work in progress maps we're testing out. All of Danger Duck's maps broke too, due to the pathfinding patch, so I had to fix them. Crossbows coming over, hitting the light cav. Castle going to hit the crossbows. Monk's going to go for some conversions on the light cav. And get some shots on them. They go down. Viper preparing an army. Now, what I said is for so long about Yo not relinquishing the army lead kind of goes away now that you're around 200 pop. He has a few more units to add in to stay at 200 pop. But he's going cataphracts, and those are expensive, and they are elite. Are their swords golden now? I never actually looked at the elite upgrade, but yeah, their swords are gold. Oh, the elite cataphract actually looks sick. I don't think a golden sword is ever something that would be practical in battle. I will assume it's just, like, coated in gold, and the core is still an actual sword. Still feels very impractical. They're like witchers who went from silver to gold. And there they go, whacking away at those Arbs. Go elite cataphract. Look at them in all their majesty. I mean, cataphracts are the type of unit that they're so good they should have a platinum sword. Let's skip past the gold, and there's a GG from Viper as Yo and the Byzantines end up taking a rather long but Byzantine-esque map. You hold on, you fight for the pawns, you win the castle fight, and you push an imp. And we even got to see some cataphracts at the end. GG, get your cataphract emotes in the chat. Yeah, Viper, indeed, gaming keyboard, did get wrecked by the cataphracts. $130 to 91 KD. in favor of Yo. Res Collected actually slightly in favor of Viper. That Chinese economy is scary. And here we go. That's 2-0 for Yo. As Viper there lost Rorow. Viper has Arabia and Arena as his home maps. And yeah, Arabia is basically DE's Arabia. I made some very slight tweaks to it. Still probably, I kind of want to completely redesign and do a new Arabia. But that was a bit beyond the scope for what we were aiming for this event. So, also thank you everyone for watching. It's nice to have, we're at just about 300 viewers between Twitch and YouTube, so thank you all for tuning in. And we'll have Arena. Oh yes, Viper picking the best map. Arena next. Yeah, Mountain Arabia. I'm gonna need to do a big deep dive on Arabia. Golden Cataphract Golden Swords are probably more cost-effective than the Mameluke single-use scimitars. You have a good point there. Oh gosh, imagine if the Elite Mamelukes had golden scimitars they were throwing. Viper, let's go. Got a Viper fan in the chat. Sneck needs to make a comeback. See if he can give us an extended series, tie it up 2-2. Arena should be, I think, Viper's best map. He's the only two-time master of Arena. Only one Viper fan? Never remember. Viper has 999 fans. Is there another game soon? Yes, we're just waiting for them to launch. Actually, we're waiting for me to click buttons. Yes, they're in the lobby on Arena. They'll be launching momentarily, I'm sure. How you doing, Bendito? Hope you're having a good weekend. That is a T-West. Yes, indeed. I am Helios. How you doing, Helios? And here we are on Arena. Now this version of Arena, I actually basically made this all the way from scratch, but I've had other versions of Arena I've made, so it wasn't that much of a problem to do it. There are always 4 deer, no chickens on it, and it's fairly small compared to the middles of other versions of Arena. So fairly small, and I didn't put foxes on it. And the reason there are no foxes is because they're not pushable anymore. Is that there was always a bug that the foxes were pushable, and I didn't want to make them pushable or not pushable, like, and not actually know what was going on the map. So this is Arena. It has proper 1,800 HP walls, so we're not going to see any tower rushes. And it's just going to be good old Arena. Good old classic game of Arena. Viper deletes all of his back walls. We'll see if Yo does the same. And it's Turks Burgundians, some good old Arena civs. We've been watching lots of 1TC Arena games on Sudden Death. Now we're going to see the Burgundians with a chance to boom. You can see the booming Burgundians. Arena, yes. Chilling with a 1 month old. Well, congrats. Working and when picking music on YouTube, found the stream of the tournament, so decided to jump to Twitch to watch it. Cringe-worthy name. Spelling arena with several I's. I feel like your username is trying to say something about arena. The Boom Gundians. Oh, we see double bit axe already. Researched for Viper. And players should have a relatively easy push of 4 deer. As I said, I was like, where are Yo's deer? Did my map break? Did they not spawn? No, he's pushed them all already. That's what this version of Arena's like. No chicken funnels. Hello, Jan Chess. Yeah, not used to seeing all the booms. So what are we going to see here? Could the Turks be going light cav? Yo kills the boar with the TC. I hate that you can do that still. Even worse than auto farm. Which is worse than auto scout. Yeah, Viper trying to push the deer. Needs to make sure he doesn't push them outside of his walls. He's being a bit crazy with the push here. Such a positive change. Oh, I horribly disagree with that. This is one of my least favorite changes that they've made. It was such a good gameplay experience that you had so many different stages of luring the boar. Like, at first you'd do loom and you'd bring it in, and then you'd learn to do it without loom, and then you'd learn to do the TC trick. And you didn't ever have to do the TC trick. It's only a tiny bit more effective. But it was there, and it was something you could, you know, I saw comments from people who were like, yeah, I went to the editor, I plopped down a whole bunch of boar, and I practiced it, and then it felt so good when I mastered it and was able to do it. And it's like, yeah, I can do something the pros can do now. Maybe it was too punishing. Maybe it should be something like 50% of the food is removed, or it should decay faster, but there needs to be some type of punishment for killing it with the TC. Otherwise, it's kill it with the TC every single time, and there's absolutely no risk to luring that boar, and there's no risk to doing a thing that was fun on Black Forest, where you lure 3 boars at once, and then have to make sure you kill them properly with the TC so you don't spoil the food. And that ending area is just shoot them all with the TC. Nothing really can go wrong. It's way too simple now. You know, removes something that I think was not just kind of fun, but I mean, luring the boar is one of the more iconic things of playing multiplayer AoE 2. And it's the type of thing that, like, it doesn't do anything to, like, make the game more accessible to new players or anything, because all you have to do is take the vills and shoot with the vills. There was a very easy and clear alternative that literally was tutorialized in the game through the Art of War. That was the alternative. And like Auto Scout. I'm still not really a fan of Auto Scout either, but that's a completely different issue. You play on controller on PS5? Just shoot with the vills. I mean, doesn't the PS5 have auto lure anyway? I think the Xbox had that too when I played it. And you like auto lure the boar to the TC, and your other vills would just start shooting it. When did you miss the TC boar change? It was in the last patch. Not the hotfix, but the patch before that. Kill with vills and you risk losing vills. Yes, that's a good thing. There should be risk to luring the boar. There should be risk to luring the boar. The thing is that AoE 2 is like, you know, we watch a lot of high-level games. You know, you know, we have this arena right now, and it's just booming, right? There's nothing going on in the Dark Age. You need to have some gameplay in the Dark Age. And a lot of AoE 2 isn't just high-level players doing the perfect thing every time. It's low-level players who are going to be playing their, you know, their 4v4 Black Forests on Game Ranger. Not even on Game Ranger anymore, but that's the thing. Like, they're playing a lot of games where it's just Boom City. And the game needs to have gameplay while you're doing the boom. And if luring the board has no risk to it, then you're removing gameplay. And all of a sudden, the game functions less as that city builder simulator. That's where the booming is fun, and more just like you're trying to skip the Dark Age. And instead of making the Dark Age more interesting, you're removing probably the most fun and most interesting aspects of it. So now that the barracks is up for Yo, we're finally going to get something happening in this game. And we'll have stone being mined for Yo. He is the Turks, and he will be going for a forward castle. Now, he will get the free light cav upgrade once he goes up, Viper adding in a few scouts, so Yo will counter with spears. And one thing scouts do not do is stop a castle drop, especially once spears come out from the barracks. If you're committing to the spear, then the castle will go up, and the only way to stop it is if Viper really commits to spears himself and stops the quick walls. And maybe that spear is enough. Maybe the spear is enough. Scouts by themselves don't stop the castle drop, but scouts and spears just might. Just might. Yo's gonna have to fight with Vils, and will this be enough from Viper? He only has one spear out. Maybe if he had full committed and gotten more spears, he could have stopped it, but no, here we are from Yo. Castle is going up, and that castle will be covering the gold. Remember, the Turks do have a bonus that they mine gold more quickly. So great spot for Yo to do a follow-up mining camp, start mining gold, and think about going imp quickly. Time to do some low elo legend casts. Not something I'm particularly interested other than maybe community games. It's just not something I find particularly fun to go and cast. Add wolves closer to the TC for more gameplay. There was that one hyper random map I casted where there were 3 Vils surrounding the or 3 lions surrounding the TC at the start, and they attacked your Vils while they were trying to do the starting houses. That was actually awesome. Hopefully Zetnus brings some of that back. We have Masters of Hyper Random happening soon. There's a monastery going up for Yo. You gotta be careful when you joke around in chat, because we might actually think that your bad ideas are good. Okay, there's a poke. Viper investing into light cav, but light cav against Janissaries feels like a big investment, as he's gonna lose a Vil to Yo's light cav. Monastery coming forward. Turks will have great Castle Age monks, but that's mostly for collecting relics. The light cav upgrade for Viper is to try to prevent monks from grabbing relics, and we'll see how much of an effect that will have. Wants to pick them up. Since Yo has the forward map position, he does have the advantage in monastery positioning, grabbing the relics, but since he went for the castle, Viper got the double monasteries up first. And we'll be trying to bring in the relics. Yo, ooh, the monk does not get the relic inside the gate. Yo is going to run back with the Janissary. Have to turn around, Viper might get it in. And now it's Janissaries versus Light Cav, which is not a fight the Light Cav will win, but they will at least be distracting enough that the Janissaries won't be able to stop the monk from grabbing the relic. That'll be the second relic from Viper. And this is maybe the downside of Yo doing the castle over here. He put the castle on this side of Viper's base because he wanted the gold access, but by doing it there, instead of maybe like over here, he's giving Viper the opportunity to sneak out and grab those relics. Had the castle been more in the middle of the map, then the Janissaries could sneak out to the left side, to the right side, like garrison, teleport through the castle a bit, and it helps him control the relics more. So I think a great reaction from Viper to go for the double monastery after seeing Yo's castle position and grab the relics from the middle of the map, not be down 5 relics to the player with the map control. So he does have 2, that's probably all he'll get. Will likely be 2 to 3 as Yo's guarding that last relic with the scout. And now the double monk defense can help against Janissaries. Monks were always one of those things that sometimes were your best option against Janissaries, but never felt really great because of the 8 range that the Janissaries had compared to the 9 of the monks. Now with only 7 range, monks are a bit more effective against Janissaries, and Yo might need to be devoted soon. He does have that monastery where he can do it. As there's a conversion that comes in. And trading a monk for a Janissary is probably a trade you're willing to make. spot the far relic. He doesn't actually have scouting of it. Interestingly enough, didn't spot that area of the map. Yeah, Masters of Hyper Random is great. We'll see what Zetnus cooks up. It would be really cute if Zetnus could, like, add to Hyper Random some stuff like Wellsprings or like Aqueduct maps as a new category of randomness. That might be a bit too extreme, though. How much do they cost? It's food and gold. Do we get to see that in Capture Age? Can I hover over and get a cost? I can't. So someone can look that up on the wiki and tell me. I saw, I think someone in Dave's chat put together like a Twitch overlay where you yourself can hover over things and get stats. I've always been thinking of making one myself, so maybe I'll look into it sometime soon. Yeah, that's another way we could do like some programming live streams and program the Twitch extension together. So here is a forward castle from Yo. Ram coming forward from Viper. Can he ram the castle? His Cavaliers are blocking it. So Burgundians, they must be making Cavaliers. Cavalier, usually a good choice against Janissaries, but you do need a good number of them. And especially with the monk support, I worry this is too many Janissaries from Yo. Viper with a good eco lead now, but he can't stop the castle. He can't stop the castle. And he's just going to call GG. Yo up 3-0. So classic Turks Arena style against a boom then. Viper, I liked his opening to grab the relics, but didn't really have a follow-up to that. As Burgundians, you're hoping to have a good economy, and Viper's plan here, as he added the stables in the back, was to get enough Cavaliers to try to overwhelm the Janissary numbers, but didn't quite have enough time to put the better economy to use and get the Cavaliers out. I mean, he had Wheelbarrow, Horsecollar, Bowsaw, and did have that double bit axe from the Dark Age. All of his farms were Horsecollar farms. But by the time Yo came forward for that castle, Viper, he has 2 Cavaliers left. And what did he have in total? 6 light cav, didn't even have that many Cavaliers. Viper wanted to make a heavy Cavalier transition and fight, but did not have the timing on it. Yo forward for the second castle. I mean, Yo's options is the Turks. You basically have 2 options once you do the forward castle. It's try to go imp fast, or you try to pressure and eventually get a forward follow-up castle. He stayed Castle Age for the follow-up. And worked out for him. And nobody can stop the castle. Not Viper. And Rudy, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate all of the support. Hopefully, as we head into the end of the year, we can pick up on some sub numbers, make a push to get closer to that 300 second tier Partner Plus. So, like I've been saying, apologies for the ads, but I try to keep them between the game, so I'll run it now. You can always watch on YouTube for the ad-free experience. And let's see, we have a scoreboard to update. And looks like, I might jinx myself, but internet issues have not cropped up again. 3-0 lead for Yo, winning on Arena. Winning on Arena, the bestest of the maps. And I wonder if that leads to Arabia for the final game, or if Viper will pick something fancy and go for the Regicide map. No defensive castle, no skirms. I guess skirms are another option against Janissaries, Elite Skirm, now that they have less range. 3-1 lead, 3-1 lead. Yo, dominating. And of course, we will have the next semifinals coming up right after this. Let's see, who are the players in that other semifinals? I've actually forgotten. Let me check the schedule. And Arabia indeed will be the next map. It will be Sebastian versus Sorakuma. Alright, interesting pair for the next semifinals. And here we go. And here we are. We will have Viper versus Yo. And this DE Arabia. the extra golds, look at that. They are actually very spread out, but the player golds are all close to each other. Let's grab a screenshot of this. Alright, as far as generations go, I think this is a fairly fair and standard one as far as the hills go. No big massive hills favoring one player or the other. But this is Viper's final home map. Yo will be to the north as the blue Malians, and Viper will be the yellow Maya to the south. I wonder if you'll see Champ Scarls against the Maya. Could just lead to plumed archers, though. 9 Vil start, so things get started very quickly. Vils head over to the berries. And we'll have Viper trying to push in a deer. As the boar is brought in by that villager. See if Viper's able to take it. And there he goes. Alright, barracks coming up for Viper. Barracks coming up for Yo, and Yo will be up first. So neither player going to open with men-at-arms here. Could lead to potential eagles then from the Maya, if there is no swordsman line to counter them. Also, you can tell the cliffs get kind of squished to the edge here. So many little things on this version of Arabia that end up mattering in the map scripting details. Every time we someone tries to make a change to fix something, there's always some subtle details that also change too. And we'll have a stable here from Yo. Cliffs look different than the ones in game. This is this was added in the April patch. This is the limestone cliffs. If you mean if they're graphics, these are the ones that are used in game for some of the themes. Just cliffs have different themes now. Yeah, if you mean their positioning, yeah, that's just based on the size of the player lands and where the cliffs can spawn. The elevation I think spawns first, so if there's lots of little bits of elevation, the cliffs kind of have to fit their way through. Yeah, so it will be additional eagles then from Viper. And as I said, because the swordsman line was not added in, that does give Viper more leeway to add in eagles. There'll be a scouts opening from Yo, and the scouts will look to hoover around the back. Have some farms coming up here from a Viper. So some vills in the woodline as the archers come out. Other cliff themes are there besides the limestone one. There are, as Viper comes around the back, but looks like he'll be cleaned up by Yo's scouts. Not enough army there. He will get a vill. But a couple spears, not enough to defend the army. And this is the danger of going eagles against the scouts. Scouts are stronger and feudal. And if you don't have enough eagles and you're caught in a position like that, the mobility of the scouts will tear through the eagles. And Viper's going to go for some big walls. So the other themes of cliffs, other than limestone, there are snow cliffs, there are desert cliffs, there are granite cliffs, and I think there's also another brown cliff. And there are like 4 or 5 different cliff themes now. As Yo will hoover around with his scouts, won't be able to engage against that army. Too many archers now. Might try to find a way in, but Viper on point with the gates. Not going to let Yo get in. And he's going to work on getting fully walled. Might have to do some speed walling. Oh, but Yo... Viper deletes the gate, Yo goes back. He's just going to keep running back and forth, forcing Viper to do more gates. Viper wants to get the archers in front of the scouts so we can get an engagement. Nice positioning there. And we'll take out a couple of scouts. There are the White Cliffs of Dover. I think that's in an AoE 4 campaign, if I recall. Oh, the scouts eventually get in. No quick gate there. They'll look to pick off a Vill, but too close to the TC. And the scouts are fended off. More scouts from Yo. Viper's army is hoovering around the front. Don't think Yo can engage that just yet with the spear. Scouts going to have a mind of their own and close it on the archers, lose some HP there. Not the fight that Yo would have wanted, but he is adding in skirms to deal with the scouts. Do they randomly spawn now depending on the map style? When you create a map script, there is a field you can set which is called the cliff type, and you pick the style of cliff that the map spawns with. And when you do that, you can randomize that along with the map theme. So if you're... Maybe you have a map that can, like Arabia, that can have different themes, like grass or desert. If it's a desert map, you can spawn the desert map, or the desert cliffs. It's not automatic, you have to select it. What is automatic is Viper's love of quick walls, and he's going to be trapping in these scouts from Yo. And taking a good fight, trying to get more gates up. He's garrisoning the TC, we'll get one scout from that, and the other scouts are very low on HP. There he goes, picks him off with the eagles. And a spear still chasing one scout left on low HP to hoover. So to answer your question, it's you can choose the spawn or choose the type of cliff along with the type of randomness you have for the map in the map script itself. So archers on the hill defending, as Viper's the first one to click up to the castle age. We'll be going archers versus skirms. With a couple of eagles, we'll keep the skirms away for now. And Yo on the outside, he'll have one more scout, low HP, running around, doing some scouting, same in the back. Viper trying to zone that off, anticipated its movements with the spear. He'd love to get a poke. And he does get a poke, Yo not paying attention, and he will lose the scout. That's some valuable information in the back of Viper's base he won't get. Vill get a hit, no. Vill get a hit, no. Okay, gets right back to the back again. Quick gate, there's the Vill getting hit. And Yo loses 2 low HP scouts, and he was dancing with the archers on the front with the skirms while that was going on. But definitely a lot of value in scouting information he's not going to have now. Perhaps the double ranges is all he needs to see, though, as he sees it's not going to be triple barracks eagles and will be double range crossbows. Ooh, didn't scout the second range yet. Now he sees it. And now he knows it'll be crossbow. So he will... Ooh, armor on the eagle, though. Viper might want to pull the eagle back and not show the armor. So if Yo is clicking the eagle and seeing the armor, that's going to give him more information now as Yo clicks up. Essentially, yeah, Jim, essentially. And choose the type of cliff. This is just, yeah, it's just a field that says cliff type, and you assign the value to that field to be the cliffs you want. There are more, and if you want to mix cliff graphics, you can't do that in the cliff generation section. You could do some fancy things in object generation, but I would not recommend that for a beginner. or even an intermediate. That's going to give you headaches if you try to do it. You definitely can, and I have done it on like 36 by 36 evacuation, where I manually placed cliffs on specific tiles and choose their facing direction. But that was also insane. So lots of map control with Viper and the cheap Maya crossbows. There is a hill at the front of Yo's base that he'll be controlling, and he will be trying to take down the farms. Just get some damage while the skirms are there. Skirms are going to sit underneath the TC and stay safe. It's a tricky setup here because Yo needs to make sure the skirms are in position to stop the crossbows from doing damage, while at the same time he does not want to fight with them because Feudal Age skirms will lose to the Castle Age crossbows, especially with the extra range if Viper micros them. So he can't push out. He also doesn't want to just sit around the back because that gives the crossbows a bit more room to come forward and be aggressive at picking off farms. He can even maybe venture forward and try to hit the farms of the Vills back on the sides of the TC instead of the front then. And here he's just going to try to pick off the spears, do what he can, and immediately have to do Bodkin and Elite Skirm before he can fight this. Civs and maps, we'll see if we get to the next game. It looks like Viper does have a good advantage so far, applying a lot of pressure to Yo, and does have a 5 Vil lead. Now, the next question for Viper is, how does he follow this up? Does he add in more barracks and go Eagles? Does he add in monks and try to take relics? Looks like that's his play. And he will add the university and go for ballistics. So ballistics is a big investment here. And the thing that can be tricky about ballistics is you're spending so much wood and then wood and gold on the university and the upgrade that you're not adding in a workshop and mangonels, and you're not adding in additional TC. You don't have the wood to do all of that. And Viper's going to hope that instead of adding in siege as a complement to the crossbows, he can get away with doing and upgrading eagles. That way, it's not as much of a wood investment. He can stay one barracks, do the upgrades, and have enough eagles to deal with the skirms. And hope that he has numbers of crossbows and eagles, that the skirms won't be able to force a fight on the crossbows, and that the eagles will protect the crossbows from the mangonels. And this is something that the American civs are able to do with their eagle line. A bit more easily able to combo with the university, because they don't need to make the investment into siege like most other civs would need to. They have the cheap eagle warrior that already is the complement to the crossbows, and the eagles are a bit cheaper to pump out the knights. So second TC now for Viper, but delayed until after the university and after ballistics, so he's not going to have a Vil lead like he might have had he done the TC first. Waited Yo's stone goal, he sold it so that he could click up. Okay, Viper with the hill near the mangonel. And the eagle's closing on the mangonel, exactly what he wants. Will he close on the second mangonel? Doesn't want to fight the knights too much, just wants to pick off the mangonels and keep the crossbows safe. Now we'll take an engagement on the skirms. Trying to make waterfalls. That was an AoE 1 object they added, the waterfall. I remember those in that Caesar versus Pirates scenario. Had to position them manually in front of the cliffs to make him look like a waterfall. So nice hill position from Viper now, able to kill some skirms. That ballistics coming in clutch for Viper here. Yo can't dance, but there is the mangonel. Viper dodges, and from the hill advantage immediately picks off the mangonel. There's the GG from Yo, and Viper keeps himself alive, taking the game back to 2-3. And ended up being a great decision there. Viper had the exact right investment he needed in terms of eagle numbers, upgrades on the eagles and the crossbows, to take out the small number of knights in siege that Yo had. With the eagles, he can clear the mangonels, keep the skirms away from the crossbows, and perfect army composition from Viper here to clear Yo's army. That's 28-19 KD in favor of Viper. Better economy 2 is the Maya. And nice timing, 2 minutes faster to the Castle Age. Quick game. Skillful Sneck. Not completely washed up yet. And Viper survives for another game. Let's win on Arabia. We have Nomad and Pez Panino left for Yo, and beating Yo on Nomad is a tall task. What civs are left? I don't genuinely have a list of me in front of what all the quintets are for the civs. So I would need to read the handbook. Apologies that I don't have an answer for that. Maya or just Maya. But in terms of remaining maps, I'd say definitely a heavy favorite for Yo. We'll see if he picks Nomad now or saves that for Game 7. Or a potential Game 7. Maya or Maya? Huns or Huns? Maya or Mayans? Maybe that's the saying. What's with the quintets are named after food. That's why it is the cookout. Lets you pick from any of the 5 civs? I think so, yes. Alright, and looks like it will be Nomad. So Yo and Viper will be there on Nomad. This Nomad will be essentially DE's ranked Nomad. The only difference is I removed the chickens. So I removed the randomness of the chicken spawn, and I activated escalation mode for the 9-ville start. What do those do? They are groups of 5 civs. They're just named after food. They're quintets. And they determine the civs that you're able to play. Now, that's why it is the quintessential cookout. So a bit of a different civ drafting ploy. Which doesn't matter as much when we actually get into the game, but out of game for civ drafting, it's trying something new. You're the best Nomad player? I would say so. I would certainly say so. All or nothing for Viper? Well, it is match point for Viper. I don't know if that's all or nothing. I guess in some sense it is. It's honestly not even all. It's just survive or nothing for Viper because he needs to win 2 games. Survive and force a Game 7. And Yo likes to get his king killed. That is true. And a potential for Game 7. Yes, potentiality for Game 7. Alright, so here we are. The map is Nomad. We have a nice little donut shape of Nomad with a pond in the middle. We'll have Yo playing as the blue Berbers building his TC to the south, and Viper as the yellow Spanish building his TC over here towards the east, the middle eastern section of the map. Not Middle East as in the region on world, but as in the middle of the map towards the east. And we will have a landlock here in the bottom right. DE's Nomad can do that. And it is the deer spawn, as I said. The only real change to this was to eliminate the chickens. Also, Arctic hair. Look at that guy. The Arctic hair really blends in. Now, I guess that this is the point of the Arctic animals being white, but they do blend in with the snow enough that they're kind of hard to see sometimes. And yeah, no, I get the point of that the animals look this way because it camouflages them in their environment, and that's how they evolved. But for gameplay purposes, it's nice to have them stick out a bit. And here, they don't quite stick out all that much. Maybe that's part of the fun, though. You have to watch the footprints and track them and see where they show up. Oh my gosh, that could be a new type of animal. You have to watch for, like, footprints, and then, like, it'll burrow itself. And then you can track it, and you have to find it in the burrow. Flip them to match where their TCs are. Let's see, what is this hotkey? Alt-S? Yes, I got it. Good suggestion. I wish I could flip them down here, too, so that Yo's on the bottom and Viper's on the top, but we'll have to pay attention to that, because that's going to confuse the heck out of me. It always does. Yeah, Spanish favorite to win on Nomad? Usually I would say so, but it is against Yo. And all that Yo really needs to do is wall this up, and then Conquistadors will take forever to get to him. I mean, he is not the biggest wall over here either. And I guess Viper could transport ship around either side. Now, Yo's gold is forward, and his second gold over here, a bit far from where he did his TC and kind of exposed. We saw in that second game, Viper tried to FC War Wagons and it didn't quite work out for him. Maybe FC Conquistadors could work this game. In the long run, once Camel Archers get all of their upgrades, they get ballistics, they get bodkin, they get bloodlines and husbandry, and they are able to stick to the outside parts of the range against the conks, take better fights, then yeah, I do favor the Camel Archers. But early on, the conks have such a high attack. I highly favor the Conquistadors, and I think we saw that on Akare a couple times in Sudden Disaster. How the Conquistadors overwhelmed pretty much every unit. Rothas could kind of fight them, War Wagons could kind of fight them. Camel Archers, not really. How are Camel Archers against conks? As I'm saying, I think early on the conks are better. Later on, after a while, with upgrades, I'd prefer the Camel Archers. And for Viper, I think if he does want to go for conks, it's all about forcing the fights early on. Because Berber's late game will have tools to deal with the Spanish. I do wonder if Yo has room not to invest into a defensive castle, though, for Camel Archers, and simply to invest into Genitors. Because skirm defense against conks is a thing, you go skirms and monks. Maybe Genitors could be an option. That way you don't need to invest all your eco into the castle. Of course, you don't have the castle protecting you, though, and that could make that gold kind of risky. Viper going forward for a castle right here, hitting the gold in the TC, might end the game. But if Yo is going to do a house up here, it looks like Yo will wall. So Viper's forward castle would be shooting through the wall, not being forward unless he tries to transport ship around. Hey, drink some water and stay hydrated. You like the idea of a protective castle? Yeah, protective castle could be nice. Viper has a great stone mine if he wants to mine stone, and then a gold that is far away from Yo that should be safe. Yo's stone towards the back, but kind of far from the TC. Could imagine Conquistador somehow hoovering around by there. Viper free fish boom? Well, same for Yo, free fish boom for him too. I feel like this version of Nomad, it's basically DE's version, doesn't have the most fish. So, feudal for both. Do we see fire? We see galleys. We see double dock galleys from Yo. Typically what you want to do against the Spanish, disrupt their fish boom. And the Berbers with the faster moving ships should be quite adept at that. Market into blacksmith here from Viper.
Presto.
And then Castle Age on the way for Viper. Lumber camp up on his wood line. He'll be getting the wood upgrades. And Yo, as I expected, his stone-walled Viper. I'm going to assume that Yo checked this, and that this is not open, and that you cannot walk along this. Maybe it could have been tricky for Yo to leave one tile open and have demos prepared, and then when Viper tries to pathfind his way through here, Yo calls on his friend Nilly, then sends in a demo, and boom, all the Vils die. So Yo, here he is, trying to snipe off the fishing ships with a pair of galleys, and being quite effective at doing so. We'll run away from Viper's fire, Viper trying to get a second fire out, but Viper now down to merely 2 fishing ships. As a fire galley and more galleys come around for Yo, we'll stop microing for a moment and lose 1 galley. No, he doesn't, keeps the galley alive. Viper trying to pump out more fires. But Yo, 3 galleys now remain alive. And he's going to keep forcing Viper to invest into fires while wanting to pick off more fish. That'd be a huge brain if that were it. That I did that to Beery once in a game in a random ranked game. Orlu and I were playing, we got matched against him on Yucatan. He had a huge crossbow army trying to run through, and then boom. Alright, so Viper looks like he can't walk through there. We'll do the castle right up against the wall. Gives Yo, might need to invest into a second layer of walls back here. The point being the castle opens 1 layer of walls, and the second layer then would keep Yo safe. Yo, 6 Vils on stone himself, so he will go for the defensive castle. Not going to be the Genitora plan I had. It will be a castle drop himself. It's up much more slowly, though, and focusing more on disrupting fish. Fires ship out for Viper. But even the Feudal Age galleys can fight fire ships fairly okay. As long as they're microed. Yo does have to worry about 1 fire ship destroying all of his fish, though, because fire ships actually do have a good attack bonus of +3 versus fishing ships that the fire galley itself does not have, only +1. And that, combined with all the other stats for the fire ship, makes them incredibly deadly, and the fishing ships will go down right away. Yeah, look at how quickly that thing burns. The fire ship will be distracted by the fire galley, not going straight for the fishing ships. So, rough time going to stone for Yo, as Viper and the Spanish keep pushing forward. In Feudal, he only needs 1 petard to get through that wall. He's getting a 3rd Conquistador first, and will he have the timing to get a petard behind this? It will be a tower, but towers will not stop petards, and it will be a workshop for Viper. Okay, workshop for Viper, thinking of maybe ramming his way through. I've seen a lot of sudden disaster. I would have liked the petard. That's what Viper's going for. 51 seconds until Yo hits Feudal. Can't he get the petard in time? He can petard through and then camp the tower with the conks until a ram comes forward. And there won't be a way for Yo to fight the conks yet. He will have to throw down a castle as soon as he gets up. There's the petard on the way. That's the second layer of walls I wanted to see. And Yo immediately going to try to wall behind it. Viper gets through, manages to get the double petard hit right in the middle of 2 walls. Yo trying to wall the conks at the base of the tower. Viper will pick off more villagers. We'll get to a weak one will flee to the TC. No ram yet for Viper, but he has the conks in the position where he's able to disrupt the gold mining and has more conks on the way. And what does Yo do now? He goes for a town center. Okay, Yo going for a town center. He will look to boom behind this. Viper trying to get a conk into the economy. See what he can hit. Took some tower fire there. Won't be in time to deny the TC. Can maybe get a shot on a Vil. Can maybe sit behind the stone and try to deny that. And there is the ram. 2 conks under the tower. The ram needs to find a spot to hit the tower. Maybe destroy that palisade, then go for the tower. There it goes. And once the vills pop out, the conks will be in a spot to do damage. And they get another vill. They get 2 more vills. Conks, OP. Tower goes down, and no more gold income for Yo. And his other gold also controlled by the conks. So Viper runs into Yo doing pretty much the playbook against the Spanish. Wall to keep the castle back. Second layer of walls behind it for when the castle destroys it. Disrupt the fish of your opponent so they don't have a free fish boom. But Spanish is so good it doesn't matter. Right now Yo has nothing to fight the conks. It's best of 9. It's best of 7, I believe. Unless I'm wrong about that, they did draft 7 maps. House going up. Mangonel clears the other one. The castle will go up for Yo. Not much ahead in terms of eco. And how will this castle go up? Will the Mangonel get some more Vill kills? That's a lot of weak Vills. The Mangonel needs another shot. And it gets another 3 Vills. So that is a costly castle for Yo, but it will maybe just barely give him gold access. He'll clean the Mangonel and the Ram. But at least it means he's not dead yet. He will start making camel archers. Viper behind this, though. How are the ecos looking? Ahead by only 300 resources. He's going to have stone for a second castle of his own. Maybe that stone just goes into TCs for now. So Viper did lose the siege, but cleared quite a few vills, and it's now 41 to 22 villagers. As long as he can hold on, should be okay. Maybe needs another unit at some point to fight the camel archers, other than just conks. But he can actually come in and castle drop over here, maybe even stonewall Yo, try to trap Yo in the middle. Or trap Yo down in his base. Went up, but at what cost? At great cost. 23 to 5, Eco KD in favor of Viper. Oh, Yo decided to quick gate, and that's going to let the conks in. Oh, no. He was walled there and replaced the wall with a gate. No, you build the gate behind the walls, and once the gate goes up, you delete one segment of wall. Now the conks are free to hoover. Oh, absolute disaster. And Yo's going to need quite a lot of camel archers to fight this many conks. Viper hasn't stopped production. Yeah, Viper has to know he's far ahead in economy now. That's why he added that second TC. Wants to maintain the eco lead. Yeah, sudden disaster. His collected gap now starting to appear and starting to grow. That'll keep growing. Whereas the second castle is right now in Viper's inventory. He has the stone stockpile, but not going for it yet. I mean, with that wall down, the second castle should probably be YOLO'd on this hill from Viper. If he has enough conquistadors to make that happen, that would be crazy. But he might not even think about the castle. He might just try to boom. Maybe add in a third TC. Let the conks do the work themselves. He'll take the middle with a fire and start picking off the camel archers. And that's what we have. 16 attack for the conquistadors. Only 1 pierce armor for the camels. So even with 8 plus or 7 plus 1 plus 4, that's only 12 attack against the conks, which themselves then have 2 pierce armor. So 10 attack versus 15. And the same HP. Conks don't have the accuracy and won't have the ballistics. And don't have the range. They're down 1 in range. Or actually, no, never mind. Against camel archers, it's the same range. I was thinking of crossbows. So it's the same range against camel archers. So it depends on micro, but Conk's still a bit advantaged. Yeah, Chicken Castle for Viper, trying to force Game 7, defend and boom. Imp into Trebs, it's one way to play it. Imp into Cannon Galleons too, remember the Spanish Cannon Galleons are insanely good. And Viper could do Cannon Galleons on the center pond if he continues to control it. Camel archers hoovering around the back, Viper needs to garrison his TC. Maybe quick wall there so they don't get to the middle, but I'll just turn around. Monk having good defenses, one camel archer goes down. Viper not walled in the north, that would probably behoove him to be safer there. And Viper up to Imp, Viper up to Imp. 2,500 more resources collected. Yo's not one to give up, and especially not on Nomad. Those camel archers will have to hoover like no units ever hoovered before, if Yo wants to find a way back into this game. Hints in the Montezuma campaign. Yeah, I don't think Yo has a bunch of turtle ships to find hidden in the pond to save him from the Spanish Navy.
See?
Oh, ship goes down. Didn't see what type of ship it was, probably a fire. Now Viper will be up. Still has to deal with it. I mean, 14 camel archers to only 8 conquistadors. Viper doing a monastery. Might still be risky with all the camel archers for Viper, or for Yo outside of Viper's base. This palisade is down. Viper probably just goes for the Treb War, and with another dock in the middle, looks like it might indeed be Cannon Galleons at some point. Yo doesn't have the university for chemistry, though. We'll be behind in getting chemistry. But one Treb on its way out. He will start trying to Treb the castle, but it's Imp against Yo, who is still castle. Down by now, 3,500 resources collected. And Yo has no way to go Imp himself. He is going to stay castle forever. Berber's not a bad civ with which to stay castle, with the Camel Archer and also their cheaper stable units, but can only last so long. And looks like we're headed to a Game 7 then. Yeah, they replaced the turtle ships in Montezuma 6 in DE, unfortunately. They changed the voice line too. Now it's something about abandoned Spanish warships that you can capture. Not a line about the strange weapons being a gift from the gods. Losing the university builders, ouch. Yes. The campaign's kind of stale, at least with the voice acting. That's maybe a project I'd like to do someday. Revisit the campaigns, but with updated AIs and difficulty levels. Make a truly remastered version of the campaigns. And there's the GG from Yo. His Viper is way too far ahead. Yo's castle crumbles due to the Tribs. TC on the side from Yo, and there we go. 3-3. As Viper has a victory, and that will now force a Game 7. I don't know what civs it will have, but it will be Regicide. GG. And Spanish on Nomad. No surprise to see them winning, even against Mr. Yo. here we go. Yo opening up the lobby. This ties it 3-3. Yo, lots of home map losses, and it will be Pez Panino, Regicide, for the final map. The original German voice actors were all doing silly accents, which I can understand not bringing back, but hearing everyone speak High German is very jarring as well. It's not necessarily about the accents, I think, so much as the overall direction and presence of the voice actors is missing in the new voice acting. It's like, and this is a theme that I've heard among a variety of languages. So it's not just like, oh, they replaced the English voice acting and it's not as good anymore. It's every language every like comment I've seen about the new voice acting has the same criticism throughout a variety of languages, that the overall direction was less enthusiastic in the voice acting. Like the original William Wallace campaign is fun to play because of how fun it is to listen to the narrator. And the new narrator is, yeah, it's a guy talking in a native Scottish accent, but it feels like he's just reading lines rather than voice acting. Do the Cookout food items in the draft mean anything? I don't think the food items in the draft have any particular meaning, other than they each denote a collection of civs that players can pick. And we're gonna get into Game 7, and it will be on our Regicide map. I don't know what civs they have left. I honestly don't know the civs in all the different quintets. Yeah, Lahir was replaced by his dull cousin, whose sword was bloody enough. I mean, whose sword was never bloody in the first place. The brand new Chinese campaign in AOM has some bad line readings. Hopefully not as bad as Tail of the Dragon, though. Tail of the Dragon is just... I didn't like those AoE 4 campaigns when they came out, but from what I saw, weren't nearly as bad as Tail of the Dragon. Like baguettes must be Frank's Burgundians. Probably. I think Danger Duck did all the naming. It's one of those things that it's really hard to get all of the information you need on an overlay and have the overlay look appropriate and communicate the information properly. There's a lot of UI design that goes into doing it at a really good level. But again, the German version. Yeah, the AOM retold voice acting. Oh, they butchered Gargarensis. His original voice acting was wonderful, and the new voice acting is just questionable. I have that entire campaign on my YouTube, and I guess there are mods and stuff that you can go and install to work around that, but it is honestly a real shame that people are going to play Retold and have to deal with the new voice acting. It's the same thing with like the Xbox campaign on AoE 2. It's a shame that people have to deal with the new voice acting when that's the version of the game they have. And I don't think you can even mod the voice acting there. So here we are, the map is Pez Panino. Both players will spawn towards the south. We have Yo as the blue Lithuanians to the southwest, Viper as the yellow Japanese to the southeast, and they have their kings roaming around because this is a regicide map. Both players will do lumber camps to the south, Yo going directly against the edge of the woodline. He will chop through and maybe get gold access. Viper going to the closer woodline, but won't be chopping through. How well does Viper know this map, and does he know that there's wood to the south? That's a good question. I don't know. It was Yo's home map. And Lyokale, hello. Let's go Game 7. Game 7. Viper has brought it back on the brink of defeat. Yo had won 3 maps in a row, including Viper's home map of Arena, but a couple of good Civ matchups of Maya on Arabia and Spanish on Nomad have brought things back for the Viper, and on this hybrid map, it will be a hybrid map Civ matchup of Lithuanians versus Japanese. And there are oysters here. Players could be taking the oysters as they go to dock. So after a fun collection of maps, maybe we'll now get to the good old fire galleys and small ponds. Might end up taking a nap for a bit then. I do think I prefer Lith. I mean, when you get hybrid maps like this, probably 2 of the top civs. I think I probably prefer the Japanese a bit. But a lot also depends on relic positioning, and I think it will be really difficult for the Lithuanians to get relics here. There's one in the middle, but the other 2 are behind wood lines you have to chop through, and then the other 2, or I guess 1 in the middle, 2 behind wood lines, and 2 on islands. So only 1 easily accessible relic for the Lithuanians. Hard for them to get to the numbers they need. But are oysters gold? Yes, the oysters were added in the first Capture Age DLC. And there's something that we can use in map scripts. You collect gold from them with the vills or with fishing ships. And this one's hanging halfway off the edge of the world. So, those oysters floating in the edge. That's cute. And Yo went for the forward dock. He saw Viper walled, and he went for the forward dock, but Viper's there with 2 vills. He's there to fight Yo off. And Yo might not get this dock up. Viper trying to quick wall and trap the vill. He's even going to use the fishing ship to block, and the vill goes down for Yo. The vill goes down. Viper did not have loom. Yo deletes the dock foundation. Yo himself did not have loom. He had the vill walled, but didn't commit to enough HP on the palisades. And Viper breaks through and takes down the dock vill. And his fish, as the Japanese, will be safe. Oysters are the foxes of the sea. Well, you can't push the oysters, but I guess in the new patch we can't push the foxes anymore. Do any ranked or standard maps use oysters? Maybe Mega Random does. Maybe the new... There was that Arena water version that Bazi had made. That made it for the Capture Age team that was in the recent patch. Maybe that has some of them. I don't know. I've not actually taken a look at some of the map updates recently. I've been more worried about tournament maps. Can they dock block the middle? Looks like they can, yes. Looks like they can dock block there. Or they could also straight up wall the middle on that beach terrain with some walls. That's a thing too, to try to keep the fish safe, as they have both docked opposite sides. Oh, and Viper's going for a forward dock now. He will be a bit sneakier building on the opposite side. Honestly, I might have loved to have seen it there as a dock block. Oh, that's true. Only Viper's side is wallable. I didn't even notice that. You're right, only Viper's side is wallable. Bugged map, adminry. So, Feudal Age slower for Yo. But Viper, why is your king that far forward? Well, because they don't have scouts. They only have kings. They only have kings. So Viper's forward. He's scouting with the king. He's checking what Yo's doing and seeing the barracks. He'll swing back to look for some men-at-arms. But Yo not being up yet means they would only be militia at this point. Yo has his king forward. I'd be worried about quick walling here. The king going to run close to the TC, but not enough vills to garrison and shoot the king. Not yet. So both players running their kings to scout. Oh my gosh, if Yo walks in here, Viper deletes that house and does a gate, and then just walls the king in, and he wins the game right there. Oh gosh, if Yo were to walk in there, Viper, he's got to be thinking about that. He's got to be thinking about that. Yeah, Yo would totally get his king walled in. I was definitely debating. Yo is a history regicider. He needs to keep his king safe, that's for sure. And putting the king in the TC can be really annoying because every time you garrison a villain on garrison, the king will pop out too. Spear coming forward. He's had one too many bad experiences with kings. I think he has. Aquarina. Yes, Aquarina. That has oysters. Thank you. First name, last name for knowing the map name. A naming expert, as your names would imply. Okay, Viper, he does run a unit into a TC, but unfortunately for us, it is a spear and not a king. Fortunately for him, though, it's not his king. Yo's still chopping through in the south. We'll give him relic access if he does get down there, and Viper doesn't. What is a Pez Panino? I have no idea, Red Cliffy. I have no idea. So Blacksmith up for Viper. Skirm's coming forward for Yo. A nice res collected lead for Viper, and we expect that to continue with the Japanese fishing ships. He's forward in fishing too, so Yo, no more fish. All the action of the kings, Viper's forward on the water with his fires. Fire galleys in the dock going down. And even Viper able to fish forward, confident as he is in his fire galley map control. So fletching on the way for Yo. Stable at the back is nice. You maybe think there's a stable over there. Where is the stable? Stable at the back for Viper, making a scout transition. Scouts to try to help deal with skirms. This is the trouble of going scouts against skirms. It's that the skirms can camp under the TC out of the range of scouts. And all of a sudden you're investing into scouts instead of castle age timing, and all you're doing is keeping the skirms under the TC, and you might not actually be able to affect the eco with them. Let's see if Viper's able to turn this into some more pressure. As Yo's getting a dock up. Bottom half looks like a Furby. The word Furby is something I've not heard in a long time. Hello, Tushy. So fire galley goes down as more galleys come forward for Yo. He'll try to take out a villager. Oh, demo? Nice, demo. But not enough to clear the fires. A few low HP fires still around here. I have another house going up for Yo. The fire takes out the Vil. Hello, mouse puddles. Think it's weird? I mean, that's for every building. It's weird, but it works for AoE too, right? As long as it's a mechanic that works, doesn't really matter how weird it is. Little quirks like that are part of what make the game fun, I think. And hello, mouse puddles. Look at that farm with the terrain masking blending in some areas and having straight right angles in other areas. Oh, the terrains. As well, we'll have a fight going on. I'm of course more interested in the sharp right angles that this terrain makes. Look at that. It like so nicely blends and masks its way here, and then boom, a harsh right angle. Here it's like a corner that flows out where it blends, then over here, a harsh right angle. So some terrain masking intricacies were missed when DE implemented some farm textures. I am weird. This is the nerdiest stream we have. This is by far the nerdiest AoE 2 stream. I'll stake a claim for that. So someone used spray sunscreen. Not Rudy. I have the opposite opinion. Spray sunscreen so much easier to reapply than like the lotion sunscreen. You go in the water and you come out and your hands are all sandy on the beach. It's hard to reapply the lotion and get it everywhere. And you need the spray to make sure you hit all your body parts and get adequate sun protection. And I say this with experience of someone who is very white and turns very red due to the sun. Yeah, thank you, Simo, for using your Prime sub. Sub for all the nerds out there. Let's go. So Viper going some scouts, still trying to control the water, getting more docks up. Lost a bit of his forward water control and forward fish control. And does have a good res collected lead over Yo. At least Yo is keeping the Vil counts pretty similar. And now getting in harassing Viper's fish. Only Yo had a demo right here, but that's just a dream for the moment. No, Wise Turtle. It's not about the foundations, it's just about the terrain masking. There's some weird shallow on top of terrain masking going on here. You can see how this kind of like a flooded south of the map. And a flooded north of the map too, I guess. There's like shallow terrain masking everywhere. And that interferes with the farm graphics. And I guess what you're saying about it wasn't he placed and removed a foundation, even though, yeah, this is the Dirt 2 is used for foundation. It's that the farms don't mask on the foundation terrain, but they do blend into the water terrain of the shallows. So it's a land terrain, water terrain border where the farms are made. And how the masking isn't quite the same on both terrains. Spear is getting some pokes on scouts. And Repairville goes down. Fire also goes down. Yo finally gonna get up to the castle age. I'm SPF 100. Spectre. Aloe after. Oh, I have had aloe. Trust me. I have needed that. After burns. So Knights and Scouts going for the blacksmith. Brutal domination. Spray needs to be rubbed in. That's true. That's true too. But the overall effectiveness of at least having it on prevents you from getting horrible sunburns at the beach like I have gotten. So Doc being fired down, Yo will be trapped here. Yo is going to run his king into the corner of the map. Viper chopping his way through, though. If Viper sees this, it's one quick building here, and Yo is trapped. Viper has infinitely more army. I wouldn't call it infinitely more. I think 16 is still a finite number, but he does have 16 times the military units right now. The one military unit being a monk, and I guess questionable if a monk is a military unit. I guess it depends on the religion. This plummeted from infinite to 16 times. Well, 16 to 2 now, so only 8 times as many military units. Those are monks. And we'll have Sanctity on the way. Monk won't get a conversion. TC takes out the scout. Mangonel, ooh, nice hit on the Vils. And feels like Viper is going to get this. Feels like this is a lot of pressure. He deletes the Mangonel, and Yo's last-ditch effort is the Monk defense. So Monk versus the Skirm, the two best units in the game. Being on only monks and losing your blacksmith can't feel good. At least you don't need the blacksmith for monks. Yo will YOLO some vills to try to wall up again. At least you just have good access to wood and gold in the south. So even though Viper's controlling the middle of the map, maybe this area is actually important for Yo. I think it actually would be really nice if Yo somehow were to notice Viper chopping here and tower to make sure Viper doesn't chop through. Because the last thing that Yo wants is Viper chopping through and somehow getting a snipe at the king. Oh, the king could scout. Imagine the king scouts the woodline, Viper garrisons the TC, and kills the king. Transport for Viper. He is going for the relic. He is grabbing the relic on the side and trying to bring that in. Yo, maybe scouting, seeing some chopped trees on the woodline. Doing more lumber camps. Just trying to check that Viper isn't in here. Yo? I mean, we are saying he only has monks, but let's not underestimate the monks here. 69 to 51 vills, but he is going for a monk rush. Viper with stone for a castle, but Yo has stone for a castle. Looking at the food count, is there a world where where Yo goes imp and wins a Trub War? He will have a hill advantage in the Trub War, maybe. And maybe not. Viper didn't delete the workshop. Didn't delete the knight, looks like. Some conversions are here. Oh, what is happening here? Yo is pushing with monks. That's one thing I've learned in life. Never underestimate the monk push. So, look at those resources. Yo's about to go imp. Viper with the better KD, 3,000 more resources collected, the better eco KD, and yet might still have the slower imp time. Viper is just about through, though. All he needs are a couple of cav units to run through here and snipe off Yo's king. I'm genuinely worried about Yo losing his king here. I wonder if Viper knows that Yo likes to hide his king in the corner of maps. I've seen that happen before. There's a great old game in one of T90's old show matches years ago. It was Yo and Backed on Pilgrims, where they both hid their king in the corner of Pilgrims, and neither noticed. Until Yo had basically won his game, and Backed noticed the king and sniped it off. That was like T90 series number 2. And it was one of the most amazing and hilarious games I've ever seen. So, Ram for Viper. Yo, though, can use the converted workshop to make a defensive mangonel and take out the Ram. That castle on half HP, that is a particularly annoying Ram. But as long as the castle stays up, and right now, Vil should be able to repair from the outside. As long as it stays up, Yo can go Trebs. He needs it to stay up, though. Viper gonna send Vils forward. He's gonna send Vils with the petards. There is the Mangonel, but if Viper goes for a petard push, maybe he can just barely take the castle down. Oh, the Ram's actually doing a ton of damage. Yo had not been repairing. The castle can reach the repair Vils. Okay, and this is it. As the petards come in, the castle will go down. There it goes, and I think that was Yo's chance, the Trub War. He's not going to get another castle forward, only 5 Vils on stone. Viper floating a bit of wood, maybe not having the farming economy in the back that he otherwise want. That castle cost him so much, and Viper making a good decision to stay castle and push it down. Viper, now Yo is going to look at imp into nothing. And Viper has a straight line to the king. He literally could send a Vil fort and quick wall and trap the king. Viper. Oh, he's going samurai though. They have a charge attack. Maybe they're zoomy now and they can catch the king. Oh my gosh. I mean, Yo could go hand cannoneers, but I don't think the army composition for Yo matters when he's down 50 Vils. Somehow Yo has a good float of resources. Okay, Viper, doing an outpost. Will he do another outpost after this and see the king? Okay, he has the outpost. Does Yo notice the outpost? Yo doesn't see the outpost. If Viper like loops around an outpost here, he sees the king. Viper, you're so close, Viper. You're so close. Oh, you're so close. Oh, he's sending samurai. He's sending samurai. Oh, will he see the king? Will he see the king? What are the speeds? Okay, samurai moving at 1.1 speed. King 1.32. Viper, he's going to the gold. He's raiding the Vils. Yo will be aware of this. Okay, what's Yo gonna do with the king? He's gonna hide him down in the corner now. He's gonna run all the Vils and leave the king down here. Oh, Viper might not notice this now. He needs to notice this, Viper. You don't see how he comes back down? I mean, it is regicide. He could go for a king snipe. Second castle on the way. Masonry for Viper. If at first you don't succeed, try again, thinks Yo, as he still wants that Treb War. And he will hide his king more towards the south of the map. And Viper, with the victory just outside of his sight, will lose some samurais to the TC. Oh, that king, Viper just needs to see the king. Elite skirm, chainmail armor on the way. Castle going up. Viper checking the replay, I should have scouted more. I mean, petards for Yo. Viper only has 21 military. There is a world where Yo gets a couple of Trebs, a couple of Lechai, pushes the castle in the town center, and kills the king. There is a world where that happens. I've casted enough sudden disasters to see comebacks from lower positions than this. We know that you can win with 0 villagers, and Yo has 50. That might be more than enough. 1 Vil for Yo in the south. You know, honestly, he needs to be careful about putting Vils in the south, even converted ones. Does not want Viper to send anything down here and get anywhere close to seeing the king. Yo should probably run the king back and put it in his TC, but he's gonna leave it in the south. Just gonna leave it there. And he should win the Treb War. Oh, Viper should transport his king to this island and like build a castle in the corner to put it. That'd be beautiful. That'd be absolutely beautiful. Okay, so Samurai in the Rams. Samurai in the Rams. That doesn't matter if the castle and the TC go down and the king has nowhere to garrison. Viper will try to repair. This will be a ram push. Doesn't really matter if the castle goes down as long as the Trebs stay alive. Some converted samurai might be able to attack the rams. I think the ram push succeeds, though. Really a Treb war if only one side has Trebs? That's true. It's more just a Treb massacre. Okay, demo for Yo. Pulling out everything in his bag of tricks to try to defend his Trebs. But those Zumi warriors will take out the first one. And take out the second one as the ram push destroys the castle. Oh, they didn't actually take out the second Treb. The demo saved it. The demo saved it behind the castle. But these rams will probably take it out. As I don't think there are enough samurai converted to save it. And there's the GG. Viper does not get the king snipe. But he does get the win. Congrats to Viper for holding on. Down 3-1. Wins 3 games in a row to come back. 96 to 69 KD. Better economy. Everything going his way. Better castle each time. And ever since he denied that early dock from Yo, felt like he had the better economy and could just take small advantages, pile them on top of each other. Even fish trapping and winning. G to the G. There we go. Viper didn't deliver us the king snipe, though. Perhaps we should give Yo the victory just because of that lack of king snipe from Viper. But he will be up 4-3. So thank you all for watching. And let me message Orlu. Someone asked if we'd codecast earlier. Let me see if he wants to codecast. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break in between the sets. I'll be right back. Thank you all for watching. And get ready for the next set. That'll be Sebastian versus Kuma. So again, apologies for the long ad, but I need to reset the pre-roll timer completely. So I'm just going to play a 3-minute ad. You're not going to miss anything, so I'm running to the bathroom. And that's the appropriate time to play an ad on Twitch. So I'll be back in a moment. See you soon. Also, I might need to adjust my audio a bit because I'm taking my earbuds out and they might automatically turn off. So let me just adjust to go to my speakers. And I'll be right back. Oh, and hello, D-Longer. Glad you had a good stream last night. And Lily, hello, give me a moment. I need to reset my earbuds because sometimes they only turn on one ear, not both. A silly auto detection. I guess the earbuds like try to set up noise cancellation in each ear and have like a ping when I turn them on, but sometimes it doesn't quite work. So let me try this one more time. All right. Update my overlays and stuff. So be Sebastian against Sora Kuma. And I'll update my YouTube title too. A Viper interview? I don't know if he did an interview. And we're going to co-cast with Orlu. So give me a moment, we'll bring Orlu on. And then we grab the drafts for this set. Get them on the overlay. Maybe Orlu will know the deal with the civs. I know I have them in a handbook somewhere. But, alright. Why is this not on? There we go. Alright, let me call Orlu and see if he's good. And we're gonna bring Orlu in. Let's see if we can combine the chats.
Hello there. Hello there.
Orlu, give me a second. I need to change my audio device.
Ah, okay.
Now say something and I should be able to hear you. And let me change my audio device in OBS. And chat on Twitch and on YouTube confirm you can say Orlu. Orlu, growl for everyone. Howl at the moon.
Ah, woo. All right.
Okay. Well, shall we combine the chats?
Oh, we're ready to move into that stage of our relationship, are we?
We are.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let me click the button. I will knock, and looks like the game started. Started this really quickly, so let me jump into it, and we'll get going.
T-West wants to collaborate. All right.
And we'll share the chat.
I just hit the chat, and then you have to hit the other button to hit the button, so you can button while you button. And
don't be unbuttoned.
We are good.
All right, chat. Welcome the beauty, glory, and majesty of Orlu and his friends and his wolf pack. So
like
it'll be Maya versus Korean, Sebastian versus Sorokuma in our second semifinals. And it will be Arabia. This is basically just DE Arabia with a 9-vil start. And both players on their way towards feudal. I'm catching up to live time.
Yeah, I am already here in feudal, and it looks like Sora is going to start this off with a villager kill, although he loses his scout cavalry against Sebastian's forager. And already, I think it's like Mayans are, just your stock standard Arabia pick. Koreans are kind of interesting because although they're not as good as Mayans in general, I think they actually have a decent enough matchup against them.
Against all the Maya archers, they will have that free archer armor upgrade and the wood discount for the skirms. And then I think they just have problems with the eagles. I feel like the way to play this for Maya usually is triple barracks eagles.
Yeah, but now Koreans have the Fire Lancers, and Fire Lancers do pretty well against eagles, especially with the discount.
That's true. Fire Lancers probably absolutely wreck Eagles. The Fire Lancers are... I put Fire Lancers... I don't know what your opinion of them is. I put them in one of the top 3 units in the game, along with Skirmishers and Monks.
I don't think they're that good.
I think they are.
They still die to archers. But the Korean ones are nice and cheap, and they're going to be good against anything that Mayans do that is not exactly the crossbow line or plumed archers.
Maybe we do see plumed archers, but then again, those can struggle against war wagons. I mean, so maybe we end up seeing Eagle plumed archer against war wagon fire lancer at some point.
It's certainly a possibility, and I think just generally speaking, when you have Koreans, your biggest fear is just the lack of mobility. And when you're up against an American civ, the mobility difference isn't really that significant. I mean, yes, Eagles are a thing, but you just don't have to worry about cavalry running around everywhere, and that just feels like such a, load off your shoulders as the Koreans player.
Yeah, it's good not to have loads on your shoulders.
Always. But as things stand, Mayans still have the nice early game eco, especially on a 9-vil start where you don't have to get loom right away. So, a little bit closer to Castle Age resources at the moment. Fletching is now coming in, though.
Also, this map, fairly open. Danger Duck asked me to move the wood lines farther away from the players, so I deleted the cases on the map script where they had close wood lines, and everything should be pretty far.
Oh, I was wishing the wood lines would be a bit closer. Like
Everyone
the
has...
old days on Arabia where you had big wood lines that were pretty close, but not that many of them.
I miss that. I miss old Arabia.
Me too, man. Alas, everything is all about the hamster maps these days, where you're dead if you click up later than 20 pop.
Remember the old 22 pop scouts back in the day? Yeah. That was nice and comfortable.
It was very comfortable. It was a very easy build to do. It didn't require pushing any deer. But gone are those days.
So we'll have a bit of a men-at-arms fight on the western flank of Sebastian, and he'll get in and prevent the wall. A couple of archers there so that Vil can't quick wall herself. She can only go for as long of a run as she can to the west to draw the men-at-arms away. And Kuma not going to double up and try to push through the unwalled flank. We'll just hoover around back towards his own base, towards his own walling Vil, as he tries to finish his own walls.
I think Sora recognized that Sebastian, with the mining camp and the archer range, is going for his own archers, so the chances of him having more archers there than his opponent is slim to none, which is exactly the case. So Sora gonna be happy with the damage that he's done. Just hang back. He's gonna be fully walled in just a moment and play for Castle Age, although Sebastian, of course, with the power of Mayans, is gonna get there faster, even with the 2 villagers down.
Yeah, mines, or the Maya, have an OP eco. The longer-lasting boars really do affect you well throughout the feudal age.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's... Mayan eco feels like used to be insane. Nowadays, it's just kind of like, fine. It's an okay eco.
Yeah, it's not like the new civs. They've been power creeped a lot. Yeah, there have been some DLCs that needed to be sold.
Yep. Well, Castle Age is on the way, only around 20 seconds slower for Sora. Not really that big of a deal. He is a couple vils ahead. Eco upgrades now coming in here for Sebastian. Second range for Sora. And this could easily just turn into Skirm v Skirm, as AoE as the Lord Doubt intended.
You don't think Sebastian might have that single-minded avoidance of Maya Skirms? Because right now he doesn't have a single Maya Skirm.
That is true. I also never really understood that, because you see Mayan players make skirms all the time.
It's a Reddit
not
meme.
In this case. Yeah, I
no,
get
it doesn't have to
meme,
make
but,
sense.
I like it when my memes at least make a modicum of sense. But call me crazy. Anyway, double mining camp here from Sebastian. This is certainly going to be aggressive. And skirmisher memes aside, Archer plus Eagle Warrior is a good combo, and there's a hole in the wall!
Between the houses on the hill, and Sebastian is in, those archers have fletching. And all the skirms are forward. There are no skirms at home, it's only archers at home, so this could actually be kind of tricky to clean up.
It's going to be actually kind of a disaster to try and deal with. Not even going to rush up a watchtower. Those vills are not in position. Like, this is just bad here for Sora Kuma. Castle Age,
and Sebastian's walled.
faster for Sebastian. And like Sebastian's just chilling at home. This is like the worst case scenario here. Sebastian's in Castle Age. He's gonna go ahead and grab Crossbowman. No, he can't afford Bodkin. Okay, yeah, he's totally fine. He still has these archers hanging around, and he will have that very powerful timing. Only just now is there a tower coming in.
Yeah, also has the Eagles there. Kind of wastes one against the archer fire. But once he gets Crossbow Bodkin, he'll have a few moments where he can force a fight before the upgrades come in from Sora Kuma. And I'll give him +2 range over the feudal archers. He just needs to make sure he uses it properly.
Yeah, Sora's doing the absolute correct thing, though, and if you're just dancing back and forth with the archers on a hill, it's actually not ideal for the crossbowman to try and run in and close the gap and kill those units. So Sora absolutely making the best out of a bad situation. Only lost 1 Bill, although the eco is now better for Sebastian due to all of the idle time that has been accrued at this point for Sora. That said, he's getting his own crossbowman upgrade. He is okay at the moment.
And losing a couple of archers there. Ballistics on the way in for Sebastian. So this just kind of everything Sebastian has. As long as he keeps his crossbows alive, he'll have that slight upgraded advantage. And once ballistics comes in, that's even better than the +2 range against feudal because you can't run from the fight. If you're close enough to shoot each other, Sebastian's dodging and Sora Kuma's getting hit.
That is very likely going to be the case. More archers coming in. Everything that Sebastian is doing is faster and better. And where are the
all those vills?
Yeah, this is
all his ballistics.
Complete disaster.
Oh,
yeah.
that was beautiful. Sebastian came from the back of the woodline with his crossbows, so that hill where Sora Kuma was camping with his archers in between, then no longer provided a defense from the opposite side. Oh, that was a beautiful move from Sebastian. Was chased down from the outside, but beautiful. There's a GG.
It's a bit rough for Sora. His army that was forward was kind of off in the middle of nowhere, not doing anything. And it's just, you can't afford to not be full walled in a situation where you're relying on your walls to defend, right? Yeah, it's always unfortunate when there's a hole in your wall on, 2 houses on a hill. But if your entire strategy revolves around you being defended at home like that, you simply cannot afford to not check.
Yeah, you need to make sure. You click that palisade on one house, click and drag across to the other house, and then let the palisade show you where the holes are when you place it.
Exactly. So, Sebastian takes a quick game number 1 win. Also, not really using Koreans either. Like, there wasn't anything that you did with Koreans that was especially great.
Made cheap skirms.
Only made like 4 or 5.
It's just because he died fast due to the hole.
Yeah.
Can't blame the hole for the lack of the using of the sieve.
Well,
so Orlu, explain to us, because I need a good explanation because I haven't been casting this. I've just been making the maps for it. How the sieves work. I know how the maps work, but we have these quintets of sieves that players can draft, named after food items.
So basically, in the best of 7s now you draft 3 of the, I guess, categories, the quintets, as you say, of the sieves, and then it's just hidden pick, no repeat from there. So you basically draft 15 sieves for your opponent, split into 3 groups of 5, and then you're on your merry way.
Your merry way. Yeah, and
some of the
think
groups
about that.
are a lot better than others, so we kind of see the same sieves
Yes.
over and over again.
But think about this. We didn't see any Maya skirms that game, did we?
We did not. That is very true. So, here we are, guys, in game number 2. Sebastian with a quick win will be to the west in the red as the Mongols, and to the east in the blue as the Chinese. It will be Sora Kuma on a little bit of a bug map.
I got a failed to start observing match. Is that because the map was bugged and they restarted?
Nope, they're still in it. I mean, it's part of the thin wood line at the back of the map didn't spawn for Sora.
Okay, yeah, that's a bugged map then. They're restarting. I think
They should, at least.
Looks like they are on my end. I don't see them in it on the dashboard anymore.
Okay. But T-West, if you're the one making these maps, I really have to ask you about this water terrain.
Oh, I'm not the
And
one
the land
making these
terrain.
maps. These are Danger Duck maps.
but like, why does it look like the Windows Vista bug, visual bug for AOC?
I don't know. I don't know. These are not my maps. I just adjusted them because Nilly's pathfinding patch broke all of them.
Yes. Well,
added 9
as
bills
usual,
to
we
them.
can at least blame Nilly.
Yeah. The Danger Duck did the thing where he spawned deer and berries on top of each other, but thanks to the pathfinding patch, the deer no longer could walk off of the berries.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, and he did that a lot. It's like he did like these 2-story apartments everywhere, and I had to readjust and do a zoning change to the housing and make 1-story apartments everywhere. But now when you do that, you don't have a front lawn anymore. So I had to make sure everything was placed correctly.
Wow, zoning housing laws are striking us everywhere we go.
Yeah, I had to pull some eminent domain.
Oh no.
I had to reserve land for the deer outside the berries. Do you ever have a case like that near you, an eminent domain case?
No.
We did when I was a kid. The town tried to take land away from people to make apartments. And all of us 7th graders went to the town meeting to protest.
Oh. Because who wants affordable housing anyway?
Well, they were going to take, like, people were literally living on the land. They were just like, we're going to take your land away. And it's a good thing we did that, because the developer then, shortly after, went bankrupt during the Bush-era recession. And if they had gone through with the project, the town likely would have been left with a hole in the ground.
All right. Well, we will be getting into game number 2 once again here. And the maps looks
Once
like
again.
they have properly spawned. And the distance is going to be completely flipped because they had at least pretty far spawns last time. Now they're going to be much, much closer to each other. And Sora going to be up here to the north on the wood line, whereas Sebastian's dropping the TC faster.
Also, players start with the trade cart, and you might have noticed that the trade cart for Sora Kuma just flew over the mountain. That's because I was asked to adjust the map so that trade carts fly.
I mean, they're not really flying, they're just clipping through everything.
Same thing. That's how X-Wings flew in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. They just clipped through everything. Only
well, I
they
guess
also
that could
had
work.
graphics to make them look like they were flying. So, yeah, it's a very interesting thing in the pathfinding patch. If you select individual trade carts and tell them to move, they clip through anything. But if you select a group of trade carts and tell them to move, they try to avoid and path around objects.
But would that have to be a group of the specific trade carts that are able to walk on everything?
All trade carts can walk on everything.
On every map?
Oh, no, just on this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You see Sebastian finding a
I was
market
like,
down there.
What am I missing, man?
Yeah, just in case you see some trade carts doing some weird things, that's the way I was asked to make the map. And yeah, you're saying this looks like the Windows Vista logo. I guess that's the terrain masking between the desert and the grass terrain on top of it. This is, I think, one of the jungle grasses.
Yeah, it's not the Windows Vista logo, it's the Windows Vista bug for AOC.
Yeah.
Remember that one where the grass and the water looked all messed up?
Yeah. There was a color bug where just due to changes in graphics stuff on the Windows side, essentially the graphics Microsoft libraries that AoE 2 used no longer worked properly on Windows Vista. So the old color palette for AoE 2 was not properly rendered on Vista. And the fix was to kill Windows Explorer whenever you started the game, and then restart that when you closed the game. I had a batch script that did that until Scripter eventually patched it.
Yeah, I remember not really playing much AOC for a while when we were stuck on Vista, and I didn't really understand that there were workarounds to it.
Yeah. The funny thing is, AoE 1 actually runs better than AoE 2. You can get the AoE 1 CD, and without any patches, plug it in and run, and it still works, even to this day on Windows 11. Speaking of which, I need to upgrade to Windows 11 soon. Are you in Windows 11, Orlu?
No, I never really saw the reason to upgrade it.
Yeah, support for Windows 10 is ending, so I might need to do it soon, or just switch to Linux. Fully.
Is there anything that like I'd really want with Windows 11?
Honestly, no. It's just they're ending like security updates for Windows 10 soon, so
yeah. Well, I guess I'll switch over then. Anyway, up to Feudal Age right now is Sebastian. He is the Mongols, of course. Mongols-Chinese classic matchup here. And it's going to take some nice early pressure from Sebastian to try and disrupt the eco of Sora, although, honestly, the build counts are still quite comparable.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Mongols don't have Fire Lancers, right?
No.
Okay. I just gotta double check that and make sure. I never know how they change civs. Yeah, do they still have camels? Do they still have camels? Okay, they do.
Yes, they do. I mean, Chinese were the only civ that lost camels, and that's because the part of Chinese that would have had camels were replaced by Khitons.
I miss the Chinese. I feel like they were more well-designed back when they had redemption and no block printing, and camels and no Fire Lancers, and more HP on demos instead of fire ships.
Chinese are just, I don't know, they're okay. They have the cool, they have the strong gunpowder aspect to them without just giving them hand cannons and bombard cannons, which is a bit more interesting in terms of history, but I mean, it's the nostalgia, man. It's like you miss the old Chinese.
That's not the nostalgia. I think just in terms of civ design, they were better designed before the changes.
But do you
my
think
gosh,
that
Sora Kuma. Look what he's doing. He's going to try to block the boar with the trade cart? I don't think this will work, though, because the trade cart has no collision.
he's done that. He's literally done this already in this game. He did it earlier.
Oh no, the flying trade cart doesn't help the Vil.
Yeah.
But it's fine, though. The Vil is loom.
No. It worked earlier.
Did it? Did it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It screwed up the boar pathfinding just enough. Anyway, double forward dock here from Sebastian here. And he is going to be going to town on those fishing ships here of Sora. And Sora likely won't really have enough to stop this.
Yeah, only a singular defensive dock. And no real pressure yet on land to make up for the lack of water presence. And this feels like a really good aggression. A really good double dock aggression from Sebastian.
Yeah, the docks here for our blue player are much, much further away from each other, so it's going to be difficult to actually get your units to meet up together to deal with Sebastian's navy, which obviously is going to have a much easier time since the docks are right next to each other. Also, hill bonus doesn't matter for fireship fights, for those who don't know.
Yeah, I guess all their attacks are canceled out by their armors.
Yeah, you go from 1 damage to 1 damage.
Yep. It does matter for galley fights, I think.
Yes.
It does matter for demos.
Yeah, it definitely matters for demos. I think galleys, it might be
like a fraction of a damage.
Yeah, it would have to be like a fraction of a damage. It's kind of like how careening doesn't help a galley war like with Wu unless you get fletching afterwards.
Yeah. Well, that's a weird bonus stuff you gotta pay attention to. Ooh, demo from Sora Kuma.
Yep. Very nice hit there. And that's going to be an easy mop-up for Sora. That is the sort of fight he needed, especially as the ships are further apart from each other. There's a villager over here for Sora as well, going to be able to repair in the center of the map. So a very nice last 30 seconds here for Sora, but the fireship numbers for Sebastian continue to grow.
Yeah, he did dock in the middle and is trying to bypass the double forward docks and head straight to the heart of Sebastian's fishing economy.
And yet not quite able to do anything about it. I mean, it is 3 docks to 2 docks in the grand scheme of things. So more fireships are just able to be made here. There's another demo. Oh!
Okay, it's 2.
And yet it doesn't seem to matter. You just don't have enough fireships behind it. You just don't have the dock production that your opponent does.
Yeah, because Sebastian had the forward docks, he's right on top of the fish when he spawns the fires. So Sora Kuma is so far away that one dock versus one dock, Sebastian will always get the defensive numbers he needs out by the time Sora Kuma sails forward.
And also, Sebastian was making fire ships from home as well, so anytime that the fire ships tried to cross the map, there was just the defensive fire ship there as well. I mean, it was just much more investment here from Sebastian onto the water. That said, Sora Kuma still has a villager lead for the time being, and the reason that he didn't have as much of an investment in water is because he's going for land pressure, which is exactly what he's doing with his archers here on the gold mine of Sebastian.
And no fletching, so that tower will go up, but at least causing some disruption. There's a couple of houses with a forward ville to the south. Might be up to some shenanigans there. Has a trade card on the market, just waiting to get some gold income.
Yeah, you do need a market of your own for that to matter.
This is one of those situations where you can do one market on one corner, then one market in your own corner, and have that efficient trade where the first trip is only like half a trip.
Yeah.
And you can also get diagonal trade.
Yeah, that would technically be the most valuable, is going across the entire width of the map like that.
Yeah, you can actually get the most valuable trade possible on this map, the diagonal trade with the flying trade carts with a half a trip to start. That actually could be insane.
Yeah, it is. You'd have to finagle around a little bit, but yeah, it could be possible. But the big deal here is that Castle Age is coming in for Sebastian, and my favorite unit in the game, the early Castle Age Mongol Steppe Lancer, could absolutely butcher Sora Kuma's eco, which is mostly undefended.
Yeah, that's what the steppies do. They step all over your undefended eco.
Indeed. I mean, we're at 6 fire galleys as well. You can see Sora can't actually fight this on water. You still have more fishing ships in total for Sebastian. He's, destroyed way more units. He's up to Castle Age faster. And I just think his approach is a lot better, as the archers just haven't really done anything that useful here for Sora.
Yeah, just one tower isn't really all that much damage.
Nah. Not when they're going to go aggressive anyway. And Castle Age is in, and immediately Sebastian queues up some Steppe Lancers here. I don't know what you think, TUS, but I just feel like Steppe Lancers really break Mongols' balance and gives them a huge power spike in a part of the game where they're supposed to be pretty weak.
I 100% agree with that. I think that giving them Steppe Lancers with all that extra HP was, like from a balance perspective, rather bad. Because it kind of broke how the Civ was really strong early game with the Hunt, really strong late game with the Siege Onagers and Mengadai, but kind of weak mid-game with no eco bonus, no special units. Mengadai didn't really come into form in the Castle Age. But then the Steppe Lancer all of a sudden gives the Mongols probably one of the strongest early Castle Age openings in the game.
Which is allowing them to snowball their fast feudal age even more, whereas Mongols in the mid-game, yeah, you had 2 military bonuses. You had your light cav extra HP and your cav archer faster attack speed, but because those units are inherently expensive in mid-game and you have no eco bonus to get that rolling, it really wasn't all that great to civilizations that had better economies or cheaper units. Now, you kind of have the best of both worlds, as you have a very good early Castle Age unit with the Steppe Lancer that also gets an HP bonus.
Yeah, as you say, the best of both worlds. Riker gets to be captain of the Enterprise.
I'm not a Trekkie, I'm afraid I don't know the references.
See, this is why I say, you gotta come to the TUS stream if you really want to be a nerd.
But you don't watch Futurama, man. You gotta
That's true,
give
I don't.
your own nerd credit there.
I only watch the show that it makes references to.
Exactly. But yeah, Steppe
demo?
Lancers here haven't gotten any major damage done yet.
I've kept the archers at home, though, and the archers were, picking around at Sebastian's base, at least being annoying here and there. Now they have to be completely at home to deal with the Steppe Lancers.
Yeah, and it buys Sebastian some more time. Res collected are still even, so I mean, this game is going to progress onwards. No, game-winning advantage either way. That said, Sora does have the extra bow saw upgrade, and neither player has any fishing ships left because it's really hard to actually keep fishing ships alive against any determined Castle Age player, as the fire ships destroy fishing ships so easily.
Yeah, the ships do far more damage than the galleys. And ooh, this could be a rough fight for Sora Kuma. His archers are in the middle shooting at the step lancers, but some scorpions are there to help. No upgrades on the way for the archers, and they have to rely on... they don't even have Bodkin. They just have to rely on Sebastian not taking the fight and thinking that there are too many archers. If the step lancers had a good jump, those archers would be massacred.
Absolutely. The step lancers themselves do have +1 defense and bloodline, so they're going to be doing just fine. We do have a rocket cart on the way here for Sora Kuma, but it's not out yet. It takes a while to come out, and this could be a bit tricky. That said, I think this TC might just come up in the nick of time, which is going to be a huge win here for Sora.
Yes, Sebastian, if Sebastian had seen that TC, he would have been able to jump it with the step lancers. Sora Kuma was able to keep the archers alive because he didn't have to force the fight. If Sebastian had seen that, then the steppies would have been able to jump the vills and force the crossbows to engage and use the scorpions.
Exactly. And the rocket car also came out, was able to delete one of the scorpions. And now things are going to be looking a lot better for Sora, but of course you have to be careful. No Bodkin in yet still, as the food eco is quite rough, honestly, for both players at this stage. But Sora's got 3 TCs.
Yeah, 3 TCs and booming away. Up by 5 vills. Definitely looks more like an Orlu playstyle.
I played a game yesterday. It was like my first game in a couple of weeks. I was Teutons versus Malians on Hillfort, and I won the game by being on like 5 TCs, had no map control, and just spamming Teuton scouts in Alps. That was some Orlu gameplay. The guy was 2K though, or was 2K. So
it was this a? I take it this game time was over 1 hour.
Oh yeah, it was an hour and 15 minutes game time.
Yeah, Orlu has the wonderful, you look at the AoE2 stats page, and you look at win rate by time. And you look at 1 hour plus is like 60 plus, and like all the stats before that are like 30%.
But so many of my games go an hour long that I still even out to like a 52% win rate.
Yes.
Like, I just have such a long average game time that it mostly is balanced out. Oh, okay. I guess it's a 1-for-1 trade, so it's all even. Some Fire Lancers on the way for Sora. Gonna be a good solid unit here. That should be a 1-for-0. Indeed it is. Better micro there for Sebastian.
Alright, and we're just kind of waiting for Sebastian. Just kind of waiting for him to push forward. Oh, ooh, Sora Kuma, as the Chinese is adding in one of the top 3 units in the game, the Fire Lancer.
But what about rocket carts? They're so different than mangonels.
They're kind of boring.
I mean, they're fun once you get the unique text for it, but it's just, you never see that. Also, their sound effect is really lame. What I suggested earlier to my chat was that they need to have the sound effect from the thermal charges from Attack of the Clones with Jango Fett chasing Obi-Wan in space. Just add that to the end. Just get the random guitar riff. I think that would be great.
Ooh, okay. We have the steppies finding some vills. There's a TC coming up on the other side of the vills, and Sora Kuma could take some losses here. Mangonels are chasing the crossbows, but, I mean, there are 2 Fire Lancers there to keep 3 Mangonels away from the crossbows, and 1 rocket cart. And all of a sudden, the crossbows come here from Sora Kuma, and maybe he's taking an okay fight.
On the Mangonel, it does go down. That is an even enough trade, but yeah, the Fire Lancers do a lot at least keeping the Step Lancers at bay. Yeah, Sebastian's gotten a lot of Veil kills, but the Sora macro has been quite good. He was on 3 TCs a lot sooner, and he's just going to have to delete the house and skedaddle back home over there, which is going to make his gold income quite bad.
If he didn't have those 2 Fire Lancers in the fight, I feel like the Step Lancers probably could have jumped, and the Mangonels would have come from behind, and all the crossbows would have died. But there's just two of those Fire Lancers, keeping the Mangonels and the Step Lancers both back, saved that army.
It sure does help a lot. Both players mining a lot of stone, by the way, so that is going to be important for both players, but I still think that gold is going to be the biggest issue by far here for Sora Kuma. You can see he's making another great pilgrimage over here to the southwest of the map just to gain a little bit more gold income. because
Oh, there's a
right
scout
now
there.
there 3 mangonels. Oh wow. We'll have to see if Sebastian actually noticed that, but there's not that much gold on this map because you have the markets to trade with.
And so far, no player is trying to take advantage of that. We don't see additional trade carts.
I just think it's too dangerous for either player to try and actually get trade going. But, I mean, look at this. This is a great push here from Sebastian. It is 3 mangonels to 2 rocket carts. He has the little bit of the high ground at the front of Sora's base, and there's a lot of TC idling that's happening right now.
Wait a minute, let me move over. Are the chats actually combined? Oh, wait, I didn't hit start sharing chat. Oh, man.
Wait, I was seeing your chat.
You were seeing my chat? Okay, I wasn't seeing yours then.
Oh.
It's annoying because we need to do like the combined streams, and then I need to click another button to combine the chats. And I think if like one of us misses a button press, then it's not set up properly somewhere.
Oh, okay. Because I was seeing like the T West logo or like your subscribers. So like I was seeing that. So I would like figured, okay, I'm seeing your chat's messages. Anyway, that is 4 barracks on the way. Gonna try and go for some more Fire Lancers, but the gold income is the issue. Step Lancers still gonna be doing quite well in these lower numbers. Okay, he's actually just gonna be going full on pikemen.
Yeah, now we're good. And here come the steppies. Those crossbows have to stay by the TC to stay safe from the steppies, but that puts them at risk of being hit by an extra range mangonel shot. And this feels like it might be the beginning of the end for Sorakuma, as now those Step Lancers can just make their way to the wood line where there's already a castle being dropped. And as those Vils are going to have to run, they'll be running straight into the Step Lancers.
Oh, that is not the sort of big old hug that you're going to be wanting to get. Oh, the peasantry. Oh, no. It's just the army value so much higher for Sebastian. Playing Chinese with an eco deficit versus Mongols is never a great sign. And it's just this mid-game pressure from the Step Lancers. Way, way too much. The mangonel control has also been better for Sebastian. And that just nullifies the much weaker foot soldiers so much of Sora.
Oh, the pikes all go down to the Step Lancers. What have they done to Age of Empires? We're seeing Step Lancer versus Fire Lancer for Mongol Chinese. This doesn't feel right. Oh, look at those Vils.
Look like camel
look at the
crossbowmen. Yeah.
Sorakuma and at the top of the map, doing a mill on the deer because he's out of wood to chop.
Oh boy, Bangudai production has also started because why not? And this is just not looking good.
I mean, Sorakuma's had a trade cart at the south of the map all game, but nothing to trade with because he didn't have a market at the time. And he never started trading even when he did the market. And now his market is destroyed, so he can't start it up.
Well, I don't think 150 gold even would make much of a difference at this point. As we actually have a red player now going over to the other side of the map. And this is all looking good for Sebastian to get a quick 2-0. Well, TC is going to be taken down at this point in just a moment. Those Vils are all going down, and I mean, it's going to be a 2-0 here for Mr. Sebastian.
And here come the Mangadai. Mangadai on the hill. And I don't know why Sebastian's pulling back. If he keeps fighting, he keeps winning.
I guess he's clicking up to Imp. But yeah, I mean, all Sebastian needs to do is just head on, apply directly to the forehead, and he's good to go. Mangadai have no upgrades other than Bloodlines right now, so it's not like they're going to be the scariest unit in the world. There's also only one castle from which to train them, but that really shouldn't be too big of an issue. You still have the Step Lancers, and if you can go for both units at the same time, you're absolutely grand.
Absolutely grand.
Yeah, you need your
down
2
goes
champions
the TC.
from the Mongol trade carts. It's really OP. I mean, yeah, You're 7,000 resources ahead at this point in the game with Mongols over Chinese. Yeah, this is not something Sora can come back from.
Alright, ballistics and fletching on the way for Sebastian. His ACCM levels. Now, also, the time zone is much later for Sora Kuma than it is for Sebastian, so if this keeps going on, and it gets later and later for Sora Kuma.
That's already getting a little bit later.
Well, it's always getting a little bit later.
You even have ballistics in here as well.
Who's the co-caster? This is Orlu. I don't know if we can combine the YouTube chats, too.
That I have no idea.
Imagine if we had 4 chats all combined.
That would be a lot of chats. That would be a lot of chat per chat. Oh,
there's a single
Sora,
G.
GG. Sora simply asserting that he is a straight-up gangsta.
Oh no, a single G. So, I mean, felt like it was over once the double forward docks came from Sebastian, and then he just mongled his way to the modern-day Step Lancer.
Indeed. And it's just way too much of an advantage. The early Castle Age was so good for Sebastian. Remember, the uptimes were actually at least fairly similar, but it's just behind that, there really wasn't a whole lot you could do as the Chinese player.
When was the last time Steppies got nerfed? I don't actually know.
A little while ago, they got buffed because they were basically useless, but it's really Mongol Step Lancers and Khitan Step Lancers that feel extremely good. The other Civ's Step Lancers all feel, like, perfectly fine.
Wait, who won game 1?
Sebastian, remember the whole?
Sebastian. Yeah, okay. I clicked the wrong button on my scoreboard. I will need to double check.
Okay.
I looked at it and I was like, I knew that was wrong, but I figured I'd double check before changing it and messing it up even more. So, loss on Canal Clash. Ooh, I do see Arena picked as the home map for Sora Kuma.
Oh, yes.
I do also see Mauerfall as a map for Sebastian.
And that's where we're going next in 20 seconds.
Alright. Now we can get Orlu's opinion on Mauerfall when we load in. Because I'm still, this is a work in progress, and we're going to be getting some feedback from this event and making more changes to it. VJS wanted to ask what stat needs to be modified for the trade cards to ignore collision. You take their X and Y sizes and set them to 0. And they ignore collision.
Sorry, I had to get up for a second. All right, so we are here in game number 3. This is only the second time I've ever seen this map. I don't know how much you've seen of it, T-West, but it was a very aggressive map in game number 1, I think, in the previous set.
Yes, it was. I think after watching that game, the one change I'm going to make in the future is actually remove the per player's stone and force players to take stone from the middle and make the wall area a bit more important. But we're making... there is a LAN TBA, not yet announced, on the tournament calendar you might have seen. And we're making some maps that fit the theme, and this was one of our ideas. And the hope is to make an aggressive-ish map and have it kind of themed. So we have our destroyed wall. Players start on one side and gotta go to the other side for resources. I guess I'd put it kind of in the vein of the movement maps, similar to Bay or Evacuation, where you're kind of aggressive on one side and it's more open and you need to control the map as the game progresses to grab different sets of resources.
Yep, one of those, it's a migration map, but a land migration map.
Yeah. My first idea was actually putting the players on opposite sides of the wall, but then that just felt like a standard open map, and maybe a bit too standard, so we tried to do something different by putting them on the same side of the wall. And all the gold's on one side, and players, they only have 2 tiles of 2 gold each. I was thinking of reducing that and relying more on foxes, because they have a few foxes around their map. 35 gold per fox, and it decays a bit if you take it. So what I've learned from watching the arena games, Orlu, if you take a fox with 1 gold, you get 31, or with 1 vil, you get 31 gold. If you take it with, I think, 3 or 4 vils, you get 34 gold from it. So if you just want a fast castle with foxes, you only need 3 of them. If you take them with enough vils, then you don't have to mine anything.
Yeah, except it's kind of a pain to get 3 foxes all the way back to your base, so it seems like it's much safer, at least, to mine gold anyway, because if, like, you're even a little bit off, then you can find yourself stuck.
Yep. And it's even more of a pain now, because foxes being pushable was actually something they considered a bug, and you can't do it anymore. It's along with the chicken push fix, I believe.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to be able to push foxes across the map. Which really begs the question why they're even in the game in the first place.
Yeah, that was... Well, the thing I think about animals in AoE 2 is that they all need to be interactable. That your sheep, your herdables, you scout with them. Your deer, you push them. The boar, you lure them. The wolves, you fight them. Because if you're just making stuff like foxes or chickens that, putting aside the funnels that stand in one place, you're just like making berries again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that chickens were designed as a bit of a counterpoint to the deer pushing meta to make the game a little bit more aggressive in the early game, but it doesn't really feel like that's done all that much, as we're still looking at 18, 19 pop-up times every single game.
The thing I feel about the chickens is that it doesn't really incentivize you to scout more, because it doesn't make scouting any more valuable. It just means you have less to do with your scout in the Dark Age because you're not pushing the deer.
Yeah, and I don't know why scouting feels so much less valuable than it used to be. Probably just because the maps are so much more homogenous than in ye old days, that you don't really ever adjust anything based off of the map you have. You're doing more or less the same build every single time.
Yeah, it feels like in some ways the old Arabia Huns had more like per game variety in builds, and nowadays it's more like you get your civs and there's kind of set ways to play the civ matchups.
Like mass skirmishers for all of them.
Well, here we will have, surprise, surprise, Sebastian doing a stable as the Franks to go scouts, and in response, the Catan player also doing a stable.
Oh, that's a little bit of an annoyance there. Also, we haven't mentioned the civ matchup yet. This should literally just be Franks versus the better Franks.
Yeah, I'm honestly worried about what Sebastian's going to do here when we get to the Step Lancers with extra attack. I mean, Frank Knights don't actually have any bonus over normal Knights in the Castle Age. The 20% HP is the same as Bloodlines, and they lack Bloodlines, so that evens out. And against Step Lancers that then have +4 attack, I would imagine the Step Lancers win.
Especially with the unit stacking that's in the game right now, which is just so incredibly powerful for any unit with 1 range. It's great for the Kamyuks, it's great for the Step Lancers. And this is going to be a tough one. That said, in the short run, at the very least, you do have the 20% more HP for your Scout Cavalry, so 9 more HP. And until Forging comes in, that's going to be a nice advantage for the Franks player.
Yeah, that's a big if, though, because once Forging comes in, you get not just +1, but +2 attack. I think that's going to matter a lot more than the partial Bloodlines that you'd get from the Franks, the only 9 HP.
If you think about it, Frank and Magyar Scouts trade exactly evenly, so getting 1 more attack than Forging Scouts is, you're just going to win as the Khitans.
And what other options do Franks have other than going for the Nightline? It's not like they're going to go throwing Axemen.
I mean, you basically would just want to go for like infantry and some monks and siege, but we don't live in a world where the inflexible tech trees are very good, right? You need to have at least strong ranged options, and Franks don't have that.
Yeah, and then if you are going like pikes, the Khitans could go pikes too and add them in more quickly.
Add them in more quickly with more attack. Because, of course, the double effect attack upgrades also benefit the infantry. I've actually won games with Khitan Longswordsmen with +4 attack.
That's true. I mean, their unique unit is an infantry unit, and they do actually have really good infantry, maybe overshadowed by the power of their Step Lancers. But it also applies to their Fire Lancers. They have Fire Lancers.
They do. They actually have arguably the best Fire Lancers because they're fully upgraded and they
get extra attack.
You get Gambesons in mid-game, and you get the
extra
attack, yeah.
Oh no, the Khitans. Well, what does poor Sebastian do in this Civ matchup? Unless he takes a really good early lead, and I mean, that's hard to do in a Scouts War these days. Players are so good at microing their scouts. Right, we see what we're seeing here. It's a small number of scouts into some spears. And typically the Franks without bloodlines are the Civ that wants to play a shorter feudal and get straight to castle. But here in this matchup, I think it just benefits the Khitans.
I mean, in early feudal age, it is actually better for Franks than Khitans because Khitans no longer have any early game bonus, like no Dark Age bonus, with them losing their faster working or shepherds or more efficient shepherds or whatever. But without bloodlines, you're perfectly content here as Sora Kuma to play an extended feudal age. Your scouts are better, and your food income is a lot better with pastures.
Yeah, and also the Frank scouts don't have as much area to raid you early on because your pastures can be closely constructed near your TC instead of out by the mill.
Exactly. Forging is on its way. You also have the faster training scouts as well as Khitans.
That's true. Part of the Huns bonus of the faster working stable. The scouts train faster. Yeah, the kittens are very scary.
Oh, they're on the other side of the wall, though, which is not really the best angle. But, yeah, once all these units get together, this should be a very good fight for the Sky Bear.
Can't quite catch the scouts, but we'll get the spear and all the archers. It's a lot of spears for Sora Kuma, too.
You get to dictate the fight still because the archers are not able to escape in the same way the scouts can. You are trying to take the best fight you can as Sebastian. Honestly, full credit to him for that, but the unit quality is higher here for Sora by a pretty decent amount. Because again, the double forging also affects the spearmen, which helps out.
Well, Sebastian still has a score lead. Did he scout more? I'm trying to figure out. Oh yeah, he scouted all the way to one of the corners.
Yeah, 50 versus 31, so 190 scores just from scouting.
Yeah, maybe it's scouting. I mean, the Khitan's eco hasn't quite gotten up to Sebastian, but Sebastian is out of the berries now. So he does not have any more forage bonus. Will have the free horse collar, but that's past us now. Domestication was in for Sora Kuma for all of his pastures, and finally he will be walled up on the south. Sebastian was able to keep Sora Kuma off the berries for a while with that forward scout pressure, contributing a bit to that res difference, but now the economy should start booming for Sora Kuma.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of any Civ-related bonus is just the simple fact that Sebastian was keeping the economy idle for Sora Kuma. This is going to be a nice pickup, though. He's going to snag a villager, though he loses a scout in the process.
And all the
Sebastian
HP.
is full walled at home.
And, well, those scouts are kind of useless now for picking off vills, unless they're very low HP ones.
Yeah. So that's still fine. Castle Age time is still going to be a little bit faster here for Sora Kuma. Probably. I guess stone was sold. The issue, though, is you could easily just go heavy Cav Archer, Castle Age heavy at Cav Archer as Khitans here, and that's also going to be something Franks struggle against. It just feels like Khitans are honestly better in almost every way. Like, can you think of where Franks are going to actually have an advantage here?
Ooh. You know what Sebastian might do here? He might have extra hit points on Frank Cav Archers. He's probably going crossbows. But Cav Archers could be the dream.
Yeah, we'll go Frank Cav Archers versus Khitan heavy Cav Archers. That sounds great. Every
I guess
Civ is a Cav Archer in Skirm Civ to West.
Not the Bohemians. They don't have Cav Archers.
That's very true.
So, looks like it will indeed be crossbows here. Same worry about fighting heavy Cav Archer, though, if you go crossbows. Maybe better against Step Lancers with the lack of Pierce Armor on the Step Lancers. Just have to make sure you have enough crossbows and you're not caught out of position, which is much easier said than done against the mobility of Step Lancers.
Yeah, exactly. But I do like how well-walled Sebastian is at home. He is very safe, not vulnerable to any counterattacks, whereas the opposite is true of Kuma, and who is much, much more open and susceptible to attack. Note that the skirm numbers are also climbing. That's it. If you're forcing the Khitan players to just make skirmishers, it's really not that exciting for them. And you're going to give yourself a lot more offensive potential than your opponent. Castle Age's going to be in here in just a moment for both players.
Alright, there we are. And Workshop forward for Sebastian. And that's risky against Step Lancers, but we'll give him an answer to the Skirmishers, because Elite Skirm Sora Kuma knows he needs to go for the best unit in the game. And we'll immediately click the upgrade for Elite Skirm and Bodkin.
Bosaw coming in for Sebastian. He is going to keep this 1 TC. Probably does not fancy his chances as the game goes on. Ironically, if it goes to post-im, Franks are probably going to just crush everything with Paladins because you don't get Halb as Ketons. But,
that's true.
Yeah, short of that, you're probably going to want to end this one faster rather than later.
I mean, Ketons do get heavy camels with all that extra attack.
Well, I mean, in Imperial Age, it's just Blast Furnace.
Yeah, but I mean, that's still fully up. I guess they missed Bloodlines, so yeah, not
Well,
the
you
best
have
heavy
Ordo
camels.
Cavalry for the HP regen, but that doesn't really help you versus ranged units.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of an overlap with the Berber's camel regen.
Well, it's also an overlap with Georgians, and they have HP regeneration, although it's a little bit different. Because it's not really HP regeneration, it's almost like a life steal kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's one of those, like, you delete your units so the enemies can't heal instead of fighting type of thing.
Well, I mean, it's you just generate a certain amount of percentage of your HP whenever you're fighting. Anyway, plus
Yeah,
2
whenever you're
defense is about
fighting.
to be in here for the Skirmishers, and it's 2 TCs to 1, and right now, again, it's all about Sora just hanging out and hanging in there.
Yep, and using the pastures.
Indeed, he is using pasteurization so his milk doesn't go bad quickly. Like Cav coming in now here for Sora. And again, he should just be very content to just hang out. And the longer this game goes on, he should be quite confident in his own eco. But look at this. Great scouting. I'm pretty sure it's great scouting here from Sora to see exactly what's happening. Now, the quick walls are in, and I don't actually think this is going to be denied, but it's still a good move there from Sora Kuma.
Sebastian needs to pay attention. Ooh, that was
He's
close
not Mr. Yo,
on
he's
the
paying
wall.
attention. Although the attack is pretty high, but yeah, not going to be.
He needs to repair. He needs to repair. Okay. This is only forging. Imagine iron casting we're in. You might not even be able to repair this.
Yeah, you might need a third build to successfully repair it. There is a Mangonel out. There are a couple camels hanging out in the Siege Workshop, but are obviously not the best anti-Mangonel unit. And that TC is taking a long time to come in because only 2 villagers are actually able to do any building, and oh,
They're in.
no.
They're in. Oh, he gets another palisade, though.
Yeah.
But is this a repeat of the same thing?
Nah,
Maybe
I
this
think
goes up. Maybe it goes up. I think it goes
the
up.
TC's too close now.
Yeah. On the other side, TC goes up in the shorefish. What do you think about the shorefish? I think I like that there are fish in the corner, but I need to do something more than just put a bunch of fish there. Like maybe spread them out a bit more. I'm not sure.
Well, it's just a very good place to drop a TC. I mean,
Yeah,
that
it
just
is,
feels
it
like
is.
part of the map. Siege Workshop going to come forward here for Sora Kuma. Wheelbarrow as well. It's already in for Sebastian, who also has the Heavy Plow upgrade, of course, for free as Franks. And he's going to be on 3 TCs. He's got a bunch of crossbowmen. But I'm still questioning where exactly he's going in this game.
Okay, Mangonel is working on the stable. Rocket cart destroys a Mangonel. Ooh, that's not something Sebastian can afford right now. And he's already down by 12 vills. That's
You just walked into that as Sora.
Oh, we have a new member of the wolf pack.
Oh, indeed we do. Why does it show up as like red, but like 3/4 of the way?
What?
Like a bar?
I just have a message that Aidhan AoE2 subscribed at tier 1 to Orlu AoE.
Oh, there's just like a weird color palette rectangle thing behind it. But thank you, Aidhan, and welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Orlu Wolf and friends. That's the most important thing. Thank you. Hope you guys are enjoying the Cookout. It's been a while, man.
Yeah, it has been.
Oh boy. This is a tough one. Siege Workshop going to be coming in on the side, though, and Sebastian's gold income is heavily reliant on this Western TC, as there really shouldn't be much gold left at home for a red player to take.
Yeah, and that workshop's going to have a nice hill right in front of it. I don't think the rocket carts can hit the TC from the hill, though. And I like how Sebastian has the outpost out, so he has vision of the TC already. He even had invested it into Town Watch earlier.
You mean... Oh, yeah, you mean the Siege Workshop that he has sight of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, up there in the top left by that TC.
Yeah. All right, so handcart's coming in, +1 defense for the Cav, and the game is going to march on, and now Sora's eco is really going to be lifting off. He's got 9 Vils, he's going to have handcart in a second, and he's just able to utilize the faster training trash units. He has very few Vils on gold himself, but he doesn't really need it, is the thing.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? The pressure is now going to be split into 2 halves, with Sebastian trying to be forward with the mangonels down here in the southeast, but then in that northwestern corner, double stables and rocket carts, and Sebastian has no military units out here to defend at all.
Oh, and he's just going to lose all of his crossbowmen for free. He's going to lose all of his crossbowmen for free. Can't even afford a castle yet because Frank's got that castle bonus nerfed because they apparently really needed it.
I hate that.
And more cap upgrades coming in, I know. Now he can afford a castle, though, and he absolutely needs one.
Yeah. Now, I want to do like my own balance patch, like go back to AOC, and with the wisdom of changes that have and have not worked, just start from scratch.
Yeah.
And okay, we're gonna have a forward castle. Sebastian being aggressive, trying to put it on Sora Kuma's face.
He sure needs to. Rocket Cart still eating the TC again. It's going to deny so much gold income, and my worry for Sebastian is it's going to be difficult for him to actually force an engagement.
Ooh. Look at how many light cav that TC just killed. I mean, that could honestly give Sebastian a chance to flee with those Vils and keep them alive. He's trying to just get a few Frank Knights up there. And, well, here comes a village. He wants to raise the castle. Slightly less forward, but as the barracks goes down, he's gonna... Oh, could the rocket cart one-hit this?
Oh, Kim Castle? Oh, I think the reload time was good enough there. Conversion is going to need to be successful. Deletion is there in time.
Ooh.
Oh. I think this castle's going to go up T-West.
I think it is. Okay, a few Vils go down. But the rocket cart's destroyed. 3 mangonels in the castle is going to put a lot of pressure on this TC. And all of a sudden, all those pastures that Sora Kuma has might be out of commission. That's a ton of wood he has invested here that he's going to lose as the Franks will control this area of the map. And second TC for Sebastian in the north right now. He needs to send all those Vils to build it or keep them safe somehow.
Maybe because the light cav have to path around, but 90%. This is still kind of ugly to deal with 95. For both players.
He gets it up, and that's 2 TCs now.
It is, and the TC at home here for Sora Kuma is dying. There just isn't anything here to defend. Throwing axemen are back and ready for action.
There we go. Raiding the wood line. He can't get the axes to hit the villager. Oh, the Vill's gonna be trapped. Traffic jam. Oh, he gets him.
There we go.
The unit gets a kill.
And at this point, it's just knights with a few crossbowmen left over. The mangonels are here. You're missing a lot of upgrades as Sora Kuma. He needs to get his own defensive castle out. And it's first he's going to get chain barding armor, but at least the faster train speed of his units should be a big help for him.
All right, we also have a knight raid over here on the gold from Sora Kuma in the north. Sebastian hitting the gold. And knights are going to keep running around as axemen get a couple kills. And the mangonels come forward. They'll hit the pasture.
Oh, Sora's not paying attention. Sebastian heavily winning the multitasking battle right now. This is way too many losses here for Sora.
Oh, at the same time. Okay, Sebastian lost a couple of Vils on those TCs, but...
Yeah, but he's got 2 TCs that the villagers can immediately hop into. Like, Sora's literally losing everything on the other side. These knights have 12 Vil kills and counting.
Oh, he's trying to rush up a castle. He'll get that up. Mangonels won't be in a position to deny it. Might lose the mangonels to some light cav.
This is a straight-up enormous blunder. These knights are literally going to kill everything.
Okay, monks want a couple conversions on the knights.
And at the very least, Sebastian can stall things out for a lot longer.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point where now the Khitans have lost all the pastures, they'll have to reseed them. That's a lot of wood and a disruption to their food bonus. And if we go to the late game, it's probably a better matchup for the Franks, which is, not uncommon to say against most civs versus Khitans. It's just getting to that point that's the struggle, and Sebastian, with the castle, if this goes up on its gold, may just have gotten himself to that point.
Indeed. I mean, honestly, Sora losing over 20 villagers to the north to 3 knights, while all of everything else was happening. I mean, it's, you know, a forced error in the sense that Sebastian is forcing the multitasking from his opponent, but able to just sneak through with those knights and get an enormous amount of damage. The castle here is fantastic for defending, and he's going to continue his throwing axeman production to West. Let's go!
Oh, let's go. Let's go throwing axemen. Axemen in the north to try to deal with the rocket carts. Well, he needs something out there, and this will be his answer.
Why is Sora not making camels?
He has a lot to do right now, Orlu. He has a lot to do.
Like, he's mostly been making light cav against knights. It's kind of weird.
He has some camels in the north. I'll fight the throwing axemen. And they'll win.
I guess.
Well,
Handcart's not coming in. 6,600 though, to West.
Yeah. I was going to say, maybe early on he was wary of going too heavy into camels because of the crossbow opening.
I mean, I guess, but right now, resources destroyed heavily in favor of Sebastian, as he has just been out multitasking Sora Kuma by a ton. Oh, look at this. He can't build the castle yet because he doesn't have 553 stone.
Oh no, there should be 480 stone, Orlu. How can we have fortified churches, but the Franks don't get their old bonus?
I know. We have some Liao Dao coming out. They're going to do pretty well against the Knights, but you also miss out on a lot of that mobility. And that is going to be a huge issue, as we just see continually great fights here for Sebastian.
And shouldn't these Liao Dao lose to the throwing axemen?
Well, I mean, it's
pretty
like
hard.
if the throwing axemen aren't getting attacked, then they'll do okay. But Liao Dao do have 3 melee armor and 75 HP, so they're pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, so they're kind of like the Teutonic Knight-esque counter to the axemen, just because they have enough armor.
Yeah, they're one of those units that's, you know, pretty strong against melee units and somewhat weak against ranged units.
Yeah, because throwing axemen, you think of them as an infantry counter because they do melee damage, but they don't actually have an attack bonus against infantry, like a Jaguar Warrior or a Cataphract or a Plumed Archer would. So the high melee armor ones, they're kind of Mameluke-like. The Teutonic Knight counter is like a ram against them.
Most everything in AoE has either the same or more pierce armor than it has melee armor, and of course the Liao Dao just happened to be one of those exceptions.
Yeah, so here we have Imp for Sora Kuma, and I mean the score lead isn't that different. He still has a res collected advantage, and he still has pastures. He's stabilized a bit in the south. He has that defensive castle. And if he gets Imp first, maybe he can treb down this Frank castle in the south, get more control of his farming eco. Or just keep transitioning to the gold in the north more. Yeah?
I would posit to you to inquire as to where Sora's getting Imp.
Oh, that is not a good TC to get Imp. Oh no. Sora Kuma. Players need to stop using select all TCs when they click Imp. No, don't lose the Imp TC, not like this.
Oh my god.
He's gonna have a lot of food and gold for making camels
where
now.
Where did all this come from?
And he's gonna take a fight. A little bit pathing of the axemen, avoiding the camels. Not the best micro from Sora Kuma.
Oh, yeah, but the Step Lancers, they can poke into the corner like this. I still think you can take that fight.
I don't think he had enough steppies. If that was a full army of Step Lancers, you take that fight 100% when they're clumped up like that, but not with this. And, well, we were asking how they deal with Paladins earlier. How do they deal with Axemen?
I think just a bunch of heavy cav archers would be doing just fine, or maybe mass Step Lancers could work as well. They are faster. But you do now have 5 range for your throwing axe, and remember, Bearded Axe was buffed. You now get 6 range in total with full upgrades.
Okay, castle going up in the middle. And so far, I think this is the map has worked out really interestingly for this game. It's been, like, action everywhere.
Yeah, game number 1 wasn't, in the last series wasn't that great, but this has been a very good game. And Imp is on the way for Sebastian as well, and he is absolutely fighting his heart out in a very tough situation to try and make this work. I mean, he is going to be relying on the power of the mighty throwing axemen. He still has a good amount of gold income.
Is in. Yeah, Bearded Axe is in for that +2 range.
Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of Liao Dao, though. We're at 19 Liao Dao. The defense, though, from Sebastian has been really important, though. He hasn't really been rated all that much at home in like his main home base, whereas that's been the opposite for his opponent. But lamellar armor is coming in, and that is going to be actually completely inconsequential against throwing axemen.
Yeah, it's one of those non-AoE 2 weird effects. Like you reflect damage is like a Skyrim effect against melee units, but won't affect against the ranged melee units of the throwing axemen.
Exactly.
It's not like the Corbomite reflector from the Star Trek Armada, where the attacks are reflected and hit you back from range. It's only melee.
Yep, it has to be. It's like the same with the Iron Pagoda. It has to actually be a melee attack in melee range.
Oh wait, there's more units that do that?
No, the Durchin unique unit. You know, the Iron Pagoda that blocks the one melee attack every so often. It has to be a melee attack.
Okay.
In melee range. It's not just melee damage. Anyway, Ordo Cav coming in. Gonna get your units that HP regeneration whenever they're in a fight.
And now my question for Sebastian is, how's his gold income looking? He has 1 gold in the middle of the map. But that's about it. He has another hill he could claim if he can get stone for a castle and then get maybe 1 or 2 more golds. Oh, he's going even more forward for the castle.
Yeah.
Where does Sebastian take gold now?
It's going to be rough, and Franks are not a civ that like being without gold. They're a pretty darn gold-reliant civ. Elite Throwing Axeman and Cavalier both coming in. I mean, yes, Paladin Elite Throwing Axeman is a great army composition against the Ketons, but how on earth are you ever going to get there, as these units are going to be streaming forward? Lots and lots of raiding potential here for the Ketons, and as well as Sebastian is playing, I'm not sure if he's able to identify a win condition here.
Oh, Axemen hiding in the corner there. Oh, look at that stack of Axemen in the corner for Sebastian up here in the north. Oh, he's got 11 Axemen there. Look at him go. Look at them all throwing from one tile. Oh, they're destroying these hussars.
I mean, to be fair, it looks like there are far fewer Axemen there than there actually are. This is kind of dumb, honestly. You gotta have 9 units just on top of each other.
What did Nilly do? I mean, units could always stack, and like this is always part of AoE 2. This feels more extreme than it's ever been.
Yeah. Like, how on earth is Sora supposed to know how many throwing axemen are right there?
He can't, right? He can't.
Yeah.
It's just sending hussars to try to clear them. In the past, when you stacked, at least they wouldn't, like, they'd spread out a bit, so you'd have an idea of how many there were. Here, there's no way to tell.
Exactly. And right now, you have the Trebs actually both gonna go down. No, sorry, the Liao Dao are there in place. And the Elite Liao Dao will have 6 melee armor with full upgrades. So, what is that? 12 attacks.
Yeah.
So they only deal 6 damage a hit to the Liao Dao with full upgrades. Obviously not all that impressive.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where maybe Hand Cannoneer over Axeman would be the better play at this point. Axemen were so great in the Castle Age, but now that you're an imp, you have other options.
But the Hand Cannoneers cost a lot of gold, too. And I think that's kind of the major issue for Sebastian right now, is that he's only been making gold units, whereas Sora's been kind of making a combination of gold units and trash units. And it feels like it's
interesting how
to sustain.
Like early on, the players went for the far golds and just bypassed the middle golds, and have been saving the middle golds for later now.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit odd how that works out, but I think it's going to be fine. Note that relics situation. How many relics are on the map? Is it just 5?
It's just 5. It's 5 that are on the opposite side of the wall, kind of random.
Okay. Well, it's only 1 right now for Sebastian, and none right in for Sora. Blast Furnace is going to be super huge for the Throwing Axemen because they have a very low base attack, so percentage-wise it's a big increase. And more Trebs are coming out here from Sora Kuma, though.
Oh, and we'll have Pastoralism in now for Sorakuma. Didn't have that heavy plow equivalent for a long time.
Nope. Nice job sniping the Trebuchet, though. There's +4 defense just now coming in for the Cav. I mean, Sebastian's really trying to keep himself afloat in this game. And the army from Sora isn't actually all that impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're both at similar pops. But losing the castles is going to hurt for Sebastian, because that's going to be less gold control for him.
Yeah, and of course the big question here for Sebastian is just how long can you sustain any of this without gold income? Because your only non-gold unit is Frank Light Cav, which is a thoroughly unexciting unit to be making in this situation.
That it is, and you think when the gold starts to run out, the Khitans have a much better eco with all the pastures, and then they'll have those Hussars they can pump out. No bloodlines, but then the Franks no bracers, so that kind of is okay to raid with Hussars.
Yeah, and it's
oh, Axeman against the tower. Look at him go.
Oh, there we go. There we
Tower
go.
stood no chance.
Well, Light Cav are starting to come in. The Liao Dow are here to help protect the trebuchets. I mean, the Throwing Axemen are honestly not even doing all that poorly, all things considered, but it does feel like a bit of a rough situation. Notably, no Siege Engineers is in yet for Sora Kuma, so you can try and maybe keep the castle alive a little bit longer. Gonna try and actually out-juke those units with your Light Cav, use that mobility advantage there, but that castle is gonna go down and therefore expose a lot of this eco for Sebastian.
Yeah, kind of the opposite situation of what we had before where the pastures were exposed. Now all the Frankish farms are exposed. And remember, those are crop rotation farms. Those would last a long time if they were to be protected.
Yeah, that is actually quite true. But look at this. The blob of Throwing Axemen will not be contained at the north. They're just leveling the TC.
I don't think, actually, Sora Kuma has a way to stop this. What unit do the Khitans make if not Cav Archer?
I mean, I just think you make Cav Archers. I think it's that simple.
Maybe it is. Chemistry on the way. They don't have hand cannoners, right?
No. But, like, you have the half-cost HCA upgrade. Like, that's fine.
Oh, they're going for another TC.
There we go.
Oh, look at them go. Oh, they wreck buildings with that melee attack.
Yep, they have Arson in as well. There we go. More Light Cav on the way, and like Sebastian is doing so admirably. He's still ahead of Sora in terms of res collected, which is a testament to how active he's been with his raiding. Even though Sora has killed more vills overall, you have conscription now coming in for Sebastian. And we have mounted trebs on the way. That is actually one of the okay-ish units against the Throwing Axemen, but you still have to be very careful with them.
Okay, Axemen kind of getting overnumbered by Hussars, but even then, the Axemen win the fight. As long as Sebastian can keep his Axemen numbers up, it might be hard for Sora Kuma to find a quick counter to this. He does at least have Bracer, so the Cav Archer swap wouldn't be that hard. You just need Heavy Cav Archer, which is discounted? Yeah, it is discounted for him.
Yeah, 50%.
That'd be an easy swap at this point.
Yeah, it's 450 food, 250 gold. You already have almost all of the upgrades in. Just, it's still good against it. The Throwing Axemen. It's an almost fully upgraded Heavy Cav Archer, just missing bloodlines.
Yeah, it just needs the final armor. So yeah, I actually think that'd be great. Like you go to the classic Hussar Heavy Cav Archer play, and then you actually have something to stop the Axemen from clumping in the wood lines.
Exactly.
I don't know. I mean, look at the population though, because Sora Kuma is starting to fall, and the Axemen are cleaning the production facilities. Is Sebastian okay still?
Sebastian's totally fine still. This feels like a game he should not be winning, but he still has a chance. We have the Mounted Trebs here to the south, but Mounted Trebs are terrible against buildings. They are strictly an anti-unit unit. So it's one you have to be careful with, and I feel like Sora is just floundering, trying to deal with these Throwing Axemen. It's not like he can't deal with them, but he doesn't seem to know how to, which is understandable since you almost never see this.
Yeah, Hussar raids in the south. I mean, yeah. I mean, you think about that. Throwing Axemen are usually a unit that's like awful, so you never make them. But now we just have a different setup now with the extra range and continued Hussar raids in the south on these farmers, and even probably going to destroy another Treb. Great for Sora Kuma to keep killing vills here, and vill counts for both players plummeting over time.
Indeed, but we have a Trebuchet getting itself situated here for Sebastian. Honestly, Siege has been one of his biggest weaknesses in this game in that he hasn't really had his nothing. What? That's an Orlu castle right there. Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was, that was Sora building a castle in the middle of his opponent's base. It's just the mini-map didn't look like it because of the Hussars, blue Hussars are on top of it.
And Sebastian really does need this castle to protect his farmers, but all of a sudden he's lost 30 vills in the last minute. And there's the GG as Sora Kuma gets himself on the scoreboard. That was a crazy game. That's crazy. I like that.
I loved it. It's a game that felt like it shouldn't have been close, but Sebastian just kept on fighting his way into it, and it just eventually could not withstand all of the units flooding across. 135 throwing axemen made, though. That is always a lot of fun.
And it felt like they used all parts of the map, too. They're going out for the fish. They're
Mhm.
coming back for the center golds. They're trying to take the stones in the middle.
And they both
Yeah.
sides used a ton of their tech tree as well, which is a big thing. Like, they really tried to dance around each other's army compositions as best they could.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with that map, I have to say. Maybe the two thoughts I have are that they're maybe remove the players starting stone, make them mine stone from the middle. That's usually close enough that I don't think that's too much of a difference. Just kind of emphasizes the wall a bit, and then maybe adjust the fish a bit because it's kind of awkward having them like one tile apart and some of them inaccessible. Yeah, other than that, I really liked how that map played out. I think this is a good concept. I need to make it a bit prettier, but it worked out pretty well.
Is this also going to be used in the totally not known tournament that's coming up?
Yeah, the LAN TBA.
Yeah, the super secret LAN TBA.
Yeah, so that's... I mean, KD was pretty even. Around 400 kills each.
Yep.
Ecos were fairly even, too, considering how that went. Slight lead for Sebastian. And, I mean, the age timing's pretty equal. And see, someone wanted to see the villager graph. It did wiggle back and forth quite a bit over time. Here we go. And you can see in that last minute, things plummeted by 30 vills from Sebastian when he could no longer keep his farm safe near his starting base.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a LAN TBA tournament. It's been on the calendar for a while.
All right, 42 seconds, guys, and we will be getting into Chile Nomad.
Not the Chinese one, the German one.
The one that's in Berlin. Oh, jeez.
It's already on the calendar. The leak is there, Vanilla Donut. It is in Berlin, yes. That is confirmed on the calendar in December.
Jeez, wasn't there a tournament in Berlin last December?
You need to book train tickets. They need to announce it, though. I don't want to disrupt their announcements.
Hello. Fun stuff here. Let's get into game number 4. I know how to count.
Orlu, you're
Sora,
the one who told
north.
me once that binary numbers have not been used since the 90s. I don't trust your counting skills.
I mean, that's only one of the many reasons you should never trust my counting skills. Anyway, Persians here for Sora to the north, winning the last one, and to the east in the red as the Portuguese. It will be Sebastian here on Chile Nomad.
Chile Nomad. Can you explain why it's called Chile?
No idea.
What is Chile about it?
Okay. I was kind of hoping you would tell me.
I don't know. I don't know where the food names come from. I mean, there has to be a reference, but I only understand Star Trek references. I don't get food references.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have no idea. Anyway, both players have the fishing ship out.
Yep,
but
and
going to be
Nomad.
very good early.
And Nomad, do you think we see organ guns from Sebastian?
Versus Persians, I don't know. Feels like Portuguese monks are going to be one of the most important units here.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Either way, Portuguese don't really have the mobility the Persians do.
Very true, but they do have a very, very powerful and efficient army, so that could end up being quite tough here for Sora to deal with. But the thing that you can do on this map, and what we have seen on this map, is that players can expand away from each other. And that is going to be really nice for the Persians, who can just sort of get their huge eco going very far away and make the Portuguese player chase them all over the place.
Chase them all over the place. That's what you want to do, and that's really the counter to organ guns if they're chasing you all over the place. And Sorokuma, also, if the organ guns do pressure him, it's extra HP on the Persian TC. So he's a bit of chance to run.
Indeed. It's Persians are going to be a very strong civ. It is a hybrid map. Portuguese, it is a map in AoE 2, so they are very good on it. So don't think it should be too big of a difference. Oh, I thought there was some Biel fighting, but no. They're just going to happily fish together.
They're just happily fishing. Oh, no. There is a Biel fight. There is a Biel fight, and those Vils don't have loom. None of them have loom. They'll just go to another fish.
Chumps.
Sebastian wanted to fish peacefully, but Sorakuma wasn't having it. And Sorakuma's up first, which you usually expect from the Persians. 15 villagers, that is quite quick from them, and he was just gonna get... Do you open with a fire or a demo if you're up that fast? I guess it has to be a fire.
It has to be a fire, right? The demo gives you no long-term value and it doesn't snowball anything.
But you destroy both the fishing ships right away, maybe.
I mean, if you're lucky, but...
You're guaranteed to destroy one.
But then you lose all the initiative that you have. I mean,
No,
you're
let
only
me-
a little bit faster.
Let me tell you what you do, Orlu, okay? Okay? What you do is you type a message into the chat for Sebastian to respond to, and just as he's responding, then you send the demo out, and then you destroy both fishing ships and 4 Vil, or the 3 villagers, the 3rd Vil heading out, so you get 5 Vil kills with 1 demo.
That sounds very reasonable and a very consistent strategy, and I am all for it. Oh boy. Well, it is still just 2 fishing ships per player. It's just going to have that little bit of a timing lead here for Sorakuma. He is building a barracks, whereas Sebastian's going for a second dock. So obviously going to be a bit of a heavier naval focus for our red player, which is perhaps a little surprising.
Well, Portuguese do have the gold discount on their ships and the HP bonus, so they do have the better ships. The only real advantage is the dock production in HP.
And Sebastian's doing a great job, dealing with the early Persian eco. I mean, he's ahead in resources right now against Persians, which is nice. But that's usually because the Persians get more villagers out sooner, but we didn't really see that from Sora.
Yeah, and also remember, you get the free plus 50 food and plus 50 wood, so it's actually kind of a bit even for Sorakuma, just from the extra stuff. I don't think that's counted in Res Collected.
It is not, unfortunately. I feel like it would be useful for, Lithuanians, Persians, and Ethiopians to all get their free resources as resources collected.
Yeah. Who's Marlin and why is he a fish? Marlin is a very bad baseball team in Florida.
I was wondering if you were going to make the baseball reference. Oh, yes. And you can block with the fire ship here, but you're still looking at 2 ships to 1. You have more fire ships queued up right now for Sebastian. He has nothing at all on the land. He is completely focused on the water. And the issue right now here for Sora is that he's not really focused on the water as much, but he's also not all that focused on the land because he just has a barracks. He doesn't have another building that would actually be able to apply pressure.
Now, 3 repair vills keep the fire ships alive. And Sebastian, with the double docks, not quite getting an early advantage. Now I think is the time for a demo for Sebastian. And then he'd be able to cause some chaos in the middle.
Yep, and here we are. Sora's demo's about to pop out. I mean, it's an okay hit, but not that great of one.
Yeah, and I think the key for the demo is it hits the repair vills on the shallows, and it forces you to repair over on the shoreline. And give you control then to keep the fishing ships away from the deep fish. Well, there go all the fish. And that will be Sebastian gaining control of the middle. Sorakuma can only hide behind the dock for so long.
Indeed, and that is going to be all she wrote there on the water. But this is what I was saying to you, Wes. You have 1 archer coming out. It's really not the most threatening thing in the world, and it's going to give Sebastian plenty of time to develop his own land defenses, because the second you win water, you don't need to start investing into it anymore, and you can just sort of hang out and get some defenses and know that you're going to be in a good spot with your economy.
He has a barracks on the way. Now would probably be a good time for a town watch, right? You know you're going for that transition. Something has to be coming in on land since you've won the water, and that's exactly what Sebastian's doing right here, building an outpost. Trying to get vision, make sure nothing surprises him.
Yep, Sebastian can be very comfortable with the current state of the game. Fletching will be in here in just a moment for Sorakuma, who has also done a nice job of taking some of the external food sources on the map. 0 farms yet for either player, no problemo. It's actually just the first mill now coming in for Sora.
Yeah, well, that demo doesn't need to do anything. It just sits there and doesn't explode. It's just demo here stands for demonstration.
So much for a demonstrative unit here. And yep, just another elephant coming in for the Sky Bear. 3 archers are making their way out on the map. There are some vills that are a little far away from the TC, but you need to make something pretty big happen right now because you're behind in eco as Persians, which is never a great sign.
I mean, you can always catch up in eco. There aren't all that many fish left. But the eco advantage is what you want to have as Persians here. You still have the mobility advantage if you head into the Castle Age. But you're gonna maybe be scared if you don't have army out. Sebastian gets up first and the castle gets plopped down on your face.
Yeah, you don't have a scout cavalry on this map, guys, so these archers are actually literally scouting to see where his opponent is, but they are going to run right into these vills, and it's going to require a quick reaction here from Sebastian to minimize losses, and he is trying to do just that. You will be guaranteed to lose at least 1 vill, maybe even 2, but...
And tried to use some walls. Ooh, nice gate, but still loses the vill. Needed to sidestep, maybe.
Yeah, needed to use that dodge attack. Needed to roll.
Maybe could have nerded his way to an extra vill surviving.
Yeah. You know, archers here are applying a bit of pressure, but we already have the first skirmisher out, and I mean, this is a very reasonable thing to do to defend as Sebastian. If your opponent's opening scouts, you already have the barracks for a few spearmen. If your opponent's opening archers, they just get the skirmishers anyway. And really, it's all going to be about getting that faster castle age time. That said, good macro behind this from Sora. He's done, like I said, a really good job of leveraging the extra hunt on the map. And he is going to be getting there nice and quick. And, you know, good response here to losing water.
Now Skirm's out to defend against the archers. And Sebastian doesn't have the blacksmith yet. And he's going to need to find a way to go up. He will have just about the food. And he won't have to have sold stone or anything.
Indeed, Castle Age is queued up behind that villager, so has a little bit more gold income. But what should be happening is a stable should be being built here for Sora Kuma and sometime in the near future, as he has a lot of wood. And just a few knights plus some crossbowmen feels like it could be applying a lot of pressure in early Castle Age here to Sebastian.
Yeah, is that stable you wanted coming up just to the top right of Sora Kuma's TC? And for now, though, it's just Skirm versus Archer, so there will need to be... I guess he waits until Castle and does a Knight. Yeah, he's not going to try to rush that up for a Scout. So it'll be Knight plus Archer. Usually the double gold composition is what you see the Portuguese player doing, but here it'll be the Persian player going for it. Having, hopefully, the eco for it in the eyes of Sora Kuma.
And what we can see here is that Sebastian didn't really, I think, want to go so heavily into skirmishers. He set his eco up, I think, to make archers, and you can just see the 500 gold banked up, which currently does nothing useful for him. And that's going to be another villager kill. Sora's in the Castle Age. He's queuing up a knight. Doesn't really have the resources for anything else because he doesn't have consistent food income, but still, this should be good for blue. Crossbow Bodkin here. And
Skirm's chasing, but if they chase too far, they're going to run into a knight. And does the outpost see the workshop? Yes, it does. So Sebastian knows what danger is lurking outside of his base.
I mean, T-West, if you are chasing the crossbowmen for too long as the skirmishers, eventually it's going to become nighttime. There's no way to avoid that.
That's true. Depends on where you're chasing them, though. You might be just, you know, depending on the season, it might be 24 hours of day if you're in the right environment. We don't actually know where this desert's
very
located.
Close to the north or south pole here.
I don't know, maybe we're like in very southern Chile. Right? It is Chile Nomad.
Ah, that's true. But I don't think Patagonia looks like this. Double monastery, by the way, here for Sebastian. Do you like that, US?
I mean, I'd like it if the crossbows were not underneath the monasteries right now. He needs to get elite skirm. Right, he needs elite skirms so we can free up the monks from the monasteries. Feudal skirms aren't going to cut it.
No, and I'm surprised that you see your opponent's invested into only archers. He's almost certainly going to get crossbow and bodkin. It's going to be difficult for the mangonels to ever be converted. It takes a lot of time to get redemption plus sanctity. You kind of need both, otherwise you get one hit by the mangonels. And right now, that TC is well on its way to getting eaten here. Sora just one knight, and he is just keeping up this pressure, also grabbing bowsaw.
Yeah, and Sebastian, because he was forced off of that wood at the north, has struggled to get the lumber camp up, and you need wood for elite skirm. And he can't add the upgrade in, doesn't have the gold for bodkin either, and he really does need both those upgrades. And needs to keep the monk safe. Ooh, using the TC to hop in and out.
Pay attention, Sora.
He's splitting. And then, okay. Mangonel converted. He needs to get a trade. Okay.
What the heck? That was
Redemption
such
monks.
a fail.
Delete on the other mangonel. The mangonels are cleaned. And -3 mangonels for Sora Kuma. And with redemption in, the monks could even threaten that workshop. Remember, the monk is the best siege unit in the game.
Oh my goodness, that was so poorly microed there for Sora Kuma, unfortunately. The monks just had all the time in the world to get the conversion. The archers were forced back by feudal age skirmishers. The crossbowmen needed to be forward to force the monks back into the TC. And that is just everything going wrong here for poor Sora Kuma. Indeed, as you're saying, the siege workshop there has to be deleted. Second TC coming in for each player, but that was an amazing fight for Sebastian.
And that started out so well for Sora Kuma. The crossbows were near the monasteries, able to restrict the movement of the monks. The mangonels were pressuring the TC, but Sebastian didn't panic. Waited for the upgrades. Got the conversions. Even... Oh, now he's sending Vils forward. He's sending Vils forward. And it's time for a castle. Well, not quite. He needs more stone. It's time for a trip to the market and then a castle.
He doesn't have a market.
It's time to use the force drop hockey on your stone miners and then castle. Are archery range being deleted? Blacksmith deleted?
I mean, Sora's just running out of units. He doesn't have anything useful to make right now. That castle's not getting stopped.
Not the monks there. Gate. Ooh, monk on the gate foundation. Why did the monk walk diagonally? That was like the longest path he could have taken.
Boy.
Demo? Oh, too late. Oh, that's sad demo.
Oh, no way this works. This would be such a fail.
No,
Why would you run into the demos? Oh, no
He's trying to pick the monks. Oh,
Yeah,
demo?
but-
The knight? No, the fires are there.
Like, it's literally right there.
Okay, castle goes up, we're good. And Sebastian gonna pull this off.
Yep, castle's in. You can start making some organ guns. And the thing with Portuguese is that they're so much better in the low eco situation, as their army is extremely cost efficient. Monks are generally super cost efficient and they're discounted. Organ guns, same deal. And now you're having to expand all over the map, which is what we said that Portuguese could potentially struggle with. But right now, Sora's eco is on the run.
Yeah, and the way Sebastian's able to push into the middle of the eco, it gives him a bit more mobility because it's less distance to hit both sides where Sora Kuma is expanding.
Yeah, and it's just so much villager time that's being spent fleeing across the map, and Sora's just struggling to make anything close to a decent unit. Like, you want light cav with good upgrades here, but you just don't have the income for that. Even these skirms are still being annoying.
Conversions of the Vils. Lumber camp is disrespectful. That is a forward lumber camp. Well, what else is he going to do with the Vils? Not much room elsewhere here.
You gotta keep the Vils working. More outposts all over the place for Sebastian. He actually has a villager lead at this point. I mean, he's not all in. He's on 2 TCs behind this.
And he finally has a market. Thanks to that conversion.
Oh, come on, you can't just... Oh, he accidentally clicked on the outpost instead of scooching the mangonel back. And that forced him to delete that mangonel.
Oh, no. That hurts when those accidental misclicks.
Yeah.
You gotta be holding Alt, I guess, when you move.
Yeah, that's a thing. I keep on forgetting that's a thing.
I missed
Now, I would like to see Siege Workshop.
Control Alt right click on the user patch. That was move without targeting anything. You could avoid farms too.
I literally never used that.
It was a thing. I might be the only one who used it, but it was a thing.
I'm afraid I don't remember. Anyway, organ guns are going to be pushing their way around to the side here. I was going to say I would like to see a siege workshop out here for Sebastian, just a way to, again, sort of force these engagements to happen, especially when you know you have a nice eco lead, or military lead, rather. And right now, we are seeing Sora expand away from his opponent, and he's going to eventually get this eco working. I mean, at the very least, Sora has lost very few vills. He's lost 1 vill, and then his 2 fishing ships early on, and that's it.
He somehow has a 5 vill lead, despite all the migrating he's had to do.
Indeed, and the eco balance is not very good for Sebastian. 37 on wood right now. It's not the most impressive.
I mean, Sora Kuma has no way to fight the organ guns. And, I mean, he's running out of spaces to run. There are literally monks scouting everything. He's reduced to a single corner. But he has mangonels now to defend against the organ guns. He's got these Persian TCs to hold. I mean, even his initial TC is still pumping out some vills. Or at least is still alive to pump them out.
Exactly. I mean, the vills should eventually get back to work. And at this point, yes, red should be catching back up. Farms should be starting to come in. Gotta be careful about the TC fire.
Oh, good multitasking to note that from Sora Kuma.
And there's the Siege Workshop coming in for Sebastian. That is right between 2 of his opponent's TCs in a great position to pressure.
And forward Ariel, thank you for jumping over to the follower list.
How do you jump to a follower list?
You can click the follow button.
Wouldn't that be clicking your way to the follower list?
That depends on your vocabulary.
Ooh, what if you use, instead of a mouse and keyboard, you use a DDR pad?
That would do it.
Then you jump your way to the follower button.
Oh, you know what would be amazing? DDR pad, but it's like a skateboard for a Tony Hawk game.
Ooh, that would be pretty wild. Probably a lot of people falling over and hurting themselves.
You probably need to sign some waivers.
Yeah. Oh man, these outposts have been brilliant for Sebastian though. He is Odin. He is the All-Father, seeing everything. And those vills are fleeing, but they are going to be getting caught by the organ guns.
Now, Sebastian at least has a villager lead now. And Sora Kuma desperately clinging to the north, trying to add in something of an eco.
It's just so tough when he needs a lot of food income, and that's been so heavily disrupted by Sebastian.
Oh, the organ guns massacring the hunters in the southwest. The ram push now on the TC. That's when you know you're in trouble if you're the Persians and your TC is getting ram pushed and you can't stop it.
Nope, only 4 vills in there. The organ guns are in position. Where are the mangonels? There's like 1 hanging out to the north. There's 1 in the siege workshop. Just not really in the position you need them to be. Oh, man. It's almost like Sora's been over-reliant on these other food sources, and they just haven't been giving him that consistent food income he needs, because he kind of wants, like, double to triple stable light cav production. That's just not something he's been able to do.
It takes a lot of food to do that while also booming on Persian TCs. And if you ever stop the Vill production, then suddenly you find yourself 20, 30 Vills down.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for sure, especially as Sebastian's doing such a good job of trying to be everywhere at once with Portuguese, and that is not an easy thing to do. But now Portuguese can go for their own cavalry switch, and that's exactly what we're going to see from Sebastian.
Ooh, 2 mangonels in the workshop to the west could maybe splatter some organ guns.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that was good.
Can convert, but
He needs to delete. Oh no, he got converted.
Nope.
Yeah, well, somewhat good for him. The scores are still close, at least. And then the build counts are still really close. It feels like Sebastian should be really far ahead. But maybe, just maybe the eco from Sorakuma can hold on as the Persians. Because he still has a res collected lead.
He's trying to catch his opponent out of position with his siege units. But the issue is going to be that the knight switch is not something you can really handle all that well. You're trying to make some knights of your own now, but then that just opens you up to the enemy monks, of which you have none of your own as Sorakuma. So it's still a very tricky situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even camel is an option if you start seeing more knights.
Yeah, I mean, that army difference is you have double the army value right now for Sebastian, although part of that is fire galleys, which do nothing at this point. But it feels like your eco is so much more streamlined as red, even if it is slightly behind in value.
I like how I'm going to start hitting some vills down here.
Yeah. With that +2 defense, they only take 1 damage a hit from the vills, at least on level ground. I mean, Sora's trying to make this happen, guys.
He's getting some raids with the light cav in the south.
That's
TC's still getting pushed.
Sebastian's still getting damage done to the north, so it's kind of at least balancing out. And now the forward castle's coming in. That said, there really isn't a whole lot to protect the vills. The knights are charging forward. They at least have pretty darn good upgrades. They're actually only missing iron casting at this point. And without those monks, it feels like the knights might be able to do just enough, guys.
Is this a doubt castle from Sebastian? Sorakuma takes the score lead.
It seems like the knight reinforcements might just be in the nick of time. I mean, the fact that those stables are forward is very important there for Sebastian. Indeed, Sora taking that score lead, but that castle is going to come in. And Sorakuma is going to have to migrate once again.
And he's running out of room to migrate. Look at all the outposts that Sebastian has to the west, to the east, everywhere. And the last part of the map is the only part Sorakuma has. And that starts to maybe you worry about wood over time if you're trapped into one little corner like this.
At the very least, you can still expand to the northeast, though. There really isn't that much presence there for Sebastian. Though he does still have a 20-ish pop advantage and 48 villagers on food, although the eco upgrades are a lot better here for the Sky Bear.
Yeah, that's true. Not even horse collar here for Sebastian.
Well, lumber camp even to the south. I mean, Sora, like we said in the beginning, this is your best bet here as Persians, is to leverage your eco and go all over the place. But of course, Portuguese themselves have quite good cavalry, and now things are going to be really difficult to take an efficient fight.
Monks want conversions of the knights. Knights have to run away. And gold shaft mining on the way for Sorakuma.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice one. And Imperial Age, where did you get the resources for that, homie?
From being the Persians, that's where.
Yeah, that's true.
Around 30 vills. And, I mean, maybe we're at the point where Sebastian really needs to turn that food eco into some raids. But I feel like 40 vills still isn't quite enough to pump cav into the enemy eco and even take some losses at the same time.
It's going to be tough, especially because you have so many camels that are going to be on the field right now. The mangonels aren't likely to do that much, but, I mean, mangonels can deal decent damage tonight, especially if they're attacking downhill. And, I mean, still not the best eco balance, honestly, from either player, but having those better eco upgrades for Sora is huge. He does need to keep up his vill production, though.
Just heavy plano coming in for Sebastian. Risk collected are equal. Sorakuma actually has a much better KD.
Yeah, Rest Destroyed is in favor of Sebastian, though. Again, it's the more valuable Persian army, unit for unit.
Yeah, these two stables now to the south and the vills there from Sorakuma are going to be really valuable on raiding the back of Sebastian's base. Sebastian, has he actually scouted this? Ooh, he didn't scout the stables in the south. You might think, yeah, he's safe in his map control. But actually, he's being raided pretty much everywhere.
I mean, it's Sebastian with the middle of the map and Sora with all of the edges of the map, but the edges allow him to attack from so many different angles. That said, there's a big knight attack incoming. They are missing any of the attack upgrades, though, so you're still with better upgrades as Sora, and he's got those camels to help out in the fight as well, and especially with the much closer reinforcements. I think this is going to be okay, although that's a nice knight raid here to the east as well.
He's losing a lot of vills, just as you're hitting Imp. He has a ton of resources, though. And how's he going to spend that? It's going to be Cavalier. Not heavy camel will be Cavalier. When he's trying to get a castle to the west, some organs and knights are there though. That's risky. The light cav go down.
The light cav don't really have the staying power that obviously a knight would. And yet it's enough. The castle's going to come in and you're going to set yourself up very well to start trebbing.
You are with the imp timing. Cavalier armor on the Cavalier. Some of the eco now being spent very quickly for Kuma.
I mean, he's still back to
maybe
56 fills on food with handcart.
Yeah, and maybe there's a world where the imp was just a mistake from Sebastian, and all the knights might have been able to kill more vills in this transition.
I mean, it's hard to know that your opponent's up. It's such a chaotic game, and I think just wanting to get yourself set up for the late game is not necessarily a bad thing. But now Pikeman is coming in. The issue for Portuguese is that they don't have squires, so the map is obviously so open at this stage that it's going to be very difficult to actually make sure your units are always in the right place at the right time.
Ooh, yeah, and scores keep flipping back and forth. Should take a lead for Sebastian when he gets up. It looks like he's going to start heading for halbs. We do see him doing the infantry armor. And try to use the halbs to slow down some of these raids as Kuma still trapped in the north. And I think the running out of wood is something that he's going to need to worry about in the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the resources on the map at this point, Mangonel hits onto the knights are actually really good. I mean, yeah, you save your, the castle for the time being against the Treb. That was a lot of knights that went down in the process. Halb is coming in, and as Sora, you do need to get an answer to Halbs. Now, Persians, of course, have both hand cannoneers and trash bows, so you do have options, but you're not really teched into any of them at the moment for Sora.
Oh, some auto farms for Sebastian. And there's Halb. Halb for Sebastian. He's got 1k wood and 1k gold, a bit short on food. He has to find a way to get everything balanced and spent properly. Huge KD lead, though, for Kuma. Even Eco KD.
Indeed, and now he's even taken a slight res destroy lead, so we're in a weird situation where Sora's been taking the better fights, but Sebastian has the better eco. Even though you'd think that based off of the civs, it would be the other way around, but nope. This has just been one very, very messy game. Both players being absolutely pushed to the limit when it comes to on-the-fly decision-making and multitasking, as the trebbing will now continue here for Sora.
And he's in a good spot to treb. A lot of knights in that castle, and I guess Sebastian could do Cavalier himself and then try to jump the treb. But no matter what, does want the final armor.
Yep, chemistry now coming in for Sora as well, so he could be thinking about hand cannons. The concern, though, is that there isn't that much gold that you have access to as Sora, nor do you have access to that much wood. So it's like, do you want to risk investing into Kamandarin, or do you want to risk investing into hand cannoneers if neither you can really afford much in the long run?
He does have a sneaky market in the south, as his knight raids, Cavalier raids from those stables continue. Sebastian has the outpost there, so at least he knows about this, and there's the Cavalier upgrade. As he's going to be ready to push on the west, maybe think about jumping the Trebs. I think he still needs armor, though.
Yep. I mean, wood isn't critical to Sora's army composition right now, but if his goal right now is hand cannon plus Cavalier, which is going to be very good, you're then in a situation where the gold is going to run out very quickly, as you have very limited access to long-term gold as Sora. But the hand cannons are still what he's going to go for, at least for the time being.
Ooh, we're having a very long couple of games this set.
Yeah, I actually need to go in like 50 minutes, so... Come on, guys, hurry up! Also, 4 relics, by the way, guys, for Sebastian, so he's going to have better long-term gold income, also technically Faterias if it really gets to that point.
There's some light cav going down.
Mangonel's trying to do what they can. The Mangonel play has been pretty good, and a little surprisingly so, honestly, but hey, whatever gets the job done, the trebbing will continue until morale improves. And that could be one of the 2 castles only for Sebastian going down, as there really isn't that much stone on this map.
And he will pull back and take some wood instead and give up that castle. With the 3rd treb, he wouldn't be able to repair it. And some ranges coming up on the western flank for Sorakuma as the Cavalier raid continues. Light cav on the way for Sebastian, maybe feeling a bit pressed for gold. But only now 28 farmers for Sorakuma, so maybe it'll be more difficult for him to keep the Cavalier numbers up, as everywhere in his base is now being raided and beset upon by these Halb and Cavalier raids.
It's just going to be very tough to ever take an efficient fight against that with the units you have. Meanwhile, you have more Halb and more Cavalier coming in, so it feels like the army quality really is going to start to come online here for Sebastian, as the hand cannons kind of have to stick all together. They're not very fast, and you can just kind of keep on running all over the place with the infantry and cavalry here as Sebastian, who has a 30-pop lead at the moment.
And Tribs going for the stables. And I'm worried about the food eco now. As Sorakuma is dropping in population, Sebastian needs houses, but he's still okay in population. And he's finally getting some units to the south to clean those stables. And once those stables go down, he saves himself a ton of headaches and stops the raids that have been plaguing him for the past 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, seriously.
Militia? Where's the militia?
It's really, really close. The hand cannoneers are still growing in number, but again, I'm really concerned about the mobility and the lack of long-term gold here for Sorakuma. Remember, you also get the 20% gold discount on these Cavalier. I mean, your Cavalier are actually better for Portuguese until Savar comes in, and there's no way you can actually get to Savar, because unfortunately Portuguese never lost husbandry like I wanted them to.
However, the Persians get +2 attack against archers, of which Sebastian's not making any.
Exactly. All right, big fight over here. The Cavalier trying to loop around and attack from the high ground. The trebuchets are out of position. And what can you even do to try and stop this? Sora nominally has a more valuable army, but it sure doesn't feel like it because it's all over the place.
And that's 3 trebs he's going to lose. As hand cannoneers go down, camels go down to the Halbs. Well positioned from Sebastian, he keeps adding more stables. And as he's cleaning the stables in the south, feels like that's probably the nail in the coffin, as he can keep pushing forward now with the free reign of 200 population to spread about an economy that is struggling to stay at 170.
Like, remember when I said that you're kind of in a catch-22 situation where if you go hand cannons, you're going to run out of gold, and if you go for trash bows, you're going to run out of wood? Well, he went for hand cannons, and he's out of gold. He's not able to sustain his Cavalier production anywhere near the same way that Sebastian can. And although Sebastian lost most of his cav, he's got 2k gold in the bank. He can easily replace those with the Portuguese Knights only costing, 60 food and 60 gold, like a Tarkin.
I got Tarkin. Yeah, so he is also on 69 food collectors. Rather nice for producing the Cavaliers. And I think he just keeps spamming Cavaliers to victory. We didn't see Halbin yet, only Pikebin for Sorakuma, and he does not have the gold to afford Halb.
No, it's just not enough gold at all in any real way. Those Halbs are kind of derping around, but your ability to actually do any counterattack damage is somewhat limited. The Cavalier trade effectively against the light cav. The Halbs obviously trade effectively against the light cav. And with those 4 relics on top of everything else, 14,000 more resources collected. Now, the scores are still very close because, you know, Sora's taking the best fights he possibly can, but I struggle to see his long-term plan of success in this game.
He does have a score lead. I mean, he actually is up in Vils now and needs to realize he's housed and needs more housing.
You do need more houses to continue unit production, and you know what? Lycav find a way, somehow showing up here in the farming eco of Sebastian,
Somehow.
and that ain't bad. And somehow, Palpatine returned with Lycav.
Somehow.
Those hand
Cav
cannons
are
need to
on the
run
right.
away.
Both players raiding each other on the right. And yeah, as you said, gold income, non-existent for Sorakuma.
Look at this, US 31 Cavalier queued up there for a second for Sebastian. That
He
is
spent
a
all the gold he
very
had.
scary army.
Spent all the gold he had. And that'll maybe contribute to some of the score closeness, as that resource now will be queued and not in the stockpile.
Yeah, exactly. Pikemen are starting to come in, but you're really just running out of resources. Sora's never really been 200 population. He never even took that one relic that's been next to his base the entire game. And now the army value is really going to start to get out of control in favor of Sebastian. Again, 30 Cavalier at the moment.
Yeah, Cavalier and some light cav will be taking some Vils down. Now run in.
I mean, you can raid as much as you want, Sora. You still need to find a way to reckon with your opponent's army, and I just don't see how that happens, especially without Halb.
And more raids coming in. We have 17 Vils queued for Sebastian. He's ready to replenish his losses after the raids from 5 TCs. And Sorkuma's not. He's down to 96 Vils and dropping.
And this just the idling of the eco. Yes, Sora has killed more Vils this game, at least up until a certain point. But how useful is that really when the villagers you do have are constantly being stuck inside the town center and not, gathering resources?
Yeah, constantly. The extra HP doesn't help keep the villagers working. It keeps them alive.
Exactly. And now Sebastian, he's actually still well behind in the villagers. I mean, look at this. Both players have completely fallen off a cliff in terms of villagers.
Yeah, but I mean, more 47 Cavaliers now as no one has any extra stockpile left. And I think that means, even though we did finally get Cal from Sorokuma, I think that means the Cavalier raids should kill everything.
Yeah, I don't see how you can deal with that. I mean, Halbs are good, but they're not that good. And it's not like one resource that Sebastian's ahead in. Sebastian is well ahead in every single resource right now.
And the gold units from Sorokuma are going to get trapped. Sebastian on stand ground, not attacking. He's been doing that quite a bit. He needs to patrol a bit more. An aggressive stance.
Yeah, I mean, 104 army right now for Sebastian. Almost 8k army value at this stage in the game is very good. That's it, like half the Cavalier have gone down. But, I mean, there just isn't anything left here for Sora is the issue. He's still losing Vils.
The Cavaliers are taking the tribs. Yeah, Sebastian now 86 Vils, and he has 30 Vils queued, so he doesn't have food in his stockpile. That's deceptive because you have so much queued in Vils. There's the
GG. Sebastian 1 game away from taking this set and moving on to the finals to face Viper tomorrow.
And honestly, even that game 3 was really close, and he dragged that out for quite a long time.
Yeah, very, very fun series so far. But yeah, 4,000 more gold collected, 6,000 more food. Was that 9,000 more wood and a little bit more stone? The Portuguese player with 150 more units made. It's just not something that Sora could keep up with over time.
Need to get my scoreboard updated. So that was... I hope we get to see Arena.
Well, I always hope we get to see Arena.
I always love a good game of Arena.
Oh, yeah. So far, everybody has lost all the home maps.
Very reassuring.
All right. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
All right. And let me just double check the schedule. Looks like the Onimaru Brasil Saga is starting. I thought we'd be in time for that. I was like, I'm going to start casting at 10 a.m. I can cast the set at 3 p.m. Nope, not in time. That'll be Dogao and FeAge against Biel and Gabi, and I'm going to cast that next, whenever we get to it. It's a best of 5, so hopefully we don't miss too much. They're using some cartographers maps, which I'm looking forward to. We'll see what they pick. We're not guaranteed Arena yet, unless they have it in the lobby. Oh no, we're gonna have Row Rage. Not gonna be Arena, it will be Row Rage. Magyars for Sorokuma and Romans for Sebastian.
What's up? I hate horse breeding?
You don't like husbandry for the Portuguese.
Oh, yeah. Portuguese, Khmer, and Romans should all lose husbandry. IMO.
Khmer? How are they ever
Yeah.
lose husbandry? Oh, you're insane. Romans, I can
I'm a crazy
understand.
guy. I'm wild. Increase the
Alright,
elephant movement speed bonus and have them lose husbandry.
Alright, so we're here in Rorow. And we have the land fish under the TCs. And some pawns in the middle. Magyar's Romans. So I guess this becomes Heavy Cav Archer Magyar Hussar against Scorpions.
Yeah, Magyars should have a nigh insurmountable advantage in post-imp. But this game, or this map, it actually can go pretty late, surprisingly. But as far as both of these civs, the action starts early. They're both really want to take it, and they're probably the two best aggressive civs in general, I would say. Like, it's not a super close rush distance. You just expect to play, you know, a lot of Feudal Age. It feels like these are probably the two best you could go for.
Yeah, and an extra early on this map because of the deep fish under the TC, the Great Fish Marlin. You'll get a ton of
they have
food income
350
early.
food on them.
Yep, and then you'll be able to dock the middle where there are some dolphins with extra food on them. Or you can dock the sides, which still have some cow deep fish combos.
Yes, the cow deep fish combo. Is that just a dugong or a manatee?
I have no idea. I don't know how this fish survives on land. Usually people try to put water terrain or beach terrain if they put the marlin under the TC. Here it's just a land fish.
Yeah, just don't even worry about it, guys. The less you think, the better it is for you.
Now, thinking is a good thing, Orlu. I'm never going to discourage thinking, not even jokingly.
Oh, no. Well, I wish there was more of you in our country right now. Oh,
If
man.
only.
Fishing ships coming in right now for Sebastian. He has docked the middle nice and early. Sora not as bothered. He is simply going to be taking the mill.
And boar here will be lowered in for Sebastian. Got that under the TC.
In an aggressive Feudal Age game, who do you prefer? Especially if we're looking at a somewhat extended Feudal Age.
Extended feudal, I'd say Magyars because of the scout discount. I think that matters a bit more if you're like doing double, triple stable scouts than the farming or the 5% faster for the Romans. But it always depends. It's on how your eco's set up, what exactly you're doing. If it's like extended feudal that somehow is archer play, then the Romans should have a huge advantage. But I don't really see that in this Civ matchup.
Honestly, I would say the opposite. I prefer Romans because, I mean, in early Feudal Age, the free forging upgrade and the cheaper scouts is really nice, but Roman eco is going to be getting very consistently ahead, especially since you also have the fishing ships here. So it feels like unless you're in the exact situation of scout v scout, I feel like Romans have the much better mixed army of any kind.
With how far apart the players are, I feel like scout v scout is kind of the only composition unless you're doing something to fight the fishing ships.
But I do think we'll probably see a fair amount of that, like lots of spearmen to deal with the fishing ships, and then you mix in ranged units to help deal with the spearmen.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. And we'll have the faster feudal from Sorokuma, who did not go for the Dark Age dock. And we'll have Sebastian scouting the south and scouting the north as the cow wanders around.
Meanwhile, Sebastian is trying to get himself all comfy, cozy, and safe at home. And with Feudal Age in, the scout cavalry will be able to attack the fishing ships with this really weird, like, you have like this tiny amount of water terrain for the ships to hang around in. But it's really difficult to maneuver your ships so they can't be attacked by melee units.
Yeah, that one's close. Ooh, dodging. Just dodging and trying to keep working. A sliver of water.
A tough one. Spearmen coming in, and of course the subsequent scouts are going to do a great job at pressuring the base at home here for Sebastian, who only has 2 vills on food right now. Oh, never mind. He's got a... I mean, it's such a Sebastian thing to queue up like so many vills all at once. Easy way to identify him in a theoretical hidden cup.
Ooh, and a spear pokes down that fishing ship.
And And archery range is incoming for Sebastian, so recognizing that, okay, let's not get into a scout war against Magyars. Let's just hang back and try and leverage our better eco as Romans. And yes, I mean, Sebastian is well ahead in resources right now, but he's also invested a lot into the middle of the map, so it's really less amazing than it might seem. And immediately archery range follow-up here for the Sky Bear.
Yeah, so range from both. It kind of, I don't know, I feel like double stable scouts is kind of the way to play if you're this far apart. But maybe you're just so walled that there's no room for that.
Yeah, I think because you start fairly close to the corner of the map, and the map is also made somewhat smaller by these acacia forests, it does feel like extended scout play. I don't think I've seen that be terribly successful. It seems like you're mostly focused on fighting in the middle, where mobility is less impactful. But also, I'm not a fan of skipping the fishing ships at all anyway. Like, I keep on seeing players try and play hybrid maps without going super heavy into investing against fish, and I feel like it never works out.
Yeah, it's such a nice boost to your economy when there are dolphins there, even if it's just 2 fishing ships. You can see Sebastian already pulling ahead for the Civ that will have the better eco bonus, and if you're not investing heavily into scouts, you're not getting as much discount as you could get for that minus 15% as the Magyars.
And the issue is, it's not like making a ton of scouts is actually, good for your economy. And this is why people saying that the scout discount is the Magyar eco bonus. It's just not an eco bonus. It doesn't help you get ahead economically. It just helps you make more scouts or more villagers. And
yeah,
it's not like you're ever going to be getting an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you have a better eco if you're both going full scouts. Now, that's the situation where
exactly.
you have the advantage.
But that's like very situational, and I wouldn't really characterize that as an eco bonus at that point. Anyway, nice snag there.
It's just a bonus that helps your economy at that point.
It's what?
Not an eco bonus.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's not an eco bonus because it doesn't really help your economy unless you're in that very specific situation.
So archers and spears forward are, defensive here for Sebastian, and he's just trying to avoid that specific situation and not really get into a big scout fight against the Magyars. Make sure that their bonus does not become an eco bonus.
Isn't 21 HP the threshold though? That 7 hits there for the villager. Like a scout kills
villager to join.
Like if it's a 1v1 scout versus villager in Feudal Age, isn't it 21 HP or fewer that the villager wins versus the scout?
I have no idea.
I think that's the case.
Sarkum is still trying to disrupt the fishing in the middle, but there still is at least 1 fishing ship there. Still working. And now we're starting to see how the Romans' efficiency also comes into play, as we have 500 more res collected for Sebastian. Ooh, he's going to jump the fire and probably get the fish now.
Yep. Nicely done there. And Sora is getting walled out. It's a work in progress. And Sebastian is going to start queuing up scouts. And this is kind of what we see mostly on this map, is it's not like full-blown mass scout. It's that combination of, several different Feudal Age units as you're focusing more on the water. But Sora Kuma, with a decent enough food eco back at home, is already thinking Castle Age.
More farms going up also for Sebastian at home. Clutching on the way for Sora Kuma. And, looking at a huge res collected lead for Sebastian, who's not going scouts, or at least wasn't until now, really far behind and going up.
Well, how much of the lead is in wood collected? Aha! Called it! 700 more wood for Sebastian, but because Sora has been spending a lot more time farming, he's ahead in the food collected.
Yeah, and this is a situation where had maybe another scout or 2 been cancelled, Sebastian might be able to go up, but he is staying feudal longer, adding more vills. Maybe
well, he doesn't have a market, and he's not super close in terms of the gold income, so he'd need to cut his archer production here. That said, Sora's going up to Castle Age and isn't fully walled, which is usually a bit risky, and this time would be no exception, so we'll have to see if he can defend here.
Yeah, this is the right situation for Sebastian to be investing into late Feudal Age scouts, when he has a big scout archer composition that's ready to do damage. And the skirmishers can defend around the TC, but they can't move out to defend the woodlines with this many scouts.
Yeah, those ghouls will be forced to retreat. So Red is also up to Castle Age. He's over a minute slower, but this is where it's actually okay to be slower to Castle Age if you're the one with all the map control. The worst thing that can happen is your opponent's up to Castle Age faster, and then they also have army at your base. That's usually how you immediately die.
Yep, and I mean, it's only going to be a little over a minute of a difference. So these archers and scouts have a chance to get to the back of this wood line, cause some chaos.
Oh, no. Uh-oh, everything went white to West. I saw the light.
Everything went... Oh no, the capture age broke for Orlu. Hopefully your stream is still up. I'm good over here.
Okay.
I'll let you know that the skirms are jumping the archers. The archers go for the vills. This is about as best of an engagement that Sora Kuma could have taken with the skirms. And he will mostly clean this army up, and won't even suffer that much in terms of vill losses. But we'll have a lot of idle time on that's kind of annoying on his way up to the Castle Age.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal, and credit here to Sebastian for trying to make that fight happen. Of course, now all my stats are messed up on Capture Age. But TC at the front, Sora's trying to secure that gold income. I will say, I like the gold distribution on the map where it's around the edges, so it's kind of hard to attack, but it's also not that much gold per pile.
Yeah, there's actually a bit more gold for Sebastian's side of the map, too.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
But there's also the gold in the middle, which is kind of even.
Yeah, it's... I think at that point, if it's only like an imbalance in a super long game, then I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Because the game state can change so much, and you could just be in a position where like Sora has control of the northeastern portion of the map because he went forward there and he secured that gold. Yeah. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Anyway, Sora is going to be going up to 3 TCs as quickly as reasonably possible. And honestly, doing a pretty good job despite being so far behind in eco because, again, Romans are both fun and interactive.
Yes.
I'm going to add that to a list of stuff I need to change. Gotta balance those golds a bit more.
Yeah, 3rd TC coming in. And I actually really like this for Sora. Even though it might make more sense to want to play aggressively here, especially like your Magyars versus Romans, you don't want to let them boom up. I feel like you're so good in the late game here as the Magyars in this matchup that defending is not the worst thing in the world, especially if you can just sort of hang in until you can get to your Cav Archers. And even Magyar Hussars are like low-key one of the best units in the game now, after they got triple buffed in the last match.
And especially against Roman Scorpions, they are one of the best answers.
Yeah.
You know, Romans, they get halbs, right? They get halbs? Yeah, they get halb.
Yeah.
I was thinking they might have some like fancy thing.
No, it's that's the Legionary for their swordsman line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Romans get like a worse version of Teuton halbs. You get 1 extra melee armor. Teutons get 2 extra melee armor. And the game will march on for now. It is going to be Mass Knights for Sebastian. He's still only on the 1 TC. Gonna try and make something happen here. And you know, the CA have very few upgrades right now. It's just +1/+1. That's it. No bloodlines even. But the monks are coming out, and that's going to be absolutely critical.
Also no husbandry. We know how much you like that. And Forward Workshop from Sebastian. Forward Workshop. Ready to get some Scorpions out. And Scorpion versus Cav Archers should be good for the Scorpion, right? 2025, that's how this works.
I'm pretty sure that's how it should work like that. But I would think that Mangonels even more than Scorpions, because you just want to start going after the TC, start denying all that eco, and just keep making these fights. Because right now, Sebastian knows that his opponent went pretty greedy with the extra TCs. He knows he's a little bit vulnerable. He knows he doesn't want to let this game go late. So I really, really like this decision. Again, 2,000 more resources because, again, Roman Eco is fun and interactive.
Roman Eco, 2k more res.
With you having to do literally nothing different.
And Knight's still hoovering around the back. And this is looking better and better for Sebastian. Roman's just overpowering now with their economy.
Exactly. And, I mean, it's going to take a long time for the Magyar player to even get ahead. Yes, you're 10 bills ahead right now, but you have so much idle time. And of course, Sebastian's not going to stop attacking anytime soon, as it's going to be all knights, siege, and maybe some monks. And it's going to be difficult for Sora to ever get the numbers of units or resources to upgrade those units to defend here.
And here we have chain barding armor for Sebastian. That'll be more armor as the knights just keep pouring in. Sorkum is not walled. He's up by 10 Vils, but it feels like there's no way he stops the Night Flood at this point.
Yeah, and this could be game, set, and match. As remember, if Sebastian wins this game, he is going to be facing Viper tomorrow in what should be a really good series. As Sora definitely struggling a bit. Sora played super well yesterday, so I mean, he definitely deserves this spot. He got a little bit of a lucky break with Hera dropping out, but yeah, I mean, he still played super well against, I want to say, Barrels. But right now, Sebastian is playing super well, and we know that Sebastian as a player has a ceiling of a top five player. He doesn't have the consistency there yet, but he's super, super high skill when he's on.
Yeah, high ceiling. Maybe needs to bring up the floor a bit, but very high ceiling. And has won the the Sax Arabia tournament. So on the most standard of all settings, he has proven he can come out on top.
And I just, you know, I don't know if you were casting as much back when Sebastian literally was the hamsteriest of hamsters and just went FC, or not FC, but like quick cast like crossbowman timing every single game. But it's been so fun to watch his development as a player, from just doing that all the time to being, I think, one of the most adaptable players. Like, it was definitely not his plan in the very beginning of this game to go for like this 2TC super heavy knight pressure, but I think he just really correctly read the game.
Yep, and Knight's going to fight the Cav Archers with the Scorpions there one more time. And Sorkum, he's a player who's going to do everything he can to hold on. He's not going to call an early GG. Yeah. This pressure continues. We have a second TC added in for Sebastian behind this, so he's not all in. He's adjusting his eco too. And with the Vil count's just about equal, the Roman eco is going to be insanely far ahead.
Yeah, 6 Scorpions get up. A little excessive, I'm not going to lie. You should probably turn that into a second forward siege workshop. But other than that, it's really hard to argue with how Sebastian's playing this. More knights, head-on apply directly to the forehead and all that good stuff. And those Cav Archers are taking so much damage to the Scorpions, T-West.
Scorpions will take them all down. There's Bodkin. And I think it's hard even for Sorokuma just to take even his main golds. I mean, we talked about kind of the spread out golds, but those main ones are so pressured he can't grab them. Now he's down in Vils. Yeah. The Knights could probably just jump that TC now. They're kind of weak.
Close to
wants
that point.
to heal. But we're getting close to it. He's running in again.
Actually, look at that. He just took all of the low HP Knights back and kept the high HP Knights forward. That is a level of detail of paying attention to your units that we typically just associate with Hera and Leary and maybe Viper.
I gotta associate it with Sebastian now.
We do. It's well earned.
Not paying attention to the Scorpion under the TC. Pulls it back a bit late, though.
It's all good. Mangonel's out. It's going to splat one Scorpion, but... Oh, actually gets a monk and a Scorpion. That's a nice move, but it still shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, so 6k score lead. Sorokuma on stone. I don't think there's a world where he is able to get a castle up.
Yeah, even handcart coming in, the eco upgrades are better for Sebastian. The gold income isn't amazing, and you know, I would like to see that eco balanced a little bit more, but you know, it's all about multitasking while all of this fighting is going on. And the most important thing for Sebastian is that he's keeping Sora's own eco as messy as possible, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, I'm getting bunched up Cav Archers to meet the Scorpions. Still needs ballistics for the Scorpions, but handcart's just about to be in for Sebastian if you wanted to see his eco really fly.
It's a nice one.
Let's make an L shot. Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, Sebastian playing it safe. He doesn't want to overinvest here. The populations are actually even. And again, credit to Sora for trying to keep himself in this one. He almost won the last game when he was even further behind.
And Sebastian trying to take a TC on his side gold. Bloodlines on the way for Sorokuma.
Yeah, I mean, the Cav Archers are going to start to scale better and better with those upgrades. The faster train speed for Magyars is really helpful. And yeah, would like to see some more Vils on gold here for Sebastian. I mean, for Sora, it's all about just hanging in there. He's working towards a castle. And I don't know if you've played with the new Cav Archer or the new Magyar Hussars yet, TUS, but the unit is just wild how insane it is. It
Okay,
trains fast
wild.
and just kills everything.
Okay, Scorpion's attacking the Cav Archers, but there's one Knight there to deal with the Scorpions. And that one Knight's gonna be super annoying. 3 monks now for Sorakuma, and he's holding on still.
Somehow his macro is like keeping him afloat, and look at this, guys. Sebastian being forced back. Yeah, he still has a big score lead and a huge eco lead, but we're kind of getting to the point when the CA aren't dying.
And now we're getting to the point where the army composition is looking really good for the Magyars.
I mean, the CA just hitting and running, hitting and running. They're getting healed up by Sorakuma as best they can, so the Scorpions are made to be less effective, because Scorpions are really bad at finishing off units. It's like, do some damage to a bunch, do some damage to a bunch, and eventually they all die, but that is being that's susceptible to being healed by monks.
Yeah, we had mentioned the healing for the Knights of Sebastian, but also healing on the Cav Archers is important, because Magyars, at some point they could do herbal medicine and get some castles up, as there's the castle coming forward, that could lead to Magyar Hussars. And Cav Archer Magyar Hussar is a scary composition, I think.
It sure is. There's some random knights that were able to sneak into the back of the wood line, which is nice. I mean, Sebastian does have 23 villager kills to 0. And yet now you're going Roman skirms? That is a thoroughly unexciting prospect.
And it's a 25-3 eco KD. And huge res collected lead for Sebastian. He's up to Imp. And so what does he do when he's up to Imp? Just armor for the Cavaliers and then maybe he can push?
I would guess so. I'm a little surprised he's investing so much into skirmishers. I mean, I know they're the best unit in the game and all, but you'd think that you just build some siege workshops at home and grab ballistics. Feels like it's a very cheap and efficient option for the Romans.
Great Knight Raid on the left side for Sebastian, sneaking some knights into one of those gold mines. He had outposts out there, and he's Knight Raiding in the back too, killing some vills before getting converted. Sebastian, once again, on stand ground stance with the knights.
Yeah.
I think he at least needs to go defensive stance, because they stopped fighting for a while, and they're standing there getting converted. What is he doing?
Yeah.
He was doing that a lot in the previous game, too. That's something he's going to need to fix, because he's had knights that were very ineffective for a long time.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're always getting the most out of your units, but a little bit of a scuffle here. Ballistics and Elite Skirmisher are both not in yet. Scorpions are also still finding some good value, and a castle here for our Romans player, Sebastian. It still should be good enough. Although we have to give, again, like the last game, Sora, a ton of credit for trying to make this competitive. Unless you do that! Don't do that!
He's got ballistics on the way. And soon we'll have Imp for Sebastian. And then kind of a scary push once Imp comes in.
Yeah, you're still so far away from Imperial Age as Sora. He's just trying to get his eco safe. He's lost so many villagers. And I mean, we're looking at 10,000 more resources for Sebastian this game.
And Sebastian's still trying to get his full eco established. Doesn't quite, only 33 farmers, so he's not quite at Cavalier spam potential time. But he's should be ready to do Cavalier armor and conscription. Maybe use the market to rebalance things a bit. And then start spamming.
Yeah, he has a market, so she should probably be doing that. Trebuchet number 1 is on the way, but he's not doing anything else with his Imperial Age. And actually, he's just focusing on skirmishers. Because why do anything else? If only Romans had a good pierce damage unit against archers other than skirms that don't have bracer.
Skirms are skirms. Oh, imagine he had a demo right here. Sebastian, why don't you have a demo hiding in the dock?
Because Romans don't have demo ships?
Oh, you're right, he's Romans. I forgot about that.
Hold on. My mouse died. Awesome.
Mouse died.
Ah, there we go. It's back. Perfect.
Alright. The cat get it?
Something like that.
Now, there's chemistry for Sebastian. He keeps pushing forward. He's tripping the castle. And he's going for the castle.
Imp is on the way for Sebastian. Okay, there's +4 defense for the Cavalier. Or not even Cavalier. You don't even have those on the way. There's Knights right now.
Oh, I think at this point, I think you just need Knights and then you just run forward. and then try to kill everything. I mean, we got 23
at least
cav
the
archers.
plus
It's not a
40
lot.
Not at
Yeah,
all.
well,
And although some Magyar Hussars are on the way, it's almost certainly way too late, and you're only, at 3/4 the eco of your opponent.
Yeah, players now starting to move to the middle.
Yes, I am very mad, and T-West is a saint for putting up with my incalculable rage.
Incalculable. Just like
And when I say
your ability to
incalculable,
count to
I mean
game 4.
incalculable by me, and not by anyone else who can actually count. Oh man, Cavalier coming in, guys. I mean, again, admirable play here from our blue player, but it just doesn't really quite seem like enough.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any control of even the front of his base now. Any of the stones. I mean, there's still a gold right in his base. He is completely untouched. But it's tricky to take that with the castle going down. And Imp is on the way. Where is the Imp TC? Okay, that's not in danger of going down, but there's a Treb next to it. Okay, I mean, the Treb hits the TC. The Treb is unpacking. This is the Imp TC, Orlu. There's no way this goes down in time, right? There's the first Treb shot.
I mean, I don't think it really matters one way or the other. Sebastian's at double the army value, way more vills. All those cav archers are going to go down at this stage.
And the Cavaliers keep flooding everywhere.
And there is the GG called. T-West and Sebastian with a decisive 4-1 win. Will be moving on to the grand finals tomorrow with an enormously more efficient economy in that game.
Yeah, so let me just say, since I have the stats in my CA, did not give me the white screen of death. It's 130 to 94 KD for Sebastian, and 48k to 34k resources as the Romans. 5-minute advantage to Imp, 37.5 to 42.5 minutes, and had 124 to 102 vills at the end. So GG.
Yep. Really fun series, though. The games were closer than the score might suggest. Like, a lot of really close, well-fought games.
Yeah, that Mauerfall game was really nice. I'm happy with how the map turned out. So still some tweaks.
Yeah, it was a
but,
fun one.
Good first couple of games I saw on it. Shame we didn't get to see Arena, though.
Yeah, that's always a bummer. Hopefully we'll have it tomorrow.
All right, well, thanks for co-casting, and I'll see you later, Orlu.
Yeah, see ya, man.
Oh, and also, we need to discombine the chat, so chat, say goodbye to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, and say goodbye to Dash. Bye, Dash. Oof, oof, oof. Alright, let's uncombine the chats. And the collaboration. Right. Give me a moment, we got more to cast. Let me swap my audio devices over. I think my earbuds are gonna die. Audio just to my actual speakers so y'all can hear. Same on Discord. Close Discord. Alright, so we're gonna have something else to cast. Let me quickly swap over logos. And this is going to be a best of 5. I need to see where we are. Going to be the... grab the title from the dashboard. And grab the teams. It's... my title first. Biel and Gabi versus FeAge and dogao. And Mr. Fluffy Bunny, thank you for the raid. This is the Onimaru Brasil Saga, and this is the lower bracket finals of a 2v2 tournament. So let me get this updated everywhere. My YouTube title updated. I keep streaming on YouTube too. So thank you all still for tuning in. Don't have a thumbnail, but I'll leave this here. I'm going to play a quick ad. Sorry for running into an ad, but I want to get ads before we get into the game. Sorry about that. And I'll swap over to this next set of games. Let me update our scoreboard. Get the logo up. This is the lower bracket finals, and I have a logo for it. Okay, I think there might be a score already because they should have started at 19 GMT, which is 46 minutes ago. And we might be hopping into a game number 2. Let me just see what the dashboard tells us. Almighty dashboard. What is the score? Oh, they're in game 1. It started 10 minutes ago and it's Jungle Rumble. Let's go. Only one game in. I'm sure there are drafts. We'll figure that out between the games. I reopen Capture Age, and I'll get my Capture Age logo squared away. So let's see, I gotta swap out the Cookout logo. This Onimaru logo. And there we go. Well, that should be slightly up higher just to get it away from the score. Okay, okay. So, what is the scoreboard to set up? This is the Onimaru Brasil Saga. This is the lower bracket finals of a double elimination tournament. This is Biel and Gabi against FeAge and dogao. Alright, so we'll have Gabi on the outside. She'll be booming. Biel will be on the outside. He will be fortified church rushing Armenians and Teutons against Malay and Mongols. Dogao on the inside as the Malay, FeAge on the outside as the Mongols. Being here for the new set makes sense. Being here with Mr. Fluffy Bunny makes sense, because he's fluffy and a bunny. So 2 relics already. They're using many of the cartographer's maps. I had to fix this one. The Nilly's pathfinding patch somehow broke the walls on this map, so if you deleted walls, villagers would not walk through them, and if you placed a foundation on top of them, the foundation would be cancelled when you tried to build it. So that was a weird bug. I don't think the bug's actually been fixed. Hopefully it does get fixed eventually. It does ruin some map scripting tricks, and I'm pretty sure my maps are not the only ones that'll be affected. But I had to do a quick hot fix for this event to make sure it was done in time. Anyway, I haven't really been casting too much of this. Oh, and it's a best of 5. But always fun to see cartographers' maps. I'm familiar with the maps at least. And so 3 TCs from players on the outside. And I don't see any slinging. I don't know if this event has any sling rules. The maps themselves nerf slinging by 50%. At least the base tax. I don't know if that'll still be in play, or if these players will just be doing a good old boom and push through the middle. Gabi will be trying to do a monastery on the outside to grab the relics. It's a low HP scout, but the scout could be healed, the Vil could be converted, lots of things could go wrong here. And that Vil will have to run away. What could be really annoying, wait, what if the monk converts a Vil on the inside? He could like cause some quick wall shenanigans then. Hello Crab, hello Daboose. Oh my god, what if that monk converts one of these Vils and then he just like gets a gate and walls the lumber camp in? And then monks just come over and keep converting and converting. That could be insane. Anyway, Gabi going for another TC. I don't know what her ping is. I think she might be in Spain right now, actually. So she might have a worse ping than everyone else. Which definitely can affect your gameplay if you're one player out of everyone else whose ping is different. I don't know if they're playing on the Brazil server or maybe East US. A couple of monks here for dogao, both wanting to get a conversion on that pike maybe. Heal each other up, heal their other pikemen up. And Biel so far in the middle, not able to get much going with that forward workshop. And pikemen, monks in the middle, continuing to push. Also, hello, I'm Navarian. Thanks for coming over in the raid. And atonement on the way for dogao. And oh yeah, there we go, monks behind the wood line. Let's go, finally. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, pushing the mule, at least the mule cart can run with the vills. Okay, so monk versus monk fight. That is, that's true, it's true. Gabi is the Teutons. She will provide that conversion resistance team bonus. All of her teammates, units more resistant to conversion. And monks all going for conversions. And what did you say about red should win versus blue? I think we spoke a bit too soon there. Oh my gosh. That was a wonderful monk fight for dogao. Is there devotion? No devotion, though. No devotion versus yes devotion. 50%. I don't know how devotion versus the Teuton bonus works, but no devotion for Biel, and he took a horrible fight. Oh no. You jinxed him, Victor. You jinxed him. And just pay to be devoted. Hello, Huggy. And so fortified church from Biel, that's affecting the wood line of FeAge. FeAge on the, oh he did, there we go, that's what I wanted to see, the converted Vil, gonna do a watchtower on the wood line. Biel needs to notice that. That's gonna actually hit some farmers. And Gabi there with her scout, we'll try to pick off the monks, should get both of them. Oh no, actually, insta. The monk was on the hill, that gave him just enough leeway to convert the scout. Oh. Teuton bonus is stronger? Alright, maybe he was just slow to the conversions. Maybe he should have just shift leaded the monks instead of engaging. Feels like blue. I guess Biel got a lot of conversions. Oh, wait. Who started on which side there? Both of them are near Biel's fortified churches. I don't know who started where. Viking coming forward, taking out the scouts. But it feels like Gabi's boom should be ahead of FeAge's. She's up by 10. I mean, she is slower to go up though. She's up by 10 vills. She has cut to the middle. Maybe the advantage will just be this one fortified church from Biel, stopping FeAge from getting to the middle. He has to do a workshop, and he'll need to do Onager to cut through. Gabi's going to be in the middle, and she is ready to spam knights. Ooh, and this could be bad for dogao as the pikeman and ram push is coming in. And I mean, Biel doesn't need to be ahead of dogao, he just needs to get dogao open. And yeah, dogao trying to send light cav over here, but he's a bit late. He's going to be sending them into knights. These will be Teuton knights, slow Teuton knights. And yeah, Gabi's going to do a gate. The only bad thing about that gate is she needs to construct it extremely quickly, otherwise it'll slow down the knight spam. But definitely ahead of FeAge, who has to do an onager and then cut. This fortified church has done so much to delay FeAge's passage to the middle. And he will be Mongols. Mongols? They're not going to have the same timing that Teutons do, right? He's going to try to go heavy cav archer, which in the long run is good against Teutons. Maybe he should be opening camels here, just because he sees it's the night opening. Red did mistakes when converting, yeah. There's a conversion on the Mangonel, but dogao is dogao needs to wall this. Dogao needs to wall this. Their Gabi is imp. She's up by 13 vills over FeAge. Forging on the way, needs upgrades on the knights. It's 42 to 68 vills, but that will not matter if the knights flood in, and here they come. Here they come. I mean, FeAge could chop to the back and get into Biel's base. Biel is not safe either. Biel probably needs to start running some vills to Gabi on the outside. Honestly, that would probably be a good idea. But Gabi is in. Dogao is trapped. Dogao is trapped in here. Dogao could be defeated. FeAge is not in a position to help. Here he comes with an onager. Oh, if only Biel had more than 44 vills, he could rush those and try to stop the cav archers. FeAge going for a castle in the middle. Gabi doing a lot of damage with the knights. Also picking up the relics on the outside. Maybe in a position to raid the outside too if she's aware of it. Knights fighting out here. Monk's still here, trying to convert light cav, making a last stand. Some pikemen there. And what did I say about dogao being up by 20 vils? That could change. He's going to lose some farms here if Gabi right-clicks them. Yeah, look at her go. Look at those knights killing everything. And, well, is this now a one? I mean, Mongols should absolutely wreck Teutons in a 1v1. But is this really a 1v1? Is maybe Biel more alive than dogao? If dogao is suffering this much, I guess he has a few halbs. Gabi, 140 to 126. I feel like she should have the better eco than FeAge here. Especially Teuton should have a better eco than Mongols late game. It's only 3 TCs. Tower up here on the outside. Gabi trying to tower the wood line. dogao desperately trying to hold on. Vil counts between the two teams are the same. Castle up here for Gabi. Will be maybe a struggle to deal with the cav archers. They are heavy cav archers. Coinage coming in, plate barding armor. Can Armenians even deal with the Mongols? Mongols getting late game. Will be great for them, and dogao's gonna send Vils to run. I feel like Malay offer more and imp them Armenians? Maybe. A bit of a traffic jam trying to run in. Malay having halbs here is absolutely huge. That will stop dogao from being completely defeated by the Cavaliers. Also, Biel not imp yet. Definitely behind dogao. And a couple of light cav on the outside. And just, oh my gosh, not more stand ground issues. Oh, more standing ground. We'll have an X down here. As Biel thinking... Oh wait, Biel is a Vil out here. What are you doing out there? How did that Vil get there? Cavalier's still raiding, taking out the halbs, but as long as dogao can get a few halbs out, he can hold, and halbs are not all that expensive. All he has is wood and gold. That's all he needs for 5 or 6 halbs. If you can get it to like 10 halbs, and the Cavalier raids stop. It's a fight in the middle though. Onagers go down. And the question now for the Teutons is how do you fight Mongol cav archers? Cavaliers probably are not the unit to do it. I could try to get the Armenian player up to do skirms, but that's a long ways away. Gabi doing Onager, and that'll be her best option. Scorpion there, not going to cut it. At least it's not Mangadai, so Onagers here can still be effective. We're going to have a watchtower from FeAge? Don't usually see that from the Mongols. Okay. Ooh, the Cavaliers could find dogao's TC. Is she a vision of that? Not yet, but she'll come across it. Certainly she'll find it. She can feel it, and those are the Vils that did escape for dogao. Is she going to try to fight it? And not choosing to fight it. Ooh, she hasn't had handcart, though. Okay, that makes a big difference in the economies. Well, I guess then neither did FeAge. Both doing it now. He's doing banking, so both of them thinking of slinging their teammates back into the game. And as long as the Mongol player doesn't have Mangadai, you can treb the castle. That is a forward castle from FeAge. He's getting a good score lead, though. Maybe that's from harassing Biel, though. Okay, economies from these players now look very similar, but civ advantage should be for FeAge, I think, with all the heavy cav archers, unless the Onagers get good shots. And that can always turn things around, Onager shots. Oh, these halbs from dogao are being... Oh, so nasty here. Are there slugging rules? I have no idea. I don't know if they modified the map scripts at all, but there is Paladin. Okay, Teuton Paladin on the way. That'll be better against the halbs. The trebs are popping. As I said, no Mangadai, only Onager. If Gabi can get a lot of Onager, maybe she can push. Need Siege Onager? Siege Onager counters everything? Well, maybe Siege Onager counters Mongols if they only have one castle for Mangadai. Remember, there's not much stone on the map. It is all in the corners. FeAge has mined out one of his stones. Has a bit left. Needs to go to the other stone mine. Didn't actually scout it, but he should know it's there. Stone is fairly limited here, so you're not going to get too many Mangadai. Treb's now preparing another raid on dogao as Paladin will be in. And honestly, killing dogao here will be great for purposes of stopping the Paladins. And here come the Paladins on the outside. FeAge thinking of walling this up. Looks like he did clean a forward Vil. Had dueling outposts out here. But Gabi gonna get some good Paladin production around the outside. And she cut her way in. But with the ram push, is going to choose to fight in the middle rather than the outside. And it all comes down to the Onager hits. What will the Onagers do here? Okay, they start getting a couple of hits. Halb's not as threatening to the Paladins now, especially not the Teuton ones. Onagers should be able to destroy a lot of rams here. Ram push against paladins is a choice. That's going to be a hard thing for the Mongols. If dogao can't get enough halbs out, they won't be able to push. It all comes down to the halbs, and Onager's getting some good shots on the halbs. And I mean, Biel able at least to contribute some skirms. I feel like Gabi's paladin numbers are starting to fall though. She has set 15 in the queue, but needs to keep that queue producing. More rams over here. Rams are expensive, and I mean, these churches are themselves cheaper than the rams, right? The rams cost gold. The churches are just wood. And Biel can build as many churches as he wants, and holds as long as he wants. Oh, he's a market there. Holds as long as he wants. Gabi now pushing on the outside. That's a good number of paladins ready to get into FeAge's base. FeAge is not walled back here. He was preparing to be walled, and oh, this could be a disaster. What could be a real disaster is if Gabi actually sent paladins down to the corner. Maybe that's what you want to do on the map, have the awareness to head to the corner. The Cav Archers, they have to come back, but that's going to let this team maybe push in the middle. All the middle push will be cleaned, and Gabi doing a great job of raiding here. And what that will do is give Gabi the chance to go kill dogao. A couple of onagers here, but paladins should clean that. And dogao, he desperately needs to get those walls up, but Trebs are still pushing. If Gabi can get in, she needs a halb to open the gate. She needs to head to the opening. That Vil, will she wall in time? No. dogao will stay open. Gabi will get in with all of her paladins. And now paladins much less threatened by the halbs. dogao has to run out here, send halbs to the outside. This map is crazy. This map is absolutely crazy. I think Heavy Scorp would have been better here. For who? Maybe for the Mongols than Onager? Yeah, the Onagers here I think did work against the Rams. Here comes some Mengadai, but Onager's still decent against them. Now they need to get a good shot off. Maybe when FeAge isn't paying attention. No, he's paying attention. You always got to pay attention to Mengadai. Ooh, whoa. Could we get some Armenian Mengadai? Could we get some dead Mengadai? There's a conversion. Okay, Mengadai going down. Onager conversion cleans the other Onagers. Everyone losing everything here. And at the same time, here comes a push. The skirms are here to deal with the halbs of dogao. And I feel like dogao's in a spot of trouble. Meanwhile, FeAge is getting raided on the outside. The paladin's doing some work. Going for the monastery. FeAge still has not taken that gold, and for the Mongol player who will be relying on castles and Mengadai, not having the gold can be a big problem. This is where it feels like Gabi with Trebs actually could threaten the Mongol castles before the Mengadai numbers come out. And really threatening to dogao, who has at least managed to run some Vils. Gabi there on the outside going to do a tower. If only Gabi had maybe walled that in and didn't let dogao run. I still think the Mongols should beat Teutons in the long run, but we're now at the point where Biel has more Vils in his imp than dogao has, and maybe skirmishers against the Mengadai and also against the halbs contribute? Because, I mean, right now Biel has a unit that fights both players. dogao has a unit that fights one, even though the one is the gold player. It's still a scary, scary army. Bracer on the way. Biel's gonna need armor. And also, don't discount the fact that Gabi has more gold access. Gabi and Biel have more control of the middle, and by taking out dogao's base, dogao's going to be off the middle. There will go some of the halb production, maybe. This is dogao down to 53 Vils. 230 Vils to 210. FeAge doing everything he can with the Cav Archers. Gabi extra walling on the sides. Pushing in the middle, some bombard cannons there. Paladins pick them off. More paladins on the way. She's going for them, but that's going to be a bad fight against the Cav Archers. And maybe a cannon goes down. Well, one does go down, okay. Here come more Onagers from Gabi. Could the Onagers get a shot there? Where are the Onagers going? They want some skirm cover against the Mengadai, I think. Who is Biel? A high-level Brazilian player. And okay, those are Onager shots at least. The Onagers go down, but not without landing a couple of shots. This is now tricky, where if the Mongols have their full Mengadai siege Onager composition, this might get flattened, but that's a lot of Mengadai queued from 2 castles. Right? Only 2 castles. I think the skirm crossbow here, if we could get into Arb, that's contributing more than the Malay player, I think. Paladin Arb, the downside is your gold unit is the one that's dying in the middle, but maybe that's not the downside in this map when you have so much gold control. And on the sides, dogao desperately walled up. We have these beautiful Teuton towers. I think my favorite building in the game. Look at this architecture. Look again at this push. As Gabi and Biel take the score lead, the Paladins continue moving in. And the Treb going for the TC. No real threat to the Treb. As long as Gabi has the gold control, she can pump Paladins. And Paladins are kind of like a trash unit when you have this much gold. Remember, 800 gold per tile, so that'll last a long time. Oh, a bit of a doubt castle from dogao. Gabi can right-click the foundation with the Paladins and destroy it. Oh, wait. Where's dogao's stone count? Where's dogao's stone count? Will he delete? Will he delete? He doesn't delete. He doesn't delete the castle. Dogao loses the castle foundation to the Paladins. Meanwhile, the TC goes down. And they're getting pushed. Oh, that's worse than a doubt castle. That's a non-deleted castle. And remember, the stone is so finite on this map. 1750 stone left for this team. FeAge still hasn't moved out to it. He's the Mongol player who needs the castles. The castles go down, and without the Mangudai, I don't think the Mongols have an answer to the Teuton siege. They need to do their own siege onager. Oh, there's siege onager. Imagine the Trebs take out that workshop there. And Danny, thank you very much for the raid. You're casting a wonderful 2v2 so far. We have Gabi trying to carry with the Teutons in the middle, and FeAge trying to hold on with Mangudai, but he's being raided at home. The Paladins have somehow managed to run through and raid his economy again. And the Trebs are coming forward. 3 Trebs, 4 Trebs for Gabi, going for the castle, and these are the only 2 castles that FeAge has. He doesn't have the number of castles he needs. He's got like 15 Mangudai queued in each castle. He can't get the numbers out fast enough. And there is the GG from dogao, and Biel and Gabi will take game number 1, a game that was looking a bit rough for them. I was thinking maybe the Mongols-Teutons matchup might go in favor of FeAge, but limited stone for lack of Mangudai. Mongols are a bit slower than the Paladins, and even though dogao might have been ahead in the 1v1 against Biel in the middle, the Paladins hit him early enough to put him behind and could stall long enough for gold control. That Biel got back into the game, contributed with the skirms and the crossbows and the monks. Oh, monks OP. Disaster Micro losing with the Teutons on his team against a monk war when he didn't have devotion. Must have started the fight late, but GG. And here we go. Here we go. It's 287 kills for Gabi, 207 for FeAge, but not quite enough to carry. Teuton Eco better by the ends. FeAge suffered a bit from those raids. Oh, also the relic gold for the Armenians. Those fortified churches really slowed down that push, too. They lost a lot of rams trying to push churches, and considering they're 200 wood each, it's not worth it. Alright, so let me tab out. I didn't find the drafts, I just joined that game partway through progress. So let's Biel and Gabi take game 1. This is the lower bracket finals, the best of 5. And maybe they'll get into the next game faster. The next game will be Chicken Arabia. I'm going to check and see if we have drafts. It's a best of 5. Hopefully I can just throw this into my overlay and it'll work. I should have a cartographer's overlay somewhere still. Maybe I deleted that. I think I deleted the overlay because I thought it was cluttering and taking up space. That's a mistake. Hold on, we got maps here. And okay, good, that fits. So that's a win on Jungle Rumble for Biel and Gabi. I need to swap their position on the scoreboard. Got them backwards. Here we go. Hello, Don Pato Pesto. Hello, welcome everyone from Danny's stream. Apologies, I'm going to run an ad right after the raid because I don't want the pre-rolls during the game. I'll just do 30 seconds. Hopefully this will be quick. So apologies for the ad. Again, you can check out the YouTube stream if you don't want to have ads. So I'll run that. If Gabi gets Trebs, they did indeed win. It wasn't reading that chat as much. There's too much going on in the 2v2s. I need to go from 1v1 mode to 2v2 mode. So I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Is Fire in the upper bracket finals? Let me check the bracket. I'm trying to check the drafts, check the brackets. Their admin bans. Sudden Disaster Civ draft work for this? That almost shows the civs. Not really though. Okay, that is a disaster. Okay. I can't fit the civs on the overlay. Maybe what if I put the civs here? Does that show them? No, it doesn't. All right. Anyway, we'll get the civs in the next. Nope, they're not going. Okay, let me make a bracket for the or a browser source for the civs. Okay, there we go. I'll just show the picks. I guess we don't need the bands. Let me grab the CSS for this. And make that a bit larger. They are launching. Okay, we'll do it like that. There were some admin bans too. This will serve our purposes well enough, I think. There we go. It's almost centered. Good enough. Okay, we have a 2-minute spec delay, and we'll check off civs. That was Malay and Mongols losing to Teutons and Armenians. So a bit of the higher draft picks for dogao and FeAge there. And the Vili. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, now you wanted me to check the brackets. More buttons to click. We got 1 minute to check it, though. And checking the brackets, the upper bracket finals are... Actually, no. It's actually Bruh and Stark in the upper bracket finals. Bruh and Stark will be facing the winner of this set. That'll be a best of 7. Presumably tomorrow? I don't see a schedule. The end date is tomorrow, so presumably tomorrow. So the winner of this will go to the upper bracket finals. Yeah, Fire's team's out already. Ooh. All right, just about ready to get started on Chicken Arabia. All right, here we are. Let me make the scoreboard red and blue. It's probably easier to see. So, to the south, we'll have Gabi and Biel. Gabi will be the Scouts player as the yellow Khmer, and Biel as the Archer player, playing as the red Ethiopians. Also, let me know if I'm pronouncing his name right. I'm saying Biel because that's how the German-speaking part of me would pronounce it, but I don't know if that's correct. Also, dogao will be here. He will be the Archer player as the blue Maya, and FeAge as the green Magyars. So Khmer Ethiopians against Maya Magyars. Pretty much what you'd expect from an Arabia Civ combo. And it will be Chicken Arabia. This is the map where I made it for cartographers. We only have chickens. So 7 chickens out there. For FeAge, it will be 7 chickens for all players then. You can have randomly from 6 to 8 chickens. Here the map spawned with 7. Does FeAge stand for Iron Age? No, it stands for Feudal Age. Now that's a question I've heard asked since I saw FeAge stream in the Zero Empires streams like 13 years ago. Anyway, it's always interesting to see how players decide to take the chickens, and if they do anything fancy like moving to a mining camp immediately afterwards, or if long distance taking them, or if they mill them. And see, Gabi, with the Khmer, had a build where she took a straggler tree, she milled the chickens, and with the straggler now, we'll have the wood for a lumber camp. We'll have a nice pocket for the lumber camp down here on this wood line, and oh, she'll miss it by a tile. Oh, no. That's fine, too. She can get the vills on this side. Maybe some people might even prefer that. You can get the vills chopping more efficiently right away. And fit a lot of vills on the lumber camp then as you make that feudal transition, and you can play with 1 lumber camp. Kind of less efficient as you go on, though. Maybe you should clarify that. So here we'll have Loom on the way for Biel. Loom and Loom for everyone else. Ooh, Gabi running her scout into the TC. Remember, this is the new patch. Those TC arrows were made deadlier. And she ran straight into that. And lost her scout. Now, she's the scouts player. I feel like it's more okay to lose the scout as the scout player than the archer player because you'll be making more. But nevertheless, it hurts, and it removes the situation where you might go for early pressure with your flank and double team the enemy gold mine or one of their outlying vills just as feudal comes in, or their archery range villagers. Or even on this map, the chicken villagers. I think it's really hard to play as the archer player on the chicken map if you're not going to have the mill. It's just long distance taking the chickens. And, well, we still have an 18 pop up from dogao as the Maya. Remember, it is a 9-vill start, but that is still fast. Biel doing it too. 18 pop up from these archer players with the chickens. They're not even pushing deer. How do they do this? I'm not. I watched a lot of Anatov games. It was probably one of the first adopters of this like 18, 19 pop uptime meta. And I remember like early on, players didn't know what to do against it. Like I'd play games against Sora Kuma. He was a much better player, and just I remember I had a game where I wrecked him on the flank because I don't think he had caught on to the meta yet. But nowadays I see this, and I'm still impressed by 18 pop up with chickens. Is it all? Yep, 7 chickens for everyone. It's all chickens. This is Chicken Arabia. Chicken Arabia. So barracks on the way up for Biel. Feudal Age on the way for Biel and Gabi and FeAge. Dogao, the archer player, is up faster. Archer player is up faster than the scouts. And then the scouts players. And over forward barracks from FeAge. A bit late on the stable. Gabi, as the Chimera, will skip the barracks. I think a bit easier in team games to skip the barracks. The spears aren't as effective with all the archers out. Biel trying to take the better scout fight on the hill. I think he does have a good advantage, but has to watch out for the eagle. And that evens things up all of a sudden. He can go down and up and then take a fight on the uphill again. Ooh, gets an extra hit though as he tried to run. Nice job by FeAge there, especially with the Magyar Scout. Yeah, now with the Magyar Scout, FeAge wins that. So double ranges have to be backed by the gold, and that feels a bit awkward to keep them by the gold. Eagle gets a poke on the scout as the footprints in the snow keep running around.
Shot it.
And Mill goes out to the berries.
Ashike.
And quick walls go up. Archers start to come out, and looks like they're going to be double teaming Biel. Yeah, interesting. Usually you want to double team the scouts player, and it's harder for them to defend. And here FeAge will rely on walls. If Gabi had a... This is where losing that early scout to the TC hurts. If she had a 3rd scout right now, she'd be able to apply a lot of pressure to the vills. 2 scouts doesn't provide quite the same threat, but with a hill bonus and a weak vill, they could. They absolutely could. And they will get an early kill before the spear comes over. All right. So just poor positioning there. Kind of unfortunate for FeAge, right? He was doing the right thing, and that's where he wants to wall up, just didn't have the wall early enough. It's tricky with these fast builds when you don't have the wood. And 2 scouts, Gabi with the hill finds damage even before the spear gets in. And Biel has to defend with archers, but as I was saying, usually it's the archer player who has an easier time defending. The archers can stick by the TC and still take fights where the scouts can't engage. And even though your vills are a bit exposed, you're still kind of fighting 1v1 against the archer player in some sense. And it's giving Gabi the freedom to raid, and that's a couple of spears out for FeAge, so she's done damage. She's picked a vill, she's forced a couple spears, and now she can run away, maybe threaten dogao? And yet the scouts being forward now is forcing dogao to keep his archers in the back and defend his walling vills. So if those archers ever are out of position slightly, then Gabi can get a good attack. 4 scouts. Some more scouts coming down for FeAge. That free forging for the Magyars will be very useful. And now where are the archers here from Biel? Biel will move forward as dogao and FeAge are running back to try to defend dogao, as they don't quite know exactly where Gabi's scouts are at the moment. FeAge coming forward. Gabi small walled for a lumber camp and has houses everywhere as the Chimera if she needs to garrison. It's really difficult to raid the Chimera with that house bonus. And scouts will come over, maybe find the vill. on the edge of the wall. And this is what Gabi is true to see. As soon as she notices, she garrisons. And even the Magyar scouts, can they get one Vil? No, he manages to get into the house. Gets in the house. Gabi, great job garrisoning. Takes the Vil, takes the berries on the other side. We'll get a blacksmith, think about forging herself. And now they're double teaming the scouts player. That's what you want to be doing usually, double teaming the scouts player where it's harder to defend. Can't just camp the TC. Have to rely on walling. At least that'll take the gate out of commission. As he's going to force up a blacksmith. These archers have fletching on the way, and that's the downside. We see the fletching just now coming in for the archer players. Where are FeAge's scouts? He's got 6 scouts, kind of far forward, failing to find damage in Gabi's base. And meanwhile, dogao coming with his archers, he will have a hill bonus, but won't immediately have a fight against both armies. And trying to break in, maybe he can stop them from breaking in. Gabi now has armor on the scouts, and this could be tricky for dogao. If Gabi wants to find those archers and take a fight, he's going to run to the wood line. FeAge has to let the scouts in. At least he has a spear there. And ooh, if they get this right, the spear gets in front of the archers, and the archers stand in the gap. Okay, yeah, and they managed to pull that off. But they pulled the spear out to where maybe the archers can affect it. Force FeAge to at least think about a tower. Only 7. Oh gosh, if the archers could hit that 7 HP tower, that could be great. Forging coming in now for Gabi. And she will have the better upgraded scouts in this fight. No bloodlines for anyone. Surprised having Gabi as a scouts player? I don't know much about Biel. Maybe he's just a good archer player. Sable on the way up. Ooh, okay, there we go. A bit of a mistake there. Gabi running away with the scouts, and they're not going to be together for this fight. And that honestly would have been a good fight were they together because the armor was not in for FeAge. I think they're in a position where Gabi has to save the scouts, and Biel is going to lose some of the archers there. And she's trying to run some interference, but all those archers will go down. So that's how these Arabia games can change. They were thinking of trying to group up on the front, and Gabi wanted to be near these archers, but that split the army of Biel. So a bit of a mistake in the army positioning from Biel and Gabi together, and they'll lose a fight. Still okay on the Vil count, and all in all, wasn't too many archers, right? That was maybe half the army of Biel, less than it, because he still had archers at home. He'll be able to get back, and Gabi will be the first player to click up. Khmer Eco should be the best Eco of all the civs in the game. Ooh, it looks like Gabi got in, though. And there were a couple of weak Vils there. Scouts don't have bloodlines, but they do at least have forging, so they can threaten some Vils. If they find Vils by the hill, this is what we saw right at the start. dogao just going to turn and fight, though. Ooh, could be a weak Vil. Goes down. Down she goes. And Gabi will keep a scout just to hoover around here. Try to find a snipe on a weak Vil somewhere. This is still a weak one on the gold. Bloodlines now for FeAge. Bloodlines for Gabi. Coming in for both of them. And a lot of pressure now at the front of Biel's base. Gabi, she has 11 scouts. They're forward on dogao, and that's going to be out of position as two armies come on to Biel's base. And this is the difference of dogao being fully walled and Biel not being walled. But again, pressuring the archer player who can retreat to the town center. But not fully walled here is Gabi's still searching for a hole in the walls, but she's not going to find one. And I'm afraid she's going to need to come back and help Biel stay alive sooner rather than later. Biel, I think, has a hole by the wood line. Has a tower up now. Fact, dogao. That is a brutal fact, Vanilla. The spectator dashboard, Vanilla Dona asked for it. That was absolutely brutal. dogao wins. It probably counts the one game that they just played in the previous set. This is brutal. Put it like a min number of games for your facts there. Okay, Castle Age on the way in. Scout's taking a fight. And oh my gosh, this army could die. This army could die like heaven for Gabi. Castle Age is not in for FeAge. Gabi doesn't even need the archers from Biel. She can clean this herself. She's going for it. +2 armor on the way. And clean the scouts first, and the archers are going to die. She has a couple of knights in this fight. The archers have nowhere to go. And all of a sudden, Gabi here dominating in this fight. Everything will die for dogao. That is a much bigger clean than the mishap they had at the front earlier. And Biel with the town center, with the tower, wasn't fully walled, but held just enough, has 3 ranges. Up to the castle edge, will be pumping Ethiopian crossbows. Now, dogao has a good timing advantage, but lost all of his army, and that's going to give Gabi the leeway to add in a 2nd and 3rd town center and get her eco going. They're going to run back towards FeAge, who still has merely palisade walls. He will be going triple stables, but with a forward gold, if they can get Biel to get crossbows right at the front of that gold, and he has the upgrades on the way, that's going to stop the knight production. Ooh, they're going to try to break through the palisades too. Gabi there a bit before. Any crossbows. Ballistics for dogao. And defending against dogao is going to be tricky for Biel now. His army's not going to be over here. He's going to have nothing at home. He's going to need ballistics, and he's going to need all 3 of those ranges to produce. He's trying to stone wall now. And what would be great is if... Oh, and that's exactly what they needed. Dogao not to go for Biel, but instead to try to save FeAge. Here come the crossbows from Biel. Getting in. And going for the tower, taking out a lot of villagers. FeAge is under a lot of pressure here, down to 35 vills. Whereas Gabi's still booming. He tried to go 3 stables. He's not going to have the eco for this. He's not going to have any eco. Gabi is everywhere with the scouts. And here comes dogao, but too late. He was caught in that indecisive period of not pressuring Biel, not helping FeAge, as FeAge is double teamed. And we're seeing again the damage of pressuring the scouts player by pressuring at the right time. And ballistics is just now finished here for Biel, and if the Ethiopians will have the better archers, if not the numbers. Gabi going to destroy the palisade, make an escape route for herself at the back. Maybe that 0% stat will hold after a 2nd game, as we have a great score lead and a great villager lead for Biel and Gabi. And Gabi on 3 TCs, the only player with multiple TCs. She is in the driver's seat for carrying the game. You got the Cav player with a good lead, even taking a bit of stone should she want, I don't know, more TCs, a castle, maybe towers around the woodlines, whatever she wants. Wheelbarrow on the way for the efficient already Chimera farmers. And she can now turn her attention over to dogao. Just a couple of crossbows need to be in the right spot to break through the palisades. This is now tricky micro for dogao in the middle. And if he gets out too far into the middle, all of a sudden the knights could maybe jump to crossbows. She's having too much fun raiding FeAge's economy, though. FeAge also, this is the downside of being the scouts player. Again, when you're raided, no fletching on your TC. So Gabi with +2 armor, her knight's going to take 1 damage. She doesn't care about sitting under TC fire here. He will do a ton of damage, and FeAge does not have the production. He does not have any farmers left. And dogao desperately trying to wall out the knights, trying to get the houses up. And great job getting the walls from him. He's the type of player, if he's paying attention, he's not going to let this in. But he's still fighting in the middle. With Gabi's production, she can eventually come and help out in the middle. And Biel is trying to get back. Has a lot of crossbows. Not quite comboed with the knights for breaking in. But the crossbows get here. They can get through the palisade. And still dogao trying to defend. And he has the Maya do. He has 40 crossbows. 40 to 30. So a slight numbers advantage. Biel trying to catch up still. Xing in the middle. And the knights come over. Is there a hole there? I think that's patched up. FeAge. Oh, Gabi's still causing damage. Leave him alone, he's dead already. She's just adding in a 4th TC. 1 villager TC. Outposts for some scouting. This feels like something almost from the Genghis Khan campaign. With these terrains and just a TC in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, giving me that type of vibes, maybe from like from into China in the north if you're building a TC up there. I guess there were no snow terrains back then. And there were ice, but that was especially for the 6th mission. Yeah, Gabi is relentless.
Shot it. Gabi.
And Knight's coming up from the outside. Okay, maybe this is not the best fight. This is finally a fight that dogao can micro a bit. And it might have been a bit premature in the engagement. And could have been a bit too hasty to take the fight without the crossbows, but now the crossbows are here. Dogao is going to lose everything. I'll lose everything. So not the cleanest, but it will clean everything.
Shot it.
All these crossbows. Oh, look at the ballistics dodging. Too many crossbows to dodge that. Oh, FeAge just now doing double bit axe. With the scouts player not having double bit axe, that hurts. Sacrifice of the tight build. And then I guess the early Vil loss.
Shot it. Gabi.
Crossbows for Biel coming forward. Knight's coming around. And Biel goes down to the Knight. No, no, FeAge, not again. His walls are down. The Knights are in. I don't even see where the hole was. Well, the Knight. Okay, these Knights might show us the hole between these houses, I think. Yep, there we go. Oh, that is one heck of a hole. The palisade and the houses were not adjacent. And Knight's going to take out that tower. FeAge, he has to run Vils here. He has to run Vils, and they're hoping that dogao as the Maya somehow can carry. But Biel's going to be up to Imp first. And he's going to be adding more ranges, and it'll be Bracer Arb chemistry for him. Omega hole. Here come more crossbows. And so what they're trying to hope is that dogao has 60 crossbows. What they're hoping is that somehow dogao is imp fast enough that as the Maya, he'll be in a situation where maybe Gabi isn't quite imp, doesn't have the armor for the knights because she's been investing so much into the Castle Age, and then the Arbalest can take a fight when it's 4 armor versus 10 attack. Now that's what this team is hoping for right here. But Gabi, in response to that, is towering up. Do the Khmer have guard tower? That honestly wouldn't be a bad thing. Or they do have guard. They have keep. I've never looked at the Khmer tower tech tree before, but I've just learned something. Yeah, honestly, a university and keep here? Keep yourself safe? Could be nice. Wait a minute, was dogao up to imp earlier? Did he cancel that?
Shot it.
I could have sworn I saw him up to imp. He's doing a defensive castle. But okay, if the other team's up to imp first, then there go their hopes and dreams. Like to see some scrops, some Khmer Scorpions. Ooh, could be interesting. I mean, you don't have a Cav player left in the game from FeAge to stop the Scorpions, so why not? That's a good point. So Gabi's up to imp, and so this team, knowing they're both up to imp, is going to hope that they both can hold. Oh my gosh, imagine if dogao walks in here, and then Gabi hop. Oh, she needs to wall this. Imagine if Gabi could wall in the crossbows here. Oh, he's gonna get out. It's just palisades. That many crossbows would break out anyway. I mean, she's yellow. She needs to have those Viper instincts of going for every quick wall possible, even if it won't work. So a bit of a fight in the back of FeAge's base. I like how Gabi has constantly, while she's been raiding, hitting the palisades and making sure that she always has an escape route for the knights, so that even when dogao comes over with the crossbows, make sure that she'll be able to keep the knights alive. And oh look, that's a lot of knights. There's the imp from dogao. Arb's chasing on one side, knights from the other side. And dogao's gonna do whatever he can to micro this. But now the knights will even be uphill in the fight. And there we go. Is the game over now? And that was their hope, that this becomes Arbs fast enough that dogao can win. But now dogao losing here, and there are the GGs. And as dogao's army's cleaned, it's a 2-0 lead for Biel and Gabi. And look at that, KD. Yeah, FeAge was hit early. He was hit hard and never really had a chance to contribute. Everyone else around 90 plus kills, but never really got FeAge going, and then you just see the 3TC boom and Gabi. Mini boom to spamming knights. Here we go. So that's a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 match point. Winning on the wonderful map of Chicken Arabia. And oh my gosh, I'm so proud of Gabi for picking Zawal as a home map for her team. Never thought I'd see her pick a closed map. And where are we for the civs? So that was Ethiopians and Khmer against, ooh, very highly picked Maya. Maya and Magyars. Yeah, very strong team. And looks like Golden Lakes will indeed be the next map. I mean, Gabi tells me her favorite map is 4 Lakes, so this is maybe even something she'd consider a home map. So in terms of elos right now, Dogao is a point shy of 2k7. He's 2699. FeAge is 2286. I saw him trying to grind to 2k3 the other day on his stream. The other team, Gabi is the second highest rated player in the set, 2365, and Biel, he's 2032. So in terms of elo, Dogao and FeAge are definitely the favorites. But looking at a difficult situation where they'd need a reverse sweep to come back. And that was a great game of Jungle Rumble earlier. Yeah, we'll give a shout out to Gabi too. Go follow her stream if you're not following already. Potentially the last game. Ooh, I've been casting for 6.5 hours and it hasn't felt like it. I think the co-cast in the middle helped me through it. So Golden Lake's just about to start. They are using a lot of the cartographer's maps. So yes, I had to fix some of the maps. And thank you for the follow. I had to fix some of the maps because Nilly's pathfinding patch broke them for this event. It's the first time casting of it, but I will see. I don't know if I have 3 events to cast tomorrow. There's the Stronghold Frenzy show match, and there's the GL Cookout Finals. So I'll try to cast the finals, maybe it'll be from Rex. And here we will have Gabi and Biel to the west. Again, Gabi the Scouts player as the Yellow Berbers and Biel the Archer player as the Red Dravidians. To the east, it'll be Dogao the Archer player as the Blue Italians, and FeAge the Scouts player as the Green Malians. Now this map, you do have 4 large corners to the sides. There's a relic in each corner. There are 3 relics in the middle. All of the gold is down at the base of the valley, at the base of the crater, I'll call it. Some versions of the map will let the gold spawn up on the sides. I decided against that. We'll keep them down here. So if you're going to TC the gold, you're not getting an easy TC at the top. Oh no, you got to go down here. I also added some cliffs to this version of the map. Cliffs just aren't on maps, so I like having cliffs. So we will have everyone... This is a setup where everyone could dock their own pond, or you have options here, I think most easily for the forward docks. It'll be Gabi going forward against FeAge, or Dogao going forward against Biel. I feel like the Dravidians are probably the best fishing ship, fishing civ on this map, maybe even more so than the Japanese, because of how far the fish are from the docks, and they have the extra carry capacity. I've not actually done a scientific comparison, but it's my feeling from casting games that the Dravidian bonus is a bit more impactful than the Japanese bonus. Japanese probably faster fishing helps you a bit more in the Dark Age, but as the game goes on, these fish get pretty far away. And with this Civ matchup, Malians do have camels, but then so do the Berbers. And I feel like having a good camel Civ on this map matters quite a bit, because if you somehow get to a situation where your archer Civ is involved in an epic fire galley fight, and all of a sudden you don't have the crossbow support for your knights, the camels become much more viable. You end up with a knight player maybe needing to go pikeman. But we have seen that in 2v2s before. I remember that Doubt Tato game where Tato deleted all the Yarbs last year. I remember seeing, I think it was a player going a lot of pikemen. And it worked out pretty well. And Zebek AoE, thank you for the follow. That's fewer fish than NC version. This is the Carto version. I don't know if they changed it. You know, I don't know if I actually paid attention to fish consistency. I would have thought I did. But then I'm seeing some great fish marlins that are more consistent in some ponds than others. A bit more fish over here for dogao. Maybe, I'm surprised if that's broken. That's something I feel like I probably would have tested. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. The middle and the lands and stuff, I think, are placed with a lot of trigonometry. Get the lands in the right positions. But anyway, we'll feudal for everyone within a second or two of each other. 46 vills, dead 3 fishing ships, 20 vills, 1 scout, and pretty much the same feudal time for everyone. I imagine these teams have practiced their builds. And we have the autumn version of the map, so if you're getting ready for fall and want to see your leaves changing, you can see that already in Age of Empires. And I feel like these leaves are brighter and have changed a bit more than the autumn trees, the Asian maple trees. more so than the autumn oaks. Carto was just after the Asian theming patch, so I tried to use some of these elements in the maps. And there we go. Yeah, Gabi, if there's one thing I know about Gabi, she's going to be aggressive. And there she goes for the forward dock. And it'll be the Cav player going for the forward dock. But if you can then disrupt the fish of the other Cav player, you're disrupting their Cav production. And what is FeAge doing? Why didn't he finish the barracks? Where are those vills going? Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, there we go. The vill was hiding behind a tree. I was like, what's going on? I was like, did he shift queue something wrong? That's a mistake I would make. Not something I expect from FeAge, but there he goes. And has he scouted? He scouted earlier, but the dock came in so late he didn't see it. And that's a fire galley for Gabi. Only going 1 dock. 1 forward dock. She's maybe a bit late on her barracks, but needed the wood for the dock earlier. And we'll be going for double bit axe before the stable. So she'll be behind in scouts. And the problem then would be if FeAge and dogao can double team before the damage to the fish really starts to matter. And maybe they're in the perfect setup for this to happen, because as I talked about in the last game, it's usually better to double team the scouts player because it's harder for them to defend. They can't just camp their TC with scouts and still fight, like the archer player can with their archers, and like how Biel did so well last game. But because the archer player is closer to the other archer player, it's easier for this team to apply pressure to the archer player, and it's harder for them to get to the scouts player because of the less mobility of the archers. And it'll be interesting to see if this team will be able, maybe for dogao to fully wall himself, and then get 2-range archer production to hit Gabi as she's fighting on the water and maybe doesn't have the scouts added in time. And there we go, we see some scouting of the dock. FeAge knows this is there now. Gabi managed to wall in her vill. Question is whether we see a second dock from anyone over here. Right now, Gabi with the advantage. Berbers will have the faster moving ships, so they will, I guess, slightly have better ships than the Malians do. And Gabi not fully walled, so the scouts will start to come in, but if it's only scouts, she can hold with some spears for now. It would probably be amazing if she were able to get a wall over here at some point. And tricky with how she initially walled, keeps the gold and the berries outside though. So she's a very compact base to defend, which does mean less area to defend. It also means a bit harder if you get pushed. That is a nice poke from the spear. And 2 nice pokes that'll force the scouts back. And at the same time, repairs for FeAge, not enough to keep the fire galley alive, and Gabi will destroy the fishing ships. Actually, I know she loves, as I've been saying, she loves 4 lakes and will be a very well versed in these fire galley fights. Oh, not the same. I didn't even notice this. We have the double sneak. Biel. He's so sneaky. I didn't even see it. Dogao, he was walled so early. He was not expecting this. Double docks here. So it's double docks from both Archer players as well. So what was I saying about Archers coming forward and pressuring and maybe disrupting the ecos of the other team? Never mind, Dogao can't do that. He invested into 2 ranges, but now has to defend his fish. Biel, meanwhile, 2 ranges himself. He could honestly even consider going skirms here because of how far behind FeAge will be in the scouts. Just has to be careful Gabi doesn't take too much damage on land. Weak scout mixed in there. Trying to extract her vills, will probably lose 1. The rest to get back to the TC. Has to be careful for gold supply, but won't need gold anymore if she's just going scouts and has won the water. Dogao able to defend so far, but he's investing into this instead of into archers. And as long as Gabi can get a couple more spears out and hold, she should be in the clear. And as her fishing eco will not be disrupted, she has 6 fishing ships to 0 right now. Oh, even fishing at the front, she's so confident she's won it. 8 fishing ships, 9 fishing ships, and counting for Gabi. Demos here could get some good shots for Biel. Feels like Dogao is ahead on the water, though. And Dogao should be able to defend his fish. At the same time, though, the Javidian player... Ooh, okay. This is maybe a mistake from Biel. I think that what you want to do is take 1 fishing ship and scout your entire water. That way, your fishing ships auto-task to the far fish and are less likely to go to the close ones. They're pretty far. As I said, weird he didn't have a marlin there. I'll need to maybe debug my map script further in the future. This dock from FeAge almost down. Now, it's really important that Gabi doesn't lose over here. Because, what was I saying? Archer is finally finding a way to double-team Gabi. And if she loses this, then she loses the investment into the 3 fishing ships she had made earlier. Might need to come back to a repairville, and didn't quite clear this dock, so FeAge can keep investing into galleys and keep harassing her fish. FeAge is a vill forward. What are you doing there? He will find 3 scouts. He'll kill a scout and get picked off. Yeah, I think it's fine to sacrifice HP. You don't want a forward vill doing a tower or anything weird in your eco. So taking the gold away from Gabi means it's going to be hard for her to get some fire galleys out now, and FeAge might be able to turn the tables over here. Gabi will need to maybe block with fishing ships and get some repairs, and might even have to sacrifice the fish, but does not want to let FeAge start fishing again on this lake. Oh, what is that repair? Mameluke repairs from that villager. And a bit of miss micro there, but she has a lot to micro now. And Biel doesn't quite have that many archers. He's trying to come over and find a spot to help Gabi. He needs to make sure that FeAge's scouts do not find the archers before they get in position to help. And he's still being cleaned up by Dogao on the water. Oh, the demo ship. Hiding behind the dock. Not getting fire there. And scale guarding armor on the way. Market on the way up for Gabi. Oh, 2 HP. Imagine if the archers had shot that and denied the foundation. I've done that before. I've done that before. And I've had that happen to me. I had that happen to me before. My favorite was I actually denied a castle. I had cav archers shoot the vill just as the foundation was being placed. They had like 1 HP. And the next cav archer shot the foundation, denied 650 stone of the castle. So down here, okay, Gabi coming back on the water. Having that repair vill still alive, that was never picked off, was clutch. I mean, honestly, maybe what Dogao needed to do was send a couple vills to take out the repair vill. Oh, demo. Nice demo. Okay, all the fires. Should be a fight that Gabi wins. Might lose 1 fire in the middle. Ooh, no. Oh, okay, yes. Doesn't quite save it. Dogao's up to the castle age, though. Biel trying to rearrange his economy, using the market. Gabi using the market. Gabi under a lot of pressure. And again, as I said, the scouts player with some troubles defending. But she's out on the gold. Sold some stone, but could just... I'd say a long distance mine, but with the mining camp, short distance mine, 30 stone, and do a tower over here. And she's up to the castle age. And has to run off the gold now. As the Berbers, she will have cheaper knights, and maybe could use the market to afford knights if she has enough food to sell. Ooh. Honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, maybe the tower, if it had been right here, still in range of the TC, so it's not jumped by the scouts. Could have defended the gold, but what she'll do, she'll pretend she's the Saracens for a moment, and she'll mine stone, and probably sell it to get knights. You know, I might need desperately just to drop it off and do a tower to stop this army from breaking in. Yeah, and there's the tower. There we go. That's what we'd expect. Dogao walling himself up fully in the back. And sees that Gabi for now can't do anything with her scouts, and she's pinned into her base. And everyone up, Biel will be the slowest, Gabi doing bloodlines and forging. And I'm sure she'd love to take a fight before crossbow comes in. And maybe with those upgrades she should just engage. Fully upgraded feudal scouts, and yeah, that's what she's going for. The fight before the upgrades come in. FeAge was not there for the moment. And she is going to fight. FeAge's scouts don't have forging. And Gabi going to take a nice engagement. I don't think she actually got a kill, but got some HP off. And maybe about as good as she could have hoped for there. Doesn't have access to her berries. Oh, the dock was repaired by FeAge. Nice job having the forward Biel to repair the dock. So he'll keep investing on the water. And that's going to mean Gabi has to invest here. And that's maybe going to disrupt some of her food eco on land. Now the archers from dogao going to come over and try to double team Biel. Biel losing the water has given dogao a great score lead. But have to remember maybe that's a bit inflated by the water. As Biel and Gabi do have more vills overall and more fishing ships overall still. FeAge starting to go knights. Lots of light cav hoovering around the front of Gabi's base still. FeAge, did he manage to take his berries? I'm going to say yes because there are none left by that mill. He'll be getting a second TC in. Gabi going to TC her gold. Still hoovering around the front. Now the attack moves over towards Biel, who needs to wall behind this. Will he get the houses up in time? He might. He's at least walled into the TC range. Gabi's still kind of stuck at home. Biel up to castle, but she's not going to get the TC up. Things looking a bit rough for her. Biel's going out to build the TC. And Light Cav want to jump the Vills, but if they do, they're going to come under TC fire and under the Light Cav attack. Okay, Vil count's just now evening up. With Gabi losing some Vills here. That could give FeAge maybe a bit of an advantage. And kind of a mismatch here where she's going camels to fight on her side, but it's the archer player I think she eventually is going to need to worry about. Biel uses 4 ranges. 4 ranges, and he is on a timer, right? He is on a timer. I think he's probably... Where's his other gold? He mined maybe one of his golds completely and is on the second gold. So if dogao can hold the middle and not let the archer player get here, that's going to be tricky. Although maybe room to go skirms if you're just against one archer player. Oh, meanwhile, there's an overchop. There's an overchop on FeAge's woodline, and Gabi is in with Light Cav, getting some revenge for those TC sniped, or those Vills under the TC that got sniped earlier. Light Cav moving around in the back. Have I tested for the obligatory 2 tiles of desert next to the water? Oh, that's not a problem in my maps. I have tested this map for little tiles of hill next to the water, like little divots. I've re-scripted the entire map to make sure those didn't happen. I thought Gabi had been trapped there for a moment. She's going to get away. Ooh, maybe just run into crossbows. When I say get away, not going to get away that easily. Biel Xing, maybe Xing a bit too late. He at least will be in the middle, making sure no one gets a TC there. dogao going for a 3rd range. At least with all those ranges, he's getting the numbers up. You don't need that much eco as the archer player. And he has been fishing maybe a bit more, but we'll be running out of fish soon, needing to swap to fish traps. Some 4 fish traps there for dogao. Gabi's still in, killing more of FeAge's Vills, keeping that Vil count equal. And now we're in that situation where it's Cav player versus archer player. And FeAge now investing into this pond just to start fishing now. And he'll be taking out Gabi's dock, but that's a lot of investment in the castle age. Gabi now, maybe she needs to start doing fish traps herself. A couple of far fish she still could go for. Their fishing ships can be faster as the Berbers, right? Oh, I guess another good bonus for them. Oh, 2 TCs in the middle, but that's going to be a castle from dogao. Remember, cracks terrain in the middle, so all these buildings will take extra damage, 20% more. Okay, I feel like Gabi maybe is a bit more land military than FeAge. This is where dogao's probably going to have the better micro than Biel. And this is a fight that scares me if I'm Biel. But it is also going to take out a couple of Vills and stop the forward castle. Stop the forward castle. Gabi's still around. And remember, this team's score will be inflated now from probably taking better fights on both of the waters, even though they lost some eco there. And then this is what I was saying about the camels. When you have so many camels, they're weaker against the crossbows. And have more ranges than Biel. He just wants ranges everywhere. Ranges everywhere. Okay, FeAge coming to the middle too. Time to YOLO for TCs. Gabi and Biel getting the TCs up first, but Sometimes getting the TCs up first means that the TCs kind of get trapped and pinned by the castles. Biel gonna come around the outside. Okay, this is kind of tricky where right now dogao is cut off from his reinforcements and Gabi's gonna throw up her own castle. What type of fight's gonna happen here? FeAge thinking of a TC, then stops it. And Gabi doesn't even really need to commit to the castle, just needs to commit to drawing the crossbows out of position. More crossbows from behind, but that's the type of fight where Gabi will have more vills in the middle, maybe. If Biel had stone for maybe a tower, actually, they could maybe stop the castle. Biel losing crossbows, though. He's definitely taking a worse fight than dogao. Doesn't have the numbers here. Is this a petard situation? Is this you just focus the vills? Can they stop this? Wait, the castle's up. Can they stop this? That's only 81%. They've stopped this. Oh, Gabi doesn't have quite the range on the castle to stop it. Dogao will have 2 vills on the outside that can finish it. It's at 90%. Is this a petard situation? Is this like petards and rams? That's going to slow her imp time down way too much, though. Dogao's the castle up. And that will control most of the golds. And I think they can mine from the rear, though. And we'll have another castle from Biel. FeAge just doing a TC now, but dogao up to imp. Dogao up to imp as the Italians, and this castle's not going to go up. Ooh, that's risky. 63 HP. The camels in dogao, if they notice that, can just right-click it, and he deletes it. Now, that's how dogao lost the castle in that first game. Didn't commit to it enough. And lost it to the paladins. Biel, he lost a lot of numbers trying to deny that castle. They came real close to denying it, too. If they deny it, it's a different game. Thumbring, does dogao have thumbring? He probably has that. Does he? Yes, he does. Yeah, dogao upgraded for his... Oh, also no armor for Biel, so dogao way ahead in crossbow numbers and upgrades. Even to the point where camels can force a fight. I feel like this now, given the timing, has to be an all-in Castle Age push. To try to take out the castle and then have knight numbers overwhelm the middle. The problem is going to be the arbs. The problem will be the arbs. Dogao staying safe at home. He did not overchop. 83 villas to 79. Oh, that's where the castle will go. Interesting. Okay. Trebs will be... difficult to... Yeah, and there's the workshop for Gabi. And it's going to be rams plus another castle and petards. It'll be rams and petards going to go for one big push on the castle in the middle. And then hope that they somehow can flood the middle with enough knights to take the golds. I think this is looking pretty good for dogao, though. Ooh, that map position with the golds being forward for Gabi was really tough for her in that feudal to castle transition and lost a lot of the momentum she had won on the water. FeAge did a good job even though he lost the water, still harassing the scouts to make sure she didn't get too big of a lead. Now the Trebs are on their way, but the Cav player still adding vills is going to be tricky to afford this. I mean, it is only 71 vills for the player who's imp, but the archer player doesn't really need all that many vills as long as they can get their upgrades and his bracer. As rams going, it's 8 petards for a castle. Yeah, the Trebs are going to be nasty. Even if the castle goes down, the timing will be such that it has the Trebs out. But that's where knight numbers, if you have enough melee units, you can jump it. And if there's a civ that can spam Castle Age Knights, it's the Berbers. Maybe, though, maybe they actually could pressure FeAge here. I don't want to sit under the TC. And Biel will have more vills than dogao. And the castle, ooh, it almost went down, almost went down. I was looking at FeAge's base, Gabi needed one more petard and the castle would have gone down, especially on the cracked terrain. And dogao is there with the repairs. He's out of stone to repair. One more petard were to come out. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. That would have given them some life, but if the castle stands, I think the Trebs take out both these castles and that's it. I was looking at this wood line, but... one more ram on the way. The castle repaired enough if dogao can buy some stone. And there goes Gabi's castle. No more petards. She needed one more petard. Especially with the cracked terrain, where I said 8 petards to destroy a castle. That's level ground. 20% bonus damage, and it's fewer petards. What's that, maybe 6? Especially with the ram push. And hello, Vemethy. Thank you for the follow. And Biel will try to repair. Gabi's still trying to find a hole, but dogao an expert at not having holes. Now, with a bracer on the crossbows, Especially with camels mixed in, going to be really hard for Castle Age Knights to fight unless they have overwhelming numbers. And there's another castle from FeAge, more security in the middle. Imp on the way for Biel, might be a bit too late. I guess the one advantage is the Cav player is winning against the other Cav. Oh, FeAge! Okay, FeAge definitely more holes in his walls than dogao has had. Okay. Dogao focusing on the middle, at least he hasn't pressured Biel at home. And Biel's up to Imp. I mean... Okay, this is a weird situation. Okay, but hear me out. Gabi raids FeAge, so much so that he can't contribute knights to the middle. Biel gets Imp and goes Skirm, and somehow plays Skirm against Arb, and the gold and kind of negates the gold control for a bit. That that sounds crazy. Given the score difference, maybe that works out. I don't know what the slinging rules are, honestly. But that would rely on FeAge being completely dead, which he is not. A bit of an overchop, but he managed to secure it. And I think FeAge and dogao are gonna hold on. I think they're gonna hold. And Age of Empires 2 HU, thank you for the raid. Power's going down. Just keep pushing. And here comes some knights trying to overwhelm the crossbows. I mean, dogao does not have a good eco. He only has 70 vills. The same can be said for Biel, though. Does not even have the Arbalest upgrade. Does he have chemistry? Okay, he has chemistry and bracer. That should be enough against Castle Age Knights. Hello, Ray. How you doing, Ray? Okay, Camel wanting some hits on the Knights. Crossbows getting some hits on the Camel. And I mean, Operation Destroy FeAge is still working. Let's see, Bowsaw on the way for Gabi. His team has to play without the middle, though. And that's not going to be all that great. Oh my gosh, wait. Gabi's the Berbers. What if she and Biel go full Genitoras against dogao? Probably too late for that idea. Yeah, this is what I was saying. The skirms against the crossbows now that FeAge isn't in position to help, but I think they're too far behind. Yeah, the trebs are popping. TCs will be dropping as they no longer have castles. You're hoping to melt stuff at the scrap metal workshop, but they were just begging for donations. And there are the GGs. So, FeAge and dogao keep themselves alive. A really interesting game. And I have the feeling if Biel had been able to execute a bit better with his forward on the water, his team would have been okay. But dogao did a good job of defending and got himself up to castle fast enough that they were able to hit Gabi's base, and that initial gold she had. Not having gold in that transition hurt. And just a couple of moments where, you have to move your attention to your base. You start losing your advantage on the water. You don't fully remove FeAge's docks. And then all of a sudden, you lost your fishing advantage. I love team games. They're amazing to watch. Especially when we get some good high-level 2v2s. That'll give them a point, but their home maps, remaining home maps, are maps of Gabi and Biel. I would have thought Golden Lakes would be Gabi's home map, but African clearing in Zawal. What are those saves? Malians and Italians against Dravidians and Berbers. Okay, let's see what they have coming up next. As we're 7 hours into the stream. And what map will they pick? What map indeed? Big sad. Well, we have another game coming up. Another game, and looks like it'll be African clearing. So if we go to game 5, it'll be Zawal. If we go to game 5, it will be Zawal. And we'll see what the Civ matchup is. That can matter a lot for African clearing. What Civs do they have available still? Ooh, Koreans, Portuguese. That could be scary for African clearing or for Zawal. Huns, ooh, Huns, I imagine, will be used here for the Hunnic horse. Bohemians and Spanish feel like the... Ooh, as much as they feel like the Zawal combo for FeAge and dogao, maybe the Spanish are used here. Maybe it's Spanish-Vietnamese. Maybe the Wei are used here, but I guess they could also be for Zawal. Hindustanis could be good here. No, not Bohemians. Hindustani Bohemians could be for Zawal. Spanish are great Civ for both the remaining maps. Depends where they feel like using them. I guess the same thing for the Portuguese and the Koreans. Biel and Gabi, kind of limited though. Turks, Slavs, Burmese would only be for Zawal. Huns would only be for African clearing. The tricky thing if they get to Zawal and play Turks there is they don't have a great melee unit for fighting the Spanish. Like Spanish Bohemians would have paladins. Hindustanis Bohemians would have the imp camels. Turks, you want to go gunpowder / heavy cav archer. Or maybe you're spamming hussars, but you don't have a gold unit. Slavs there for boyars could be interesting. Like Slavs Turks. If you go, then maybe Portuguese Koreans for African clearing. I feel like Huns are such a great African clearing civ, but also could be countered by Hindustanis. So I guess if you're FeAge and dogao and you're thinking the Huns for African clearing, you go Hindustanis, Vietnamese maybe. Even against Koreans, imp camels should be great against the war wagons. But we have launched and we have the civs, and okay, I was wrong about these civs. What the heck is this? Could not have been more wrong. We have FeAge and dogao, Vietnamese, and Romans against Turks and Koreans. So whatever the mind games were in picking these civs, Turks, gunpowder heavy cav archer, feels good against Romans, if not for the Roman economy. Vietnamese. Against Turks, who's the better cav archer, Sipahi or extra HP? I guess the Turks have all the upgrades. Vietnamese will miss Parthian, so probably the Turks there. Probably the Turks. I mean, what's the extra 20% hit points? Has got to be less than what's Sipahi? Plus 20 hit points, right? Because Cav Archers are less than 100 HP. So, whoa, how did Two-Man Saw get... Wait, Two-Man Saw, what are you doing up there? Hello? Two-Man Saw? Oh, okay. Anyway, so the Vietnamese for FeAge, they will know exactly where their enemy TCs are. So no Huns. So Portuguese definitely for Zawal, and I don't know what the second civ will be. Portuguese Burmese, maybe? Or Portuguese Slavs would have to be the Zawal civs for Biel and Gabi. Biel, I think, wants to lure that elephant now. Oh, he's gonna go for the double elephant lure? He could grab those goats. Ooh, he sees the goats, the Korean team bonus. Can you grab the goats while luring? Lumeless Vil, and grab one of Dogao's goats. They need to realize Dogao is there. Like, this is the perfect situation for Koreans somehow to castle drop this. I go for the double elephant lure. Bring both in. Be extra safe. Alright, so it looks like, yeah, this is the, looks like a version of African clearing I at least had edited because there are 3 trees on each of the ponds. Did we have African clearings in cartographers? I think we did. Did we? It was Stranded Nomad and African clearing for the Nomad category. That's right? Yeah, that must have been it. Hard to find a lot of good Nomad maps that are actually nomadic. Yeah, this is one of them. I almost went Nomad, African clearing, Land Nomad. But if I did Land Nomad, it would have been traditional Land Nomad with the lumber camp start, and I didn't think people would put up with that. So Dogao going for the edge, and Biel Xing, did he somehow scout that? Did he scout Dogao on the edge? No, he did. Ooh, but his goat's right there. If he loses that, he'll know exactly where the lumber camp is for Dogao. Oh, look at that. Look at that. He's going to find the lumber camp. What perfect scouting from Biel. If he's paying attention, he'll know, and he probably is. That's where Dogao's lumber camp is. Just don't lose another goat out there. And he's going to get a second elephant, and by all means, he should grab a third elephant. I honestly wouldn't risk letting Dogao take that. I might take that in right now, but not going to question Biel. He's a very high-level player. 3 Vils in the middle. Gabi, as the Turks, is all by herself in the corner. And it feels like the way this has to be played, then, is the Koreans player does whatever he can to try to disrupt Dogao and FeAge, while Gabi tries to boom. I like their positions here. Turks' super boom is not nice. Is it nice against Romans and Vietnamese, though? If she can go heavy Cav Archer. You're right, it's not like a Paladin Civ that can run over with a super boom. They have a lot of gold, and it feels like Koreans and Turks were a combo where they wanted to go double castle drop. And if it's only single castle drop, Vietnamese against Turks, I don't really know how that boom goes. And as much as I like the Koreans on these maps, I do feel a 1v1 between Dogao and Biel probably ends in a win for Dogao. Let's say a player who's 2k7 versus I think 2k1. But Gabi has shown an impressive ability to boom and carry from that first game, even in the Teutons Mongols matchup. You think you'll die? She's definitely not in a position for castle dropping. That's for sure. Why would you put it on the edge? Because that's where the wood is. You put the lumber camp here, you're gonna run out of wood. I did increase the amount of wood in the middle, so this is more viable than it is on the ranked map. But also tricky. And you have full walls here from Biel. And it feels like this is going to be FC war wagons from him. 22 pop up. Is that enough to FC if you're not building any farms? And oh wait, he has another elephant. He's gonna have 4 elephants. Okay, yeah, he can FC on 4 elephants like this. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Spear for Dogao. Oh, Dogao going scouts? Oh my gosh, that could actually be perfect if the Korean player FCs. And FeAge is probably gonna FC. Gabi undoubtedly will FC being so far away from everyone. And Dogao going to pressure with a tower rush, but tower rushing Koreans, is that really what you want to be doing? The downside here for Biel is that his stone is so close to the edge, won't have great access to it. And does he have loom? Tell me he has loom. He does have loom. So he's going to wall behind this as he brings in another elephant. Takes it. Okay, getting the wall up. And Koreans versus Romans. Romans are going to have a much better economy. Koreans are going to have much better towers. And if Biel, with 4 elephants and shorefish, and a whole bunch of goats, still can pull off a fast castle behind this, he doesn't quite have the wood, though, although he will be able to counter tower. There he goes. Remember, faster stone mining as the Koreans. dogao trying to go scouts and trying to break through. Biel might need to send one vill to repair the house, but I think he's defended this. I think he's defended this so far. He needs to repair the house. Biel, you're worrying me. Send a vill to repair the house. He's got time. He's got time. No ranged units from dogao. It's just the tower. Biel, repair the house. Don't leave that. Don't leave it, Biel. No. Still in a situation he doesn't need any farms. Lots of goats he's captured. He can continue training. And still has still a shorefish from the middle. So his food eco will be fine, and he'll be able to FC as soon as he has the wood for the market and the blacksmith and the repairs on the house. And this is where I feel like you can die on African clearing. Oh wait, they're going double teams. They're going scouts, archers. Okay, Gabi had some forward vills on the mill. They'll have to run. They'll be threatened by the archers. Okay, this is where the Korean player needs to find a way to get up and maybe just get guard tower. He will be trapped in the corner, but guard tower war wagon should break him out. It's a double feudal age play from FeAge and dogao. Oh my gosh, this feels like almost exactly what Biel wants to deal with. He can now tower and defend his Koreans. Double feudal age play against Koreans. Gabi's super far away. She's doing a blacksmith and a stable. What if she just mini booms, uses the Turks bonus, and then spams knights? I mean, Turks will have fully upgraded knights. And then they have fully upgraded cavaliers, right? Where is she on the tech tree? Ah, that's the Turks. Yeah, they have fully upgraded cavaliers, and leads them into fully upgraded heavy camel and hussar play. She could just play this as a boom into cavalier or boom into late castle knights setting. Any changes to the map for the contests? I don't know if there's a contest or anything. If it's my version of the map, it is 3 trees on every pond, so you can get wood with your TCs and a bit more wood on the wood lines in the middle. So it's more viable to TC the middle of the map rather than the edges, although we see players still going for the edges here. There's Castle Age on the way for FeAge, but will be later than Gabi, and we'll have Biel clicking up right now. And Biel is the Koreans, he's on stone. He's going to have war wagons. Will Romans and Vietnamese be able to fight war wagons? Ooh, I don't think so. That's going to be hard. But we see dogao right now walling in Biel. Now the question becomes, where does he drop the castle? And what does Gabi do when she gets up? Because she's not going to have a free boom. If they go scouts and archers and they're not hitting Biel, they're going to come to her. And I'm sure she's aware of that. Biel's going to lose some vills in the middle. At least we'll slow down the army's progress towards Gabi. She's going to add in a couple of scouts. What do Turks do here? This match? Yeah. Okay, I think it's just a bit more wood in the middle. And Biel will be losing some vills. Maybe he needed to run them to the side or to Gabi's base earlier. X4 light cav is fine. And a couple of spears added in, but yeah, so still in principle. Light cav, especially with armor, will be absolutely fine. I think the feudal age play still plays into Gabi if she gets the second TC up and is able to boom. And I mean, where does the castle come down here from Biel? Does he? I guess he deletes a lot of palisades. Maybe tries to clear that tower. Yeah, he has the stone for a castle. He's up. And it'll be war wagon time. And as long as Gabi doesn't get broken into, I mean, ooh, scouts and archers coming over. But she is light cav into knights. Free light cav upgrade for the Turks. It'll be nice. Where are the light cav going? They're gonna maybe try to disrupt. Oh my god, if Gabi gets 4 light cav and gets into that wood line, that would be insane. I remember the goat from Biel scouted that early on. They know where it is. He's defending with the guard towers. And there is his castle. There's the castle. So far, I feel like Biel's defended everything perfectly. And Gabi with the light cav trying to hit FeAge is fully walled. Ooh, if only they recognized that dogao is not fully walled and those light cav are in his wood line right now. Okay, they will find some exposed vills on the mill. That'll be some eco damage to dogao. Let's see how Gabi micros that. We'll pick a vill. And we'll pick maybe a second. Ooh, weird play to go and fight. But, okay, Nilly. What is that pathing, Nilly? Yeah, Gabi not going to be aggressive into the TC. Light cav on the way for dogao, so forcing him to invest into light cav. Meanwhile, Gabi's on 2 TCs, and war wagons will be coming in soon. That castle will take out the tower. And so what's FeAge going to do? Archers against War Wagons? That doesn't feel like it's going to work. Archers against Turk Light Cav with extra HP. Gabi, oh, she's hoovering around. There are some weakened Vils on this pond here. And then they can't quick wall themselves because of the War Wagon. That's going to be some dead Vils for dogao. Nice picks from Gabi. Man, Turks on this map actually feel kind of insane now with the extra Pierce Armor. They completely negate the Archer Civ. As do the War Wagons. I mean, dogao's kind of getting double teamed here on his own. The Turks simply will have the better Light Cav. Can we see his idle TC? Do we have that on team game stats? Idle TC, the least idle TC in the game. Gabi's the most idle TC, but she has 2 TCs. Only 1 Vil of idle time, so Biel has been playing this very well, and he's going to inch forward now with the guard towers, a Korean specialty. Has to be wary of the monks, but Light Cav are there to deal with the monks, and then so will the tower. The monk goes down. Ooh, and dogao and FeAge have the score lead. I feel like I like Biel and Gabi's position a bit more. Dogao's still defending. He gets up a second TC. Gabi's going to have a third TC. We'll take some shorefish. FeAge is not in a position to pressure her at all. Not against the Turk Light Cav. Lots of Light Cav for dogao, but now the War Wagons can just run back to the tower. 1 Vil goes down. And again, the Turk Light Cav more staying power in these fights. The difficulty will be the monks. Biel has to be careful not to lose too many Vils trying to do forward towers, but if he gets towers, that kind of takes the monks out of play, because the towers can kill the monks. Okay, score flip now as Gabi and Biel take the score lead, and starting to take a slight Vil lead. I'm questioning what the wait, Vietnamese. Let's be careful though. Vietnamese, they have Fire Lancers. They have one of the best units in the game. They can boom into Fire Lancers. Yeah, no crossbow yet. Biel just trying desperately to get a slightly more forward tower, give him more space against the monks, and we see how deadly those towers are against the monks. No fortified church, they can't re-garrison. Koreans with their free Pierce Armor. Biel get a bit of HP, run back. Get a bit of HP, run back. That's his game plan right now. There's a couple War Wagons to the Knights, but, I mean, double stable Knight, this has to be full investment for dogao, and Monk cannot walk into the tower, which he just does. And War Wagons, if they don't pick him off, can at least pick the crossbows. Remember, War Wagons, 5 Pierce Armor, crossbows fully upgraded, only do 2 damage, and that's against a unit with 150 HP. Vils get a bit more HP, they have to run. Biel don't lose the Vils. Oh, don't, ooh, what was that right click? That was a misclick. Lost the Vil there, need to get back to the tower. Gabi's still booming, adding in more stables. I was saying she could go Knights. She could go full Light Cav. I think Knight's probably still better, especially with the Turk Gold bonus, but she's gonna get in. She's in. She needs maybe +2 armor before raiding. But she's in a great position to raid, and I feel like this is a good fight for the War Wagons. Oh, yeah, they're going down. I mean, if they castle drop Biel, do you still want to castle drop against War Wagons? The War Wagons will be the better unique unit, and there's the guard tower. That's what he needed. He's slowly but surely getting the guard towers forward to deal with the monks. And that's a great composition. Guard tower and monk. So FeAge only on 2 TCs, and we see Gabi now pulling ahead 56 Vils for Gabi. And I still don't quite know what the Vietnamese do against the Turks. Elephants would be great, but that is a really long boom to get to elephants. And I love the way Biel is playing this, inching forward with towers to take the monks out of play. Okay, didn't actually break the conversion there, but dogao breaks it himself, avoids the insta for the moment. Tower 78%, that'll go up once the next wave of Vils can come forward. And then once they run back, break the monk conversion, run forward. Is he devoted? No, he's not devoted. Devotion could be nice for the War Wagons. Maybe that should be the play here. He's going for ballistic, has ballistics. Maybe devotion. And so many upgrades, right? You want husbandry, you want devotion. Monks charging on the Vils, swapping to the War Wagons, but 1 monk goes down. 1 conversion in, but you're not too concerned about 1 conversion. You'd be more concerned about 2. Tower goes up, Vils need to maybe be garrisoning the front tower. Light Cav coming in. We had skirms, a skirm switch from FeAge to try to deal with the War Wagons, but the Light Cav are there to pick off the skirms. Gabi booming while making Light Cav with the Turks. This feels deadly to whatever FeAge tries to do as an archer unit. Skirms were maybe the play to help out against War Wagons, but no more. dogao suffering. And that wood line will be exposed once Gabi gets +2 armor for the Light Cav. Trying to do Knights. What economy does he have for Knights? What gold does he have now? This gold taken out. War Wagons can take the TC now. 7 War Wagons, maybe not enough, but And they can idle it. 10 Vils inside. More war wagons on the way. He's an iron. It means feudal. It means feudal age. Everyone always asks, does it mean Iron Age? But no, it means feudal age. This is AoE 2, not AoE 1. I've been hearing that question for like 13 years. Okay, now 9 war wagons. War wagons, they do a lot of damage to TCs. What's that? 11 pierce armor plus 2 damage against buildings. TCs, that's 4 pierce armor and then so 6 damage per bolt, if I math correctly, which is not a guarantee. Some knights there taking it out, that's going to be 10 Vils once the TC goes down. Well, at the same time, dogao trying to punch a hole in the walls of Gabi's base, but Gabi will react, have her TC ready to defend. Now she needs to repair. Gabi needs to repair. Oh, she does. Just manages. Notices in time. And the Vils go down. 30 Vil lead for Biel and Gabi, and they are well on their way to victory here as dogao is dying, trying to spread out along the wood line to use the Roman's eco bonus, 5% faster, whatever he can find with a TC. But Gabi's repairing, aware not to let the knights in, and with the monastery could be getting a monk soon to try to keep them out. Yeah, Biel played this perfectly. And I feel like once I saw the scouts and archers attempt to double team the Koreans player, I felt like this would be how it plays out. Yeah, Gabi did a wonderful job of combining the boom with enough help with the light cav, and dogao is dead. Down to 24 Vils, and even his teammate, fewer Vils than Gabi. And Vietnamese feel like they don't have a quick answer to what the Turks can do with all the pierce armor they have. Oh, this is the wheelbarrow TC. dogao needs wheelbarrow to come in so we can run the Vils. And he will just get it. But the TC, oh, they're gonna finish off the Vils first. Tower goes up even to stop their escape. That's a get out of this set. Tower is Biel and Gabi are looking to make their way to the finals tomorrow. We'll take on Bruh and Stark. The towers don't stop with the Korean player. He's just Xing down here, is saying, look, he's got to be over there somewhere. Can send some cav. Send some outposts. See where he is. Oh, dogao, 19 Vils and not much space left to run. Castle going up here for FeAge. X coming forward. Poor dogao with one working Vil, down to 16 Vils. Dogao is going to be 0 TC gaming soon. And I don't think he's going to be able to pull off a Jujuzu this game. I think he will need Vils. And there's the GG. And GG. Good luck in the final. And they do it. They do it. What an impressive set. On a wide variety of maps, too. And not the Civ composition I was expecting. I was expecting Huns on African clearing. But Turks were great there. I thought for sure the Turks would be saved for Zawal. But no, pick them here, and I don't think Gabi and Biel could have played that any more perfectly from how dogao and FeAge tried to pressure them. Biel defended, got to war wagons, got enough elephants at the time. I mean, when we saw that start, and we saw he had 4 elephants under the TC with a bunch of backup goats, you knew the tower rush wasn't going to stop him from getting up. And the double team archer player maybe a bit too far away. Maybe it's different if like dogao's going archers immediately, and FeAge is here with scouts immediately, and they're double teaming him and forcing him to react before he's able to get feudal, and maybe getting more space into the base and pressuring the stone, but too late for that. Yep, winner of the lower bracket final fights the upper bracket final. Yeah, and that's true, right? Like, as Ray says, maybe they could have played it where FeAge FCs into a castle drop, and then at least you're playing Rat and Archers versus War Wagons, which is kind of interesting. And you're kind of trapping him in the corner, maybe letting dogao boom against the Turks. But against the Scout Archer combo, that worked out brilliantly, and yes, they will be in the finals. Like I said, I have 3 things to cast tomorrow, and if I don't cast that live, I will at least cast the Rex. I have two tournaments I'm already committed to casting. So that was that Koreans and Turks? Against Vietnamese and Romans. The very last picked Romans they tried to use. I mean, a good civ for the Shorefish. Isn't that true for a lot of like Brazilian players though? There's a lot of more team game oriented players than 1v1s. Ooh, all right. So thank you all for watching, and let me maybe look at the brackets really quickly, and we'll just look at the brackets for the set before we head off. Put that in Firefox so we don't have ads. And here we are for brackets. Where's my display capture? There we are. All right, so first place is, in terms of Brazilian, how do I say that? Brazilian reals, 1,000 and 500 for second place. Translated to USD, that's just shy of 200 and 100 each. And we will have, let's look at these brackets so far. Also thank you earlier, Playboy, for the follow. In the top, we had Bra and Stark making their way through. They beat dogao and FeAge to knock them down. To whom did Gabi and Biel lose then? Oh, they lost to Goku and Riot. Oh, lost to Riot earlier. Okay, well, okay, interesting bracket then. They had lost to Goku and Riot, who then lost to Bra and Stark. But then, oh, they had revenge. They had their revenge in the lower bracket, where they then beat Riot and Goku, and now they're there in the finals. The 2 teams haven't met yet, so it's a new matchup. Now, are there any best of 7? Is there any advantage? Like, do they start with a win? There's no 2 sets, it looks like, so it looks like it'll just be Biel and Gabi against Bra and Stark. So hosted by Onimaru. Again, go check them out. And, well, GG's. Evening, it's nighttime. It is 5:30. It's not nighttime. You're East Coast USA. Yeah, I guess, well, so usually I look at the map and I think we're lined up with, like, the western part of Brazil, north-south. Yeah, most of Brazil's a bit east of me. So congrats to Biel and Gabi, and good luck tomorrow against Bra and Stark. That'll be 7.5 hours of streaming for me today. I need to go eat and do some preparation for tomorrow. Or we'll be casting. We have 3 things tomorrow. We have first the GL Cookout Finals, Viper versus Sebastian. Then we're gonna have a show match for Stronghold Frenzy. And let me double check that for who the players are. And then we'll probably cast. I don't know what time this will be scheduled for. So depending on when it's scheduled, it'll be live or as Rex. Sometimes the Brazilian players play late at night, so I might catch it. There's my Stronghold Frenzy calendar. So this show match will be... Oh, there's too much added in. Here's this show match. Is it... I need to see the calendar channel. Oh, there you go. It's King Boo versus Dave Hun. After the Quintessential Cookout final, I'll be casting. And 16 GMT will be the Quintessential Cookout finals tomorrow, so I might be able to sleep a bit. That doesn't start until noon. So thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Let's find someone to raid. Who is streaming ARE2? Also, we'll end on YouTube. Thank you all for watching.